Here.
Hernandez. Thompson. Smithy. Raymond. Guerin. Guillen. Anchia. Turner. Metcalf. Dean. Slauson. Spiller.
Quorum is present. Due to the number of witnesses registered to testify today, we will be limiting testimony to 2 minutes per each witness that testifies during the public testimony period. In addition, it may be necessary to limit testimony to no more than 4 hours per bill in order for the committee to ensure consideration on all items posted on today's agenda. Should this be necessary, the chair will alternate witnesses registered for or against the bill. For those unable to testify in the allotted time frame, your registered position will be reflected in the official record. As a reminder, all that plan to testify, please ensure that you are registered through the electronic witness affirmation system that is located on the tablets in the hallway. If you're having trouble registering, please see our assistant clerk, Isabella Huerta, and she will assist you. Please also remember that when you testify in front of our committees, you are testifying under oath and are required to testify fully and truthfully. Now, registration for witnesses wishing to testify or register a position on the bills posted on today's agenda will be closed at 4 p.m. today. All witnesses should register by that time through the electronic witness affirmation system. Today's hearing is also being live streamed on the House website, www.house.texas.gov/video-audio. Members of the public wishing to submit comments on today's hearing may do so through the public portal till the hearing is adjourned. Pursuant to House Rule 4, Section 20B, and the standard electronic public comment process established by the Committee on House Administration, all public comments submitted through the portal will be posted on TLIS, TLO, and the House website after the comment period is closed. Directions of how to submit public comments on the portal can be found on today's hearing notice. And now, I don't get this up. Which one? Chairman. All right, thank you, members. Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I know we have a lot of bills, and I think we have a lot of folks who have signed up. And I know that when someone signs up for or against the bill but does not wish to testify, we don't always read that into the record because it's in the record anyway, right?
Correct.
However, I think I would like to ask the chair as a courtesy so that people know this, that if they register, because I think that you'll probably hear maybe some repetitive testimony, when they register, if they register just for or against but do not wish to testify, that you'll read the name out loud in this and the organization, whoever they represent, so that they feel like they were heard, but they didn't have to come up here and testify. Do you see what I'm saying? Just so that we say the name. It'll save time.
For those that are not able to
Right.
testify.
I don't want to. If they know, if you register, and those of you who are out there, if you register for or against the bill, but you don't need to testify, but you want us to know clearly that you're for or against the bill, then I'm asking the chairman just to say that when he announces you, that way. Kind of in the.
I hear you, and I'll take it under advisement.
Okay.
I will not make a decision right.
Sure, that's fine.
But thank you.
Yes, sir.
The chair lays out HB 4670 and recognizes Chairman King to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 4670. Go right ahead, Chairman King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for the opportunity to present this bill, House Bill 4670. Farmers and ranchers throughout the state, but particularly in our part of the world, have reported significant financial losses and property damage from increased trafficking and drug smuggling activity along the Texas border and in rural communities. HB 4670 will establish a grant program under the Office of the Attorney General to compensate landowners who suffer property damage from certain offenses on agricultural land. The committee substitute will cap the amount of compensation dispensed for each submission, and it will give further direction to the Office of the Attorney General on how to prioritize grant applications and requires the state to be a payer of last resort. This is an issue that's been going on for many, many years in our part of the world, but it's accelerated tremendously in the last few years. And we have landowners, Representative Raymond and I have friends that have ranches and landowners that have vehicles running through their fences, smuggling every single day. And so your livestock gets out on the road, then there's liability issues. And so we're just simply looking for a way for the landowners to get some relief and some help repairing the different property damages, fences, buildings, equipment, things like that get torn up in this process. So I'll be glad to answer any questions the committee may have.
Any questions, members? And we'll give you the right to close.
Thank you.
Kelly Perry. Kelly, we have you as the SREC TFRW Moms for America National Board and Self for HB 4670. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank you for your hard work and for your time that you give here very diligently all the time. We are so far behind what has been happening for the last year and a half in the border region. What I want to know and find out is how far back these compensations can go. There are millions and millions and millions of dollars that have been spent fixing those fences, continuing to fix the fences. There are people that have full-time employees just to fix the fences. Hunters, their income has been almost done away with now because of the exotics getting out and going to other places. This is an ongoing. They don't just come through once and then every 2 or 3 weeks they come through again. This is multiple fences daily at all these ranches. I actually know people who are leasing ranches in other areas because they can't keep the animals in on their own. You know, fences are one, but water is actually more important than anything. And I know that we're working on increased penalties, but at the same time, you need to understand that they don't just come through and look for a water trough for water. They actually destroy the water source, the pipes, everything. So there's actually a shortage on those parts needed to fix the water troughs, et cetera. Anyway, I just am for this, and I encourage you to think of what's been going on for the last 2 years and the expenses, and that this will be an ongoing thing for quite a while to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Rhonda, I think it's Marquardt, Marquardt. Rhonda, we have you listed on behalf of yourself for HB 4670. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Marquardt, and once again, I'd like to thank you two for listening to us today. I consider it a privilege to be standing in front of you and representing our county ranchers from Kinney County. I live in Bracketville on a ranch, and I am very lucky. My road is a dead-end road, but my friends live on Highway 90, and every single day, as Kelly said, every single day there is a ranch fence in our county that's torn through, has to be fixed. I'm kind of repeating what she has to say because we didn't talk about what each one of us was going to say. But I have a friend, his fence has been driven through 61 times this year alone. And what they do there is astronomical. He had buffalo and he had to get rid of them because you cannot allow buffaloes on the highway. It would kill anybody who hit it. And so every day we, as we're driving down the road, if somebody's animals are out, we call them and say, these are animals, and we have to find out. On my property, I had goats, which I don't run goats. And it was from 5 properties over because they had cut all of the fences between Highway 90 and our property, and the goats were on our field. And so it's a constant thing. It's something that we've lived with for over 2 years, and we appreciate you passing this one. Thank you, sir.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Members, there are no other witness registration affirmation. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify or speak on, for, or against the bill? Seeing none, close. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, you heard the witnesses. It's a daily occurrence. I know several people that have just, particularly smaller operators, they've just sold cattle and just given up on it because they just can't keep the fences up. So I request your favorable consideration, and I close.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman King. Chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 4670 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 467 is left pending. Representative Slauson is here. Chair lays out HB 1911 and recognizes Chairman Burrows to explain his bill. Chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1911.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and committee members. This is a simple bill. Currently, employees of TDCJ and TJJD are able to apply to keep their home addresses confidential for safety reasons. However, their contract staff associated with university health systems, like Texas Tech, are not technically employees of those agencies, so they do not have that ability. The bill simply adds university health system contract employees to that list. We were also contacted by DFPS, who asked that we include their attorneys in this bill. That change is reflected in our committee substitute. Members, I would respectfully ask my right to close.
Any questions? Thank you. You have the right to close. Members, we have no witness registrations. Anybody wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Burrows to close on the bill.
Close.
Thank you, Chairman. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 1911 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1911 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 4964 and recognizes Chairman Burrows to explain his bill.
Members, I think this is even a simpler bill. Currently, the Bullock State History Museum cannot sell alcoholic beverages. They have asked the ability to do that, and this bill would provide that opportunity. With that, I respectfully reserve my right to close.
Any questions? Thank you, Chair. You'll have the right to close. Carla Moran. Carla, we have you registered as Texas State History Museum Foundation Board and Self 4HB 4964. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and Vice Chairman Hernandez. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of this cheerful and happy bill. I hope this is a bright spot in your day. I've served as president of the Texas State History Museum Foundation Board. We have about 35 members, all of whom are Texans and love Texas State history and love the Bob Bullock Museum. During our inception, we've raised over $35 million from our board, both by personal donations and through the communities and foundations across the state to support all the children who study the Texas State History Museum. Bob Bullock had a vision, and that vision was to create an entity that was both educational and entertainment. And as far as the entertainment industry goes and business and venues, with the Capitol Mall and the production and the programming of that space, we really feel that if we don't serve alcohol, we're at a loss. And we hired a third-party study. They spent 1 full year on revenue earned revenue analysis of the museum and came back with a very strong recommendation that we have the right to serve alcohol beyond for private events. I know I heard a lot I was walking on the Capitol today and ran into some friends who talked about Bob Bullock and lots of memories and stories. And I know that if he were here today, he would say, why didn't we do this 20 years ago? And I want every drop of anything we serve to be produced in the state of Texas.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Members, that's the last of our witness registration affirmations. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Burrows to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'll point out this does have a positive fiscal note, which is always nice. And with that, I will close and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions, members? Thank you so much. The chair moves leads HB 4964 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 4964 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 1597 and recognizes Chairman Murr to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1597. Also, Representative Dean is present. Go right ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Since 1992, telecommunications trade associations have filed and annually updated intrastate access tariffs on behalf of many of their small incumbent local exchange carriers, ILECs. They're member companies and cooperatives without any material problems, so that's a long time. Shared intrastate access tariffs allow PUC staff and the handful of sophisticated telecommunications customers who take on this type of service to efficiently review one tariff that covers the rates and terms applicable to dozens of small ILECs each year. In 2020, the PUC rejected 2 unopposed tariff filings, deciding for the first time that PURA Section 52.251 prohibits associations from filing shared tariffs because the law says, quote, a public utility, singular and not plural, shall file with the commission a tariff. The most recent shared intrastate access tariff is 1,092 pages long. It covers 43 issuing carriers, meaning the PUC's reading of the law that each ILEC must separately file a tariff would force small ILECs to file each year cumulatively 45,000 pages of documents. This bill simply recognizes the singular versus plural term of that and allows that telecommunications trade associations file tariffs on behalf of their providers. The committee substitute is simply alleged counsel version. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do believe there is a witness here that can answer any technical questions you may have.
Any questions, members?
Thank you,
sir. We'll give you the right to close. Mike Hunsaker. Mike, we have you registered for Windstream 4HB 1597. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Go
correct.
right ahead.
My name, Chairman Hunter, thanks for the opportunity to be here, committee members. I'm Mike Hunsucker. I'm the State Government Affairs Vice President here in Austin for Windstream, and we are testifying in complete support of this bill. And the way this impacts us is Windstream was created through a number of mergers and acquisitions over the years, and we actually have 5 local tariffs in this state. We filed last October to consolidate that to 1 tariff, and we were advised by the PUC they didn't think that the current rules allowed that. So we're very much in support of this, and there's one particular section that would allow us, of Chairman Burr's bill, that allows us to consolidate that tariff and only have 1 tariff for our Windstream operations in Texas. Our current local tariff, when you sum up the number of pages among those 5 entities, is 2,400 pages, and we think we can cut this down significantly. It leads to administrative efficiency and doesn't harm customers in any way. And so we're very excited to support this. We appreciate Chairman Murr bringing it forward, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gary Gilmer. Gary, we have you listed as Southwest Texas Communications, Texas Telephone Association, 4HB 1597. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm president of Southwest Texas Communications, which is a small telephone company out in the Western Hill Country. We have about 4,000 customers, and we've been in business since 1898. I've been president since 1992, and for that entire time, we thought we had the system that this bill is going to allow us to have again, which is basically for a state association to file a tariff for everybody and not cause us to each have to hire individual attorneys, individual consultants, and do all this paperwork on our own. So I think that Chairman Murr and Mr. Hunsucker did a good job of laying out the issues involved. I would just be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it. Members, there are no other witness registration. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Seeing none, Chairman Murr.
Mr. Chairman, members, this bill simply makes government processes run a little more smoothly, and I close.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you, Chairman Murr. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 1597. Leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1597 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 4081 and recognize Representative Clardy explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out HB 4081 before you today. This deals with border judges. During the interim, the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Office of Court Administration reviewed the effect that the border crisis was imposing on rural counties in Texas. Specifically, the increased criminal trespass and misdemeanor arrests were overwhelming smaller court systems, resulting in the need for visiting judges to work through the backlog cases. At the epicenter of this was Kinney County, a small county in West Texas, population of around 3,000 people. Prior to 2021, Kinney County had seen a relatively small number of human smuggling and misdemeanor cases, but after January 2021 and the start of Operation Lone Star, a significant increase in misdemeanor cases was received, as well as human smuggling and trafficking felony cases. Thanks to Operation Lone Star, they were able to receive additional funding for legal assistance of visiting judges. The Office of Court Administration provided $950,000 for visiting judge salaries under the Operation Lone Star mission. If not for that funding provided by the governor and the state legislature, small counties like Kinney County and then on the border of crisis would not have the financial resources and personnel to hear the increase in cases. HB 4081 does some simple things. It amends the Texas Government Code 54A-004 to allow for a Commissioner's Court of a county to submit a request to the Texas Judicial Council for reimbursement of all or part of the salary paid to an associate judge. This would apply to visiting judges who have been appointed for cases constituting the office of criminal trespass by an illegal alien. It also provides for the reimbursement of money appropriated to the council for the purposes of border security. 4081 would also amend Government Code 54A-006 to allow for a judge to refer to an associate judge matters involving conduct constituting the office of criminal trespass engaged in by a person not lawfully present in the United States. With that, members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out the bill. Would respectfully reserve the right to close and would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? We'll give you the right to close. Note for the record, Representatives Anchia and Metcalf are present. Celine Rodriguez. Celine, we have you for the Texas Public Policy Foundation 4HB 4081. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Hunter, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Celine Rodriguez. I represent the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and today I am speaking in support of House Bill 4081. I was born and raised in Delro, Texas, a well-known border community now. We live about half an hour away from Kinney County, as Representative Clardy laid out. My own family currently owns property in Kinney County, and I can say that they have been faced with an unimaginable disaster. According to Kinney County Sheriff Brad Coe, if not for emergency funding from Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature, they would have turned over the county completely to criminal cartel organizations by this point. Former Judge Shahan in Kinney County said that in 2021, typical month of court costs had run up to $25,000, which is a significant increase than what they were dealing with before. By October 2021, they had arrested 1,300 migrants on criminal trespass charges. And Judge Shahan had estimated that prosecuting the 1,300 migrants over 2 years would have cost them nearly $5 million. Those resources that county and other smaller counties like them just don't have. The high volume of arrests due to criminal trespass and human smuggling, coupled with the very limited resource, has called for the governor to involve the Office of Court Administration and allocate $950,000 for visiting judge salaries in Kinney County, Jim Hogg County, and Maverick counties. Other resources that have been provided under Operation Lone Star include paralegals from the Texas Military Department, legal assistants, and assistant prosecutors. House Bill 4081 will continue to lay the groundwork for smaller counties with less resources to be able to get the job done. Thanks to the significant funding provided by the state legislature and the governor, these smaller counties have been able to get caught up on their caseload for Operation Lone Star, as well as regular operating costs that are not border specific. Texas can ensure that its rural communities are always prepared and able to continue operating as they should. According to Kinney County Sheriff Brad Coe, the number of migrants seen on game cameras on private property every night average between 160 and 180 people.
You'll have to sum up.
Excuse me?
You have your time as hit.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We have your written testimony.
Yes.
Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, members, that's the last witness affirmation registration. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Representative Clardy to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, ask for your consideration of House Bill 4081.
Any questions, members? Thank you. Thank you, Representative Clardy. The chair moves to leave HB 4081 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 4081 is left pending. Okay, are you 3508? Chair lays out HB 3508, recognizes Vice Chair Hernandez to explain her bill. Chair offers a committee substitute to HB 3508.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and members. House Bill 3508 seeks to build a framework designed to meet projected demand and promote electric charging infrastructure investments by property and business owners while protecting Texas consumers from rising electricity costs. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas estimates Texas will have 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2028. As a result, the Texas Department of Transportation has adopted the Texas Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan. The $408 million federal dollars allocated to this plan, combined with the variety of private and public industries already making infrastructure investments, will stimulate the growth of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. A charging provider market framework is necessary to encourage private businesses and entrepreneurs to continue to invest as the industry expands. Concerns have been raised that the lack of regulatory framework could result in consumers subsidizing electric vehicle charging stations, even though they may never own an electric vehicle. Further, concerns have been raised that there may be underserved areas where private investment is lacking and utilities may be more suited to operate electric vehicle charging stations. The committee substitute would create a framework that addresses ERCOT and non-ERCOT electric utilities. This bill would prohibit ERCOT electric transmission and distribution utilities from rate-basing public available electric vehicle charging stations. The committee substitute would also have similar prohibitions for non-ERCOT electric utilities with a few exceptions. Under this framework, non-ERCOT TDUs may own and operate EV chargers through a separate subsidiary if they go through a right of first refusal process for underserved areas that the private sector may take longer to reach. This bill would establish a regulatory framework that prioritizes the Texas consumer and encourages competitive private investment in the electric vehicle industry. We'd like to reserve the right to close.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any questions? We'll give you the right to close. Michael Belsick. Michael, we have you registered as self-neutral on HB 3508. Is that correct?
That is correct.
See if that microphone is on. Push the button.
No, it's on.
There you go. State your name, position, then go right ahead.
My name is Michael Belsick. I am neutral on the bill. My speculation is that EVs will never be as popular as many people think they are. They are very expensive, and after about 8 years, you have to replace the battery that could cost as high as $20,000. And I think the statistics are already showing that people aren't buying them as much as some people hoped. And I just want to make that known to you as you deliberate on things like this. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Robert Barada. Robert, I have you for Americans for Affordable Clean Energy for HB 3508. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Except you have Richmond, VA, Texas. Is that Richmond, Texas?
No, sir. It should be Richmond, Virginia.
All right. So your registration should say Richmond, Virginia, and you give the clerk permission to make that correction?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anything else?
And I apologize for that mistake.
No problem.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Robert Barada. I appear before you today on behalf of Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. It's a coalition of the nation's largest and broadly located truck stop owners and convenience store owners. We currently have about 1,300 locations here in Texas. And our interest in this is that we want to continue serving the general public in the same manner, whether or not, whatever fuel they use, whether they use gasoline or if they wanted to put sweet tea in their cars, we want to be able to do that. So as the nation or as the state and the nation move towards using electricity as a fuel, we want to make sure that we can serve our customers. This bill, and I want to thank the Representative Hernandez for bringing this forward and her leadership on it, is very important for public policy purposes, because in order to make those investments, we need the statutory certainty that a public utility that can use ratepayer funds doesn't use those to leverage and for unfair competition, and therefore not making it a smart idea or a rational idea to make those investments. We want to also point out to you that the federal funds that are coming down with the NEVI plans set certain criteria on there that you also have to be able to provide amenities for if you're going to have locations with these in. And of course, current gas station owners have all those things, so it just makes sense and rational sense to let the private sector do this. So again, I want to thank you all, and I hope that you will favorably consider this important legislation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Tom Smitty Smith. Tom, we have you listed as Texas Electric Transportation Resources Alliance and SELF, and as Director of Texas Electric Transportation Resources Alliance for HB 3508. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Chairman, members, rise with great amusement to note that I and the fuel retailers of Texas are on the same side. It's kind of a career change, but we think this is really good policy. As I think you know, I'm now representing an alliance of utilities, electric vehicle manufacturers, charging companies, consumer and environmental groups, promoting electrification and working on the policies necessary to build a foundation that enables us to handle the rapid transformation we're seeing in the way we're going to get around. Now, as many of you have heard, and electric vehicles are rapidly climbing up the adaptation curve. We have seen a 60% increase in the number of electric vehicles registered in Texas in just the last year. Conservative estimates say we'll reach 50% of all new car sales by 2033 here in Texas. Most recent projections said we're going to hit that mark in 2026. The number of electric vehicles on the models on the road and the range they go is increasing year after year far faster than the critics or those who said this wouldn't happen. And largely it's happening because the major manufacturers aren't investing in any internal combustion engine research and development. They're putting all their money into electric vehicle technology because they're cheaper cars to build, cheaper cars to own and operate, and they're far more fun to drive, and because they cost about a third as much to fuel and operate. But in order to handle this rapid transition, we need to put the infrastructure in place, the chargers and so forth. And that's what this bill does. It sets up the ground rules, basically saying this should be a private enterprise and that it enables this to occur rapidly and sets up the ground rules for the PUC.
And you're for the bill?
I'm very much for the bill.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Yeah, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm not sure, Smitty, if this question's for you or not, but I had some people asking me, when we put in the charging stations, okay, for the electric vehicles, the electricity rate or cost, is it the same as, say, someone's household appliances, or is there some fees associated along the way with the price of that electricity? How do they bill people for that?
Yeah, so the answer is it's a competitive service. They're going to charge whatever they think the market will bear. But as a more simplistically based on my experience, the average cost of electricity in my house is about $0.10 a kilowatt hour. Right. It's about 50 cents a kilowatt hour is generally what I assume it would be at a charging station, at a convenience store, a little bit less at Walmart or something like that. It works basically the same way gas prices do.
Right.
And there are fees that are assessed for the various components of building out these relatively expensive charging stations to recover their capital costs and to recover the costs of the utility infrastructures and so forth.
So none of the Fed infrastructure bills, the trillions of dollars of bills. I think one time you and I had a conversation out in Odessa, and we had like $480 million, I think the state of Texas was going to get to build these charging stations. Is that still?
That's right. You're very close on the number. It's $408 million of federal money, right.
Okay.
3 tranches, stuff that goes up and down the interstates, stuff that goes up and down the rural roads, and then a pocket of money that's going to go into the urban areas. 80-20% match.
Right.
So it's a way of speeding up the spread of electric vehicle equipment. It'll be border to border. Hopefully you'll be able to go to grandma's house in your electric vehicle.
I have to go see if she arrives from the dead, and I can go visit.
How about your mama's house?
I'm kidding. So the gentleman earlier stated that, representing some of the truck stops and all of these.
Yeah.
So they would have to actually apply for a grant for this $408 million to go toward them building their infrastructure.
That's the first phase of it. And the feds would put up 80%, the charging company or the convenience stores, whatever, put up 20%. But the estimates are that in order to be able to build the charging infrastructure that we're going to need, similar to what we have for gas pumps, 80% of that money is going to come after the federal money is gone. It's going to be private money, often by the large fuel retailers who see this as a really good business. Just the other day, Walmart, for example, announced they're going to start to put chargers at not all, but many of their stores throughout Texas. You already see them at Targets, Cracker Barrels, some other restaurant chains are putting the chargers in because they know that this is good for their business. And it's not just because they're selling the energy, but as my brother-in-law, who used to work running a chain of gas stations up north, said, we make a lot more money on potato chips than we do on petroleum. And it's the same darn thing with electric vehicles. You're going to linger longer, spend 4 times as much typically.
Last question, just so I'm clear. So right now, if the average at our homes and whatnot is about 10 cents per kilowatt hour?
Yeah, it depends on what you all do with your electric utility bills, but.
Air conditioner, man. But it's going to be roughly 50 cents out at these charging stations.
That's what my experience
is. Like a pretty good delta as far as from an investor perspective. Okay. I know you would know about the money, Smitty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Chia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Smitty, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. In terms of the adoption of electric vehicles, we heard data earlier about the 60% increase in that. And these are, I wanted to have this dialogue with you. These are early adopters on a relative basis, right? And early adopters usually pay a little bit more, and then the technology curve comes down. It was true with the automobile, the combustion engine, at the turn of the century. It's been true with telephone technology. And there's no reason to believe that battery technology and electric vehicle technology won't observe that same kind of Moore's law that says technology doubles every 5 years or every 3 years. No reason to suspect that, right?
No, and you're absolutely right. The cost of an electric vehicle has come down dramatically in just 2 years since I bought my last one. When I bought my last electric vehicle, there were 2 electric vehicles, the Chevrolet Bolt and the Nissan Leaf, that were below the average cost of a new car sold in Texas. Now there are 8 electric vehicles below the average cost. And that's where you're seeing a tremendous amount of development is in the sort of the lower end and low middle end electric vehicle development. And it's simply because the battery costs have come down so much. The battery that I now drive cost 1/8 of what the battery in the first electric vehicle that I owned cost, simply because of technological changes like you're suggesting.
And we expect these technological advances to continue. I mean, they'll hit at some level, they'll hit a plateau, but because I want to contextualize it for everybody in the room and on the committee. This is early. It's still early.
Very much.
People are still paying a premium for early adoption, and these costs are going to come down dramatically. In some cases, it's estimated by 80%.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's happening too is that as we get more electric vehicles on the road, we're going to have a lot more batteries and typically batteries last about 10 years, to be clear, based on the current experience. And this getting longer as we build better and better batteries. But the batteries get recycled. And the precious metals and many of the foils, et cetera, that are are extremely valuable. They get cleaned up, recycled. 97% of those materials go back into yet another battery or get sold off to the chip manufacturers, say, here in Austin. That industry has gone from about 0 to 5 recycling companies in the last 18 months here in Texas. So we're beginning to see enough of a market to really begin to show that it's certainly not a completely recycled system, but we've got some potentials of getting into a system that is largely recycled.
And as we link up the whole state, there will likely still need to be some subsidy for rural areas just like we do with the Universal Service Fund for telephones and other telecommunication, and we've done for decades now, we will likely need some sort of subsidy for areas where it just doesn't pencil. You don't have the densities, but you may be at an important waypoint for truck transport or vehicular transport other than truck along those waypoints. How will the federal money work there?
So thank you for the question, because you all have been through something very similar in the last 2 sessions. This is like broadband and the rollout of broadband, and it's following almost an identical pathway. The people who first bought electric vehicles were those who were able to afford them, and they were largely urban homeowners. And when you see where the charging stations are, they're densely situated in middle class or upper middle class neighborhoods and in urban areas. And now they're starting to move up and down the interstates, just like broadband did. But getting out into rural areas, we found during the pandemic that a third of Texans were unable to had inadequate internet connections or broadband connections to work from home or to send their kids to school via the internet. And we need to put policies in place to make sure that there is an understanding by the PUC and others that every Texan should have access to charging infrastructure, to make sure that we don't create another broadband catastrophe like we did because we didn't put those foundational pieces in place, as it were, when we were writing laws like the one that Vice Chairman Hernandez is presenting to you. We just need to set a goal and figure it out.
And let the market react to the goal.
And let the market react to the goal. And what this bill does is there are some provisions in this bill that say if you're a certain distance away from existing charging, you can, there are some exceptions for building charging, and we're going to need to work on those special use cases. The rural areas, the apartment complexes, and the low-income families where the market is not likely to serve, and to set up some sort of a fund or something, a process at the PUC to say it's in everybody's best interest to be able to have charging that's accessible to them and work out what those levels are and when that should occur. The federal money that Representative Dean was talking about is going to be largely deployed by August of 2025. The state will know where that's going. After that, we probably ought to come back to looking at where the holes are going to be in the system and begin to come up with a system for doing it. But the time to get the overall goal in place is in these first pieces of legislation. And we want to thank you, Vice Chairman Hernandez, for having the vision to carry this bill. You're going to be one of the pioneers recognized when we write the story about electric vehicle development in Texas.
Thank you, Smitty.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Members, that's the last of the witness registrations. Does everybody else wish to speak on for or against the bill? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Hernandez to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, and I respectfully request your favorable consideration. I close.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 3508 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 3508 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 1765 and recognizes Chairman Burns to explain his bill. Chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1765.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1765. This solves an issue that was brought to us by a retired police officer from my community. He informed us that while his personal information is redacted and confidential for most records, for most county records available to the public, there was some information published online by the district clerk that was not. There's an exemption in current law for information published by district clerks. So HB 1765 updates the code to allow for police officers to keep their personal address information confidential. They can submit a request. It's by request, actually, by having the information redacted online, yet not affect the real property records needed for business transactions. So it would only affect information that's published online, would not affect or impact the actual records that are held there in the district clerk's office. And basically, that's what the bill does. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. We'll give you the right to close.
Thank you.
Louis Tomasetti. Louis, it says you're with the Office of Court Administration, neutral on HB 1765. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm here as a
Right ahead.
resource to answer any questions you might have.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. Members, that's the last of the witness registrations. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Not, Chair recognizes Chairman Burns to close on his bill.
All right, again, a pretty simple thing we're trying to do here. If there are no questions, I respectfully ask that you would consider this favorably, and I close.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 1765. Leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1765 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 2771 and recognizes Representative Smithy to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 2771.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of information circulated about this bill that I don't know what you call it, I guess Russian disinformation about what it does, but there's rumors that it extends the USF, and it does all sorts of things, and it really doesn't do any of that. It's a very limited bill and pretty, and not all that consequential. All it does is it extends the reporting and disbursement provision from the fund, and not the funding itself or the fund. And a little history, back in 2019, Senator Perry passed Senate Bill 586, which set up the method and the system of reporting and disbursement of funds from the USF. And on that, it had a sunset. And the sunset sunset date will come in September of 2023. And the system has worked very well, and there have been relatively few complaints. What it does basically is allow these smaller carriers to just make a filing with PUC. It reduces their the rate, or it reduces the process that they would otherwise have to go through. And so the original bill that we filed, what the substitute does, it changes the 12 years down to 10 years. We'd originally filed 12 to align with the next PUC sunset date, but we went to 10 years because that coincides with some other provisions that relate to USF. So it adds a few additional reporting requirements on other parts of business regulated by PUC. If this bill doesn't pass, if these deadlines aren't extended, the only real effect is that there will be 46 small companies will be forced to file regulatory rate cases with PUC, and they cost an average of $500,000 per company. They use a lot of valuable resources of PUC that they could use for other things. And like I said, the current system seems to be operating reasonably well, and there's really no need for a change in the process. So that's all the bill does. I wouldn't think, based on that, it would be all that controversial. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? All right, we'll give you your right to close.
Thanks.
Richard Lawson. Richard, we have you listed representing Verizon neutral on HB 2771. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Hunter, members of the committee, my name is Richard Lawson. I am representing Verizon, and I am testifying today on House Bill 2771. Verizon understands that given the state's sheer size, dispersed populations, and topographical challenges, there are communities in Texas that may continue to need public assistance in order to have access to basic local telephone service. There are some areas of the state that simply do not have reliable access to alternative providers, whether wireline or wireless. That being said, the current universal service high-cost subsidy regime in Texas, we believe, is terminally broken. The basic structure of the program for small and rural providers has not been materially updated in over 23 years, essentially before large-scale deployment of wireless and broadband technology. We've received a copy of the committee substitute that slightly improves House Bill 2771 from its filed version. It does add a reporting requirement on regulated revenues, but not for all services provided over these tax-subsidized lines. Verizon has proposed a number of common sense reform proposals in this and previous sessions, including making the current no questions asked state and federal make-wholes discretionary for the PUC or eliminated altogether, making any revenue requirement adjustments as being discussed here discretionary for the PUC rather than mandatory. If an extension of the current adjustment mechanism is deemed warranted, we recommend extending it 4 years rather than 10 so that the current broadband deployment envisioned under federal stimulus monies can be allowed to mature. And then where adequate competitive alternatives exist, these areas should be considered served and removed from a taxpayer subsidy regime that was intended to ensure just this state of affairs. Finally, Mr. Chairman, members, Verizon has advocated that a public interest need like USF should be funded by general revenues. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my prepared remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Anchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. If I'm hearing your testimony right, you're going to continue working with the chair, but your ultimate conclusion is that as broadband gets rolled out and voice over IP becomes more ubiquitous in many rural areas, not all rural areas, because there will still be some needs for landlines, right, in remote rural areas that are underserved, but that it should burn off the USF essentially as broadband is included, that maybe there is the map for USF contracts. Is that a fair takeaway?
Yeah, it is. There should be some discretion at the PUC. As many have noted, the underlying network for broadband is over the POTS lines, the Plano telephone service, so there is some overlap of need that needs to be taken into account. But generally speaking, as we build out broadband more and more into the rural areas, we should give the legislature and the PUC the flexibility to relook at these areas relative to whether they continue to need public taxpayer support.
And voice over IP is essentially among the types of technology that would be available with broadband rollout.
Definitely. Whenever you provide broadband, you provide not only facilities VoIP possibilities in the infrastructure deployment, but over-the-top VoIP providers, the Skypes and the such services that we know about. And so there's a lot of alternative options present. As long as the underlying network is stable, then we believe it should be removed from the USF roles.
Thanks.
Other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Riley Abbott. Riley, we show you're with Cap Rock Telephone Cooperative, Inc., 4HB 2771. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunter and all the committee members. My name's Riley Abbott. I'm with Cap Rock Telephone, here to testify in support of HB 2771. Cap Rock has been a voice provider and carrier of last resort since 1952. Cap Rock operates in 16 exchanges, covers 12 counties in the rural West Texas, serving 11 small communities. Cap Rock service area is approximately 5,000 square miles. If you take in a consideration of the access lines, that's 0.7 access lines per square mile that we cover. We take great pride in providing services for our following institutions in our service area: We provide service to 7 school districts, 2 nursing homes, 5 health clinics that do utilize telemedicine to connect with their doctors, 5 county seat and courthouses, 5 public libraries, FAA sites, national weather sites, numerous cell sites, state and Fed offices, 1 state park, and we provide services to 2 911 dispatch centers. We also provide services to numerous electrical substations, oil fields. We have wind farms and solar farms in our area. This bill would ensure the stability for the disbursement of critical funding for our company to continue to be a carrier of last resort for our customers. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Craig Cook. Craig, we show you're with Hill Country Telephone Cooperative, Texas Telephone Association, 4HB 2771. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hunter and members of the committee. Appreciate your time this afternoon. My name is Craig Cook. I'm the CEO of Hill Country Telephone Cooperative, here representing HCTC as well as the Texas Telephone Association in support of Representative Smithy's House Bill 2771. HCTC is a not-for-profit member-owned telephone cooperative established in 1951, and we're based in Ingram, Texas. We have 15 counties that we serve across the Texas Hill Country. We also have competitive markets that we serve, including Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Mason, Junction, and Sonora. Our total territory spans approximately 3,000 square miles. DTA, with diverse membership ranging from publicly traded corporations to small businesses and cooperatives, has been serving the communications industry since 1905. DTA member companies are connecting rural Texas by providing voice and data services to over 3.5 million Texans. 5 years ago, the legislature passed Senate Bill 586, which instituted rate of return regulation and stringent reporting requirements for small companies participating in the state's Universal Service Fund. Under Senate Bill 586, small providers opted to provide additional transparency information to the PUC every year, including unprecedented detail regarding executive compensation, affiliate transactions, and other expenses, in exchange for stable TUSF support and the opportunity for an efficient support adjustment mechanism. These transparency reports are the lengthiest annual reports the PUC receives in any industry that it regulates, despite the comparatively small size of most rural providers. The PUC has received over 100,000 pages of annual reports and discovery since Senate Bill 586 was implemented in 2018. This annual review process has become the PUC's primary tool to oversee small and rural providers. The PUC recently issued a report after reviewing and evaluating the program and found that it accomplishes the purposes of TUSF.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Walt Baum. Walt, we show you with Texas Cable Association, neutral on HB 2771. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is Walt Baum, and I'm president of the Texas Cable Association. And I'll be brief and just want to focus on one issue and really focus on one word in the bill, and that is on line 12, where it says that the PUC shall get new information about the provider's operations that are regulated by the commission. We have always felt that so the PUC can do a full review, that they need transparency into both the regulated side of the books and then the unregulated revenues that are coming in off the same set of supported lines. So I appreciate we have been having lots of discussions with Chairman Smithy's office about that, and I appreciate their willingness to talk about that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just
Representative Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Walt, I've received some calls into the office suggesting that this is an extension of the program. The chairman says flatly that that's misinformation, that this is not an extension of USF for a dozen or 10 years. What's your assessment?
No, that is correct. It is not an extension of the full USF. It's an extension of this, what was set up 6 years ago as a way for these small companies to be able to draw down USF funds without doing a full rate case.
And how big of a slice of the entire universe of subsidy are we talking about? And you don't have to give me an exact number, but just
I think it's somewhere in the 20% range, probably.
20% of the whole pie.
It's a substantial. It's not the whole fund by
material, but not the whole fund. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Patrick, F-U-C-I-K. Patrick, we show you're with T-Mobile, neutral on HB 2771. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Fusick. I am the Director of Government Affairs for T-Mobile, and we are neutral on the bill. You just heard a little bit about, this is an extension of that part of the funding, of that portion of it. I think what our focus is really looking at a little bit greater reform, if we could, in this on USF in general. As we've heard, it's been quite some time that we've had, I think, in-depth reform. And anyone who remembers last summer, our bills went about 800%. The assessment on TUSF on our bills went up about 800%. And that was because, just reform hasn't happened and led to the fund being inadequate to pay all those that were eligible to receive funding. So we're not against the small carriers receiving funding. I cover multiple states. I've worked with rural carriers in other states and on U.S. reform like we are looking at here. And it has been something we can come together and have done that in the past. So we're not singling out any particular carrier, more the broader reforms that we would like to see in the bill to avoid the assessment going up. Right now, Texas has the highest telecommunications tax in the country, and partly due because of the assessment increase last year. So that's the focus that we have, is trying to look at greater reforms in the overall program. And we'd like to see if that's possible. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's really our focus. Appreciate Chairman Smithy's efforts in the past to seek reform, and we'd like to see if we could pursue that a little bit further before the session's out.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel Gibson. Daniel, we show you representing Texas Statewide Telephone Cooperative, Inc., for HB 2771. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, members. My name is Daniel Gibson. I'm here on behalf of TSTCI, an association of small and rural carriers that are spread across Texas. We are here in support of HB 2771. I just want to clarify a few things that I've heard and some of the issues that have been raised. As Representative Smithy so well laid out, this is not an extension of TUSF in general. What this does is it helps with keeping in place the mechanism for these small and rural carriers. You heard that there hasn't been reform on the distribution side in 20-something years. Well, I would disagree with that proposition, because starting in 2011, Representative Smithy realized that for these small carriers, a per-line support amount was no longer really supporting the network that you've heard about up here a few times today. So in 2011, HB 2603 started that process of reform for these small carriers. Reform on the distribution side continued in 2013 with Senate Bill 583 at the time. That addressed some of the larger carriers in some of those areas. For these small and rural carriers, Senate Bill 586 created the provisions that are extended here. That was a reform that was moving towards making sure it was based on the regulated side of things, because these companies are very highly regulated. You see these carriers putting very advanced fiber networks in the ground, and because of the rules we have to follow on the accounting side of things, on the separation side of things, then TUSF only supports the portion of that advanced fiber network that is allocated to the state side. So it's not based on access lines anymore. It's based on that regulated plan expenses that under the rules these companies have to follow. Without continuation of this, like they said, we'll have to come in, file rate cases. It doesn't mean they'll get any less funds. It just means more pressure will be put on the fund, more pressure will be put on the PUC. And this is something that helps continue what's needed. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Members, that's the last of our witness registrations. Is there anybody else wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Smithy to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, let me emphasize, there are a lot of reforms and changes we probably need to make to the USF fund, but the scope of this bill is actually very narrow. It just relates to the reporting and disbursement requirements for these smaller carriers, and that we've had just continuing what we've had in place for years. I might just say one thing about following up kind of what Representative Anchia mentioned is, you know, in Texas right now, if we were to undo or discontinue USF right now, a large segment of, I represent a rural district, it would be without landline service. And the problem with that is generally, not always, but when you don't have a landline system, you typically don't have cell coverage either because they're interrelated. And I've got schools that are 30 or 40 miles from any town or any civilization, actually. And they, you know, whenever you have a medical emergency or an automobile accident or something, I mean, it's just imperative that you be able to communicate and report and ask for help. And so fortunately, the USF has extended communication into a large part of these rural areas. But, you know, if it were to end tomorrow, then they would be essentially without communication. Hard to believe in the 21st century that, you know, that that there's still areas in the state like that. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, you know, all we're trying to do is just continue this reporting requirement because it has worked fairly well over the last few years without significant complaint. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 2771 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2771 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 855 and recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is an awesome bill. It's simple, but it's awesome and much needed. Members, given the nature of some state employees' work, so we're talking about state employees, they're often required to travel to remote locations in which there are limited options for the purchase of meals or other food items. Some examples include a biologist who is conducting surveys in the field, or fishery staff conducting research or restocking fish in water bodies around the state, or game wardens traveling to the border. House Bill 855 will allow state employees to be reimbursed for food purchased within an employee's designated headquarters prior to and consumed during official travel. Right now, they can't do that. An internal case study conducted by the Texas Parks and Wildlife on the cost of purchasing groceries instead of eating in restaurant or prepared foods, and in some of these locations, there are no restaurants, showed a cost savings of more than 50%, and I think we all want to save money. In another Texas Parks and Wildlife study, employees with severe food allergies did not have access to grocery stores outside of their duty location that offered options to meet their specific dietary restrictions. The employee instead purchased and prepared meals at home before departing on the trip that was incurred, and an approximate cost of about $100 per day. Many project destinations, travel routes, and field work times do not afford the same opportunities to shop for groceries while en route or during the trip. So the ability to purchase groceries the day before official travel will result in a cost savings for most field trips undertaken by the staff. by the Texas Parks and Wildlife staff, especially to remote destinations, simply by enabling groceries to be purchased. This may seem like a non-issue, but for tasks that are dependent on the time of day, a missed hour or two can lead to an extra day of work, particularly in these remote areas. With the ability to purchase groceries in advance, a team can often depart the morning of a week-long sampling event and initiate their required tasks as soon as possible, instead of wasting time during their travel to buy and prepare meals. Chairman Hunter, I respectfully ask for my right to close, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Thank you. You'll have the right to close.
I close, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, no. We have some witnesses.
Oh,
Can't
all right.
close too quick.
All right.
Ray Heimel. Ray, we show you with Texas Public Employees Association and self for HB 855. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I echo everything you just said.
Is it correct?
It is correct.
Go right ahead.
We are in support very much of this bill. We appreciate Representative Hawkins bringing this forward. And you might call this bill in simple form, state employees must eat too. But basically, Mr. Smithy was referencing the remoteness of some locations, and state employees have to go out into those remote locations where there might not be eating establishments easily available. So this is potentially a savings to the state, as well as a decent benefit for your hardworking state employees. And thank you for your consideration. I'll take any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Craig Bonds. Craig, we have you with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, neutral on HB 855. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Craig Bonds, Director of the Inland Fisheries Division for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I'm serving as a resource witness for this bill and be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, members? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Saying none, now it's closing time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. State employees must eat, and we know they go out to far places. And many times those opportunities are not available for them to buy food and or go to eateries. So I really would request this committee's support on this issue. Thank you so much. And I'd love for it, Mr. Chair, if you send it to local and consent.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I close.
Chair moves to leave HB 855 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 855 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 82 and recognizes Representative Spiller to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 82. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 82. House Bill 82 creates an interstate compact that allows states to collaborate and share resources for purposes of border enforcement. There is a committee substitute, which is the same committee substitute language that passed out of the Senate Border Security Committee unanimously, Senate Bill 1403. House Bill 82's committee substitute removes the need to receive congressional approval and eliminates the discussion of immigration throughout the bill and focuses exclusively on border security. And because the interstate compact does not alter the balance of power between states and the federal government, congressional consent is believed not to be required for the agreement to take or remain in effect. So simply put, House Bill 82 allows participating states and their law enforcement agencies to share resources, to share intelligence, to share funding for border enforcement efforts. This bill would strengthen our capabilities to address, manage, and overcome the continuing security crisis at our border. And with that, Mr. Chairman, subject to any questions you may have of me, I thank you for your time and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Members, do you have any questions? Okay, we'll give you your right to close.
Thank you.
Brent Smith. Brent Smith. Brent Smith. We will note that Brent Smith registered Kinney County Attorney and self for HB 82, but did not testify. Sheena Rodriguez. Sheena, we have you listed for Alliance for a Safe Texas and self for HB 82. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
So I am Sheena Rodriguez from Alliance for a Safe Texas, and I am in favor of HB 82. My main concern was the portion requiring in the original bill requiring congressional approval. I'm thankful to hear that the committee substitute has removed that, and I think that this has been long overdue. And I think that this will grant, in fact, I know Texas much needed resources to help deal with the border issues and border crisis, not just currently, but in the future that we might face as well. So we greatly appreciate HB 82, the bill, and hope that you guys move to swiftly pass it.
Any questions, members? Thank you.
Brent Smith is here.
Kelly Perry. Kelly, we have you listed as SREC, TFRW, Moms for America National Board, and self for HB 82. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I personally have been working on the Interstate Compact bill for about 8 months, and I will probably sound like your mother reprimanding you, but this bill has been up 2 times prior to this. If it had been voted in at that time, our state, would not be where it is today. You know, the border crisis began exactly, well, it's gone on for a really long time, but it really got bad about 2 years ago. And we were in legislation, and the seriousness of what was really going on to our state was not taken into account at that time. We really needed a special session. Didn't happen. Didn't do our job the way it should be done as I can see it. If we had voted in the Interstate Compact at that time, we wouldn't be discussing more than half the bills that are on the slate today. We have 7 other states besides Texas right now that are willing to sign on with the Interstate Compact. What it allows us to do is to move forward without Congress having to approve it. We would have been able to work with Florida, who is, of about 2 months ago, was willing to sign on. We had been waiting for the changes that needed to be done so that we didn't have to have Congress approval. One of our biggest problems we have had is that we have consistently blamed federal for not taking the seriousness of the border at heart. When at the same time, if we had understood the seriousness as our jobs 2 years ago, we would not have lost all the people to death, sex trafficking, human trafficking, the slave trade now. So I ask you to consider this and move it forward as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we have you listed as self against HB 82. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So I'm against HB 82 because I fear that while it's not just about legitimate immigration enforcement procedures, but rather is part of a group of bills here today that seek to further and expand and formalize Operation Lone Star. Operation Lone Star, in turn, is not just a regular immigration enforcement effort. It is an effort by Governor Abbott to target migrants for criminal prosecution in a selective manner. It does this through a variety of legal mechanisms and patchwork of, it currently tries to hinge on to laws such as the trespass law, and it does things like handing out no trespass signs to landowners where migrants cross, so those migrants can be prosecuted for trespassing. The use of a patchwork of relatively benign laws to persecute groups, vulnerable groups, is in the tradition of very ugly phenomena that have happened in our past, phenomena which some leaders in Texas in the past have fought, like Jim Crow, and which others have opposed, such as apartheid. I oppose this legislation, and I would encourage and the other legislation here today that seeks to further Operation Lone Star and would instead urge efforts to work with the federal government and global community to deal with the serious issues that are happening in Central America and Mexico in order to address poverty there that would be better to address the migrant flows than continuing to strengthen Operation Lone Star and persecute immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Calvin Tillman. Calvin Tillman. Calvin Tillman. We will note that Calvin Tillman registered for HB 82, representing himself, but is not present. Please note Representative Guillen is here. Karina Alvarez. Karina Alvarez. Karina Alvarez. We will show that Karina with the Laredo Immigrant Alliance and Self is against HB 82, but was not here to testify. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale Story. We will note Dale Story was here for himself against HB 82, but did not testify. Tom Glass. Tom Glass. Tom Glass. We will note that Tom with Texas Constitutional Enforcement and Self registered for HB 82, but not present. Brent Smith. Brent, we have you registered as Kenny County Attorney and self for HB 82. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
I want to thank the committee for having this hearing today. My main comment about this bill was that the congressional approval wouldn't be required for an interstate compact if an invasion declaration is declared. And I think, from what I understand, the committee substitute removed that language. But as far as the need for it, Texas is at a crossroads today. This legislative session is probably the most important thing we'll have in our life. I believe Texas will fall or not, depending on what laws we pass out of here or y'all pass out of here this year. So I encourage y'all to put the safety of Texans ahead of everything else and vote for bills that'll be sound in law and provide law enforcement help for the border. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, good afternoon. Just a quick question. Are you still on the advisory board of the Texas Nationalist Movement?
I don't believe so. I think I volunteered for that position, but I could be. I'm not sure. We've never had a meeting or anything like that.
Okay. And that's a group that advocates for Texas leaving the United States. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you. Tom Glass. Tom, we have you with Texas Constitutional Enforcement and self registering for HB 82. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'm in favor of this bill because Texas needs as much assistance as possible to help withstand the assaults on Texas that are coming from the cartels. And so we want to make sure that it happens. We want to do it constitutionally as well. The Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Section 10 is a part of the Constitution that mainly is prohibitions to the states. And it says you can't do interstate compacts without approval of Congress. But at the very end of Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, at the very last sentence, it says, unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger, et cetera. And so one of the things that I advise the author of this bill is that if we have declared an invasion or we declared imminent danger, that we do not need to go to then I think the committee sub, I haven't seen it, but I think the committee sub has that in there that says we don't have to go to Congress if such exists. Since I communicated that with the author of the bill, we had testimony in the Senate from the Attorney General's office that said there's a whole line of cases from the Supreme Court that said there's a number of different types of situations where congressional approval is not needed for interstate compacts. And it was his opinion that the kind of compact that we're talking about, especially if we're not talking about immigration, but talking about security, is one that is something that will not need congressional approval, even if we haven't declared an invasion. So I think we just need to make sure we got the language right, that we're not going to go ask Congress for whatever reason, and go ahead and get the job done, because we're in the soup and we need help from other states.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Raymond.
Thank you. So since you follow this pretty closely, right?
Yes, sir.
This, you think, would help with the Mexican cartels, right? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know?
That's my main reason for supporting it. Yes, go ahead.
Do you know and I mean, I almost hate to talk about this stuff in an open hearing, but here we are. Do you know we have Russian cartel presence in Texas and surrounding states?
I don't know all the things I need to know about the cartel.
Chinese?
I'm sure there are, and
So this would be not just Mexican cartel, but your hope it would be that go after the Russian cartels, Chinese cartels. Yeah. I don't know.
I want anybody who's trying to harm Texans to be held accountable and stopped from harming Texans. I don't care what nationality the cartel is.
Do you? Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Representative Anchia.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Define invasion. You've used it, and other speakers have used it. Can you define it?
Yes, I guess I'd go back to what Madison talked about in the Virginia ratifying conventions. He said it's a series or it's a range of actions where foreign actors come into the province and harm the people of the province.
It's armed, right? It's an armed, it's a military or armed incursion into one's territory, right?
Yes, and he included in that.
Do you believe that's happening?
The cartel, or is the cartels coming in armed?
I'm talking about the immigrants, man.
Oh, no, I will tell you, I do not consider immigrants coming to this country to be an invasion.
Okay.
Okay, what I do.
Any cartel activity constitutes an invasion.
Well, when 107,000 Americans in 1 year die from the poisoning of fentanyl, that's all the deaths that have happened in Vietnam and Korea combined, which it wasn't overdosing, it was deliberate poisoning. I consider that to be a hostile action that's affecting and is an imminent,
regardless
clear
of where it
present
comes
danger.
from, right? Anybody who dies from an overdose in the United States, regardless of where that drug may come from, in your definition, that constitutes an armed invasion.
Well, I mean, I think the facts show that most of what the fentanyl that's being used to poison Americans and Texans it is coming from Mexico, and it is made there by precursors from the Chinese Communist Party. I don't think it's a very good business model to poison and kill your customers. I consider that to be an assault or an attack on the people of Texas.
Let's talk about the business model then.
Yes.
And why cartels exist. Why do they exist?
Well, I think there's two things that human beings like. They like money and they like power. And I think there's a combination of both of those at play with the cartels.
Where does the money come from? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is the transaction.
In terms of the fentanyl stuff?
There's an insatiable appetite for drugs in the United States, right? Products find markets, regardless of whether you're talking about the gray market, the black market, or the legal market, right? And what gets me is those market dynamics exist, but you want to term that an invasion, right? You want to term it an invasion. And I got to tell you, like, that term is getting thrown around here. That term also gets people killed in places like El Paso, where Representative Moody is from. So, what I'd really ask people like you and others, if you come to testify on this stuff, let's sort of get away from that inflammatory rhetoric, because cartels operating in Texas have been happening for years. Cartels operating throughout the United States have been happening for years. But what I think many of you, including you, are trying to do is sort of localize this and say, hey, and wrap this in sort of immigration, illegality, right? But the bottom line is this is a supply and demand problem for us, right?
No, I think it's much more than that. The thing is, the point I'm trying to make here is that the people who are dying of fentanyl here in the United States are not doing it because they decided to take fentanyl. They decided to take some other thing that they didn't think was life-threatening. It was laced with poison by these actors that are doing it. And that is an act of an aggression that is, it's murder. It is an act, and if the CCP is funding it or providing it, it is an act of war on the people of Texas and America. And so I understand that there's a sensitivity about the word invasion, because I do know, let me just say this.
You know why, right?
Yes, sir.
You know
I do.
why.
I want you to understand. I do not consider the fact that people coming from other countries who want to be here legitimately to be an invasion. And the word invasion is used because there's constitutional language that uses the word actual invasion or imminent danger. I've used that word because that's the constitutional language. And I use that word partly because I want Texas to be, the motto of my group is let Texans run Texas. And the thing is, I want to protect the people of Texas from these poisoning deaths, from the sleeper cells that are coming in brought through the cartels, from the sexual trafficking and human trafficking of the poor immigrants that I care about, and I'm sure you do as well. I want the cartels who control this border right now not to have that power over people. I don't want to be encouraging people to come put themselves at the tender mercies of the cartels anymore. And I think it's easy to say that the cartels are invading the United States for their own whatever purposes they want, and they are certainly killing and harming not only Americans and Texans, but the people that I think you and I both care about, which is the immigrants that are trying to come into this country.
So you would be for opening up legal immigration in a way to undermine the profit margin in human smuggling of the immigrants, right? Because the way this works, and you know this, is that immigrants come here to find a better life. There are plentiful jobs here, willing employers who are willing to accept fake Social Security numbers, hire immigrants to build places like Austin, Texas, in the construction industry. And this talk of invasion and conflating that with immigration and suggesting that immigration is an invasion is very dangerous, is very, very dangerous. And I got to tell you, it is potentially very hurtful to the people that I represent, immigrants and non-immigrants alike. And so I would just ask that people be very clear about how they use that term, because that is an armed it is an armed incursion into one's sovereignty, and a state actor, usually a state actor doing it, okay? And you can, you know, China, you referenced China. And there is, you know, there is no evidence that China is engaged in an armed attack of the United States through Mexico. All right, let's just be clear about that.
I'm not saying that I know that to be true. I can
you don't know it to
suspect
be false.
I can be suspected.
Okay,
yes.
okay. So I would just ask people to sort of let's remember why immigration happens. Let's remember why cartels make money, right? And that there's an insatiable, and that we bear a lot of responsibility because we haven't fixed our immigration system. All right, we haven't opened up legal immigration in greater numbers, and we also have an insatiable appetite for drugs. Fentanyl, 80% of which comes through our border ports of entry, right? And is trafficked, 80% of which is trafficked by American citizens. And those are the facts.
I guess one of the things I'll say is that my whole mission and my group's mission in terms of this legislative session is I want to segregate as much as possible the concept of immigration from security. This is what I hope gets accomplished in this session is not anything that tries to get involved in immigration at all, the state of Texas. That's a federal issue. It's not anything that I, as a citizen, can have any control over because I don't have any control over or input into D.C. I do have an input here, and what I'm asking this legislative body to do is to protect the people of Texas from these deadly assaults that are happening to us. And I want to get the border secure, and I want to do it in a way that allows Texans to do it independently and do it constitutionally. And that's why we've gone to Article 1, Section 10, exception land, and it has the R in there, actual invasion or imminent danger. If to accomplish the objective, all we have to talk about is imminent danger. And by the way, we're in more than imminent, about to be in danger. We're in clear and present danger. The people of Texas are, as well as all the immigrants that are being forced into the tender mercies of the cartels. So I'm hoping we can come to an agreement this time around. Let's protect the people of Texas and protect the people who might be caught up in the net if we're talking about immigration. Let's talk about security, not immigration this session, and I think we'll make a great progress for Representative Nchia.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you. Now, let me go ahead, right ahead, Tom, to go. Everybody, I'm going to do, just kind of let everybody know, if I call your name and you're not here, as we get into these bills, you may not get called back. So try to be here when I call the witness. The reason is we've set some time limits, and I can't go back if you're not in the room. So I'm just asking everybody, be ready when I call your name. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. We will note that Sadie Hernandez registered as Transgender Education Network of Texas and Cell against HB 82, but not here. Please note Chairman Thompson is present. Alexis Bay. Alexis, we show you registered for yourself against HB 82. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Bay. I am from McAllen, Texas. I grew up in McAllen, Texas. For those who don't know, McAllen is on the border. I can, from the home that I grew up in, be in Reynosa, Mexico in less than 20 minutes. And I am here to say, as a border resident, that I am very much against this bill. I think a lot of the characterizations that have been made so far about the border do not reflect my home. And I think that those mischaracterizations have a negative impact on my home. The idea that there's some kind of invasion in the Rio Grande Valley and other parts of the border have extremely negative impacts for border residents and also for those who have border businesses or our tourism. I also would say that in my work, I work with immigrants, and I've been doing this work since about 2018, and I can definitely say that these types of policies actually create the scenarios which can put people in danger of being trafficked. The reality is that when immigrants are forced to stay in Mexico and wait, which is not aligned with immigration law and asylum law, they become easy prey for cartels. People are only truly safe until they can enter the United States. And so while people wait in Reynosa or Matamoros, we have seen kidnapping, we have seen extortion, we have seen trafficking. And so when we actually allow people to enter the country through the ports of entry with dignity and humanely, you actually reduce the risk of trafficking. But the reality is that current federal policy makes it actually very difficult to go through the ports of entry. We do not have open borders. I can tell you that living on the border and doing this work, people are having to go through an application that unfortunately does not move in a timely manner. Metering since 2018 has made it difficult to go through the ports of entry and claim asylum. And so people are forced, out of their desperation to avoid the cartels who threaten their lives, to go through the river. And unfortunately, then we end up in the situation that we're in now.
And you're opposed to this bill?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This guy. Calvin Tillman. Calvin, we show that you're registered for yourself for HB 82. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, and I apologize for not being here when you originally called me. Again, my name is Calvin Tillman. I'm from Valley View, Texas. I represent myself, and I testify in support of House Bill 82. I want to thank Representative Spiller for championing this. To me, this seems like common sense. It provides for a common sense approach to addressing some of the issues that's going on down at the southern border. So it allows us to work with other states that are struggling with legal activity on the southern border, and maybe they bring some ideas, and maybe we bring some ideas, and it makes it better for everyone. So we can share intelligence, resources, surveillance systems, physical barriers where appropriate, could provide more efficiencies for taxpayers, and relief for those who happen to live on the border. I mean, we've heard lots of testimony about property damage and different things that is happening down there. So this to me is, it gives us an outside of the box approach. So the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So what if we did something outside of the box, worked with states that are in similar situations, and developed a new approach to this problem? So thank you very much for your time. Again, thank you, Spiller, and thank you for the committee members.
Any questions? Thank you. Members, that's all the registrations we have on this bill. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Chair, Representative to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, let me just say I don't want us to get sidetracked here. We had a great discussion, lively discussion, important discussion on some matters, but with all due respect, a lot of those have absolutely nothing to do with my bill. My bill is the Interstate Compact, and it does not mention cartels. It does not mention Mexican cartels. It does not mention invasion. I understand the basis of this is Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution. But when you look back at the Virginia versus Tennessee case, they dealt with that issue. And the ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in that case says that, frankly, that interstate compacts need Congress's consent only if they lead to an increase in political power in the states, which may encroach upon or interfere with the just supremacy of the United States. We don't have that here. And so this bill, quite frankly, as I stated earlier, is just to grant the ability for us as Texans to share resources, intelligence, and funding for border enforcement efforts with other states that wish to participate in that. So it's a very simple bill, simple concept, doesn't require imminent danger, doesn't require any of that. All it requires is our approval. So
thank you, Representative. Any questions? Thank you. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 82 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 82 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 3012 and recognizes Chairman Lozano to explain his bill. Chair offers a committee substitute to HB 3012. Go right ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3012, which adds parklands to our human smuggling statute. Human smuggling is a major problem in South Texas. In fact, the Border Prosecution Unit has estimated there have been nearly 14,000 cases in the border region in the last 2 years. While the current statute includes agricultural lands, that does not permit prosecutors to permit cases on parklands such as state parks. And so the lack of enforcement in these areas has adverse consequences. The committee substitute is simply just an official legislative council draft. And I do have, it's a bill supported by the district attorneys, and I do have a few witnesses with the organizations in the district attorney's offices that can further explain how this would be a great tool for them.
Any questions, members? Thank you. We'll let you close.
Thank you, Chairman.
Charles Maley. Charles, we show you with the South Texans Property Rights Association and self for HB 3012. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunter and members. My name is Charles Maley, and I'm Advocacy Director for South Texans Property Rights Association, testifying in favor of House Bill 3012. Members, this bill follows in the path of legislation that Representative Lozano and Senator Hinojosa effectively passed last session that added additional protections in statute for agricultural lands that are routinely invaded and traversed by cartel drivers and guides in their quest to smuggle drugs and traffic in human flesh. This bill aims to correct an unintended consequence of that successful effort. By making it a felony for cartel guides across neighboring agricultural lands, the current statute leaves an opening in parks, open space areas, natural areas, and cultural resource sites as easy areas to continue those illegal activities. It is a necessary and logical continuation of last session's work to protect visitors to those areas. We thank Representative Lozano for his continuing efforts to support property rights and combat cartel-related criminal activities. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. John Hubert. John, we show you're here on behalf of Clayburgh and Kennedy District Attorney's Office for HB 3012. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. I'm here today again to speak on this bill because last session, y'all really helped us out. Y'all passed a bill that enabled us to prosecute smugglers who transported illegals, guide people across agricultural lands. These are dangerous areas because they're often vast distances, harsh environments where immigrants were left to die in the brush. And of course, citizens were a danger being by themselves, being confronted with the smugglers. But what we didn't see at the time was the consequence of the other isolated areas, the other areas along the border, sparsely populated, that were equally dangerous, such as parks, open areas, cultural sites. This bill is not an anti-immigrant bill. This bill is an anti-smuggling bill. It only is aimed at the smugglers so we can get them so they don't congregate in the park areas, so there isn't any safe area for the smugglers. Again, the enforcement is on criminal actions and people who put citizens and immigrants at risk through their criminal behavior. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, members? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I don't know if I'll ask all the witnesses coming up, but I've certainly done that before, and I may. I want to start with you and asking you.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate Chairman Lozano doing this. I support it. Why do you think, and Chairman Anchia was talking about this a while ago, what do you think is driving? I want to hear from witnesses. What do you think is driving all these folks coming over here? What do you think is driving the smugglers who are smuggling the people who want to be smuggled over here, right? They want to be smuggled over here. That's why we have smugglers because people want to be smuggled over. So I want to ask you, why do you think people want to be smuggled over here?
I don't think there's any one particular reason.
Well, what do you think?
I think 90% of the people that are being smuggled across are good people that are desperate. And
why do you think those good people want to be smuggled and come over here?
Because of physical safety and economic safety. I think that there's more opportunities in the United States.
Do you think that United States citizens, by and large, are giving those people jobs? United States citizens are giving them jobs?
Knowingly or unknowingly, I think a majority are being given jobs. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you think 90%, however you came up with that. I think
this is just my guess. 90% of the immigrants that come across illegally, I believe, are good people.
9 out of 10 are coming because they want a better life, job,
yes, sir.
Money. And then a majority of those are being hired by United States citizens.
Probably. That would be my guess, yes, sir.
It's probably more than a majority, right? Because,
Yes,
if they don't get jobs, they're not going to stay.
Actually, there are a lot that don't get jobs that resort to criminal behavior out of desperation, or they go into the system.
Well, so you're saying, though, that a majority, whatever that means for you, 51 plus.
I'd say more than that, probably, or have jobs legally by U.S. citizens.
By U.S. citizens, right? So,
yes, sir.
So that's the conundrum, right? That's the frustrating part for guys like me who are on the border and we watch this and we see this going on. It's, man, I can go almost anywhere in this country, right, and be at a restaurant or a hotel or a construction site, and these are folks that are hired by business folk, United States citizens who own these businesses. And I promise you, certainly a majority, maybe an overwhelming majority, know they're hiring people who are not here legally. So, if they couldn't do that, or if we got on them not to do that, those people, you'd still have some illegal immigration. But I certainly believe, and I'd like to know what you think. Do you think that if we hammered U.S. citizens hard with penalties, go to jail, fine you a bunch of money, whatever, that they would stop hiring people who are here illegally?
I don't think so. This bill is, of course, not aimed at that.
I understand, but this is all tied in.
I don't think so. I think the tied in is the Presidio, I guess, program, that Basirio program back in the 50s was a good program. It had lots of flaws. If we could have a better federal approach to immigration where it was easier for background checks, where we could get people in legally and easier, I think that would relieve a lot of the pressure. It's got to be a multifaceted approach where we go back into their countries, but that's a federal approach. And unfortunately, the state doesn't have a lot of leeway there.
Well, but you know, one of the things that's frustrating for me is that I think you're the first witness I hear since I've been on state affairs for 3 terms now to say that, to say, hey, look, if we had something like the Raceto program, but maybe do it better, but it's legal and people can come in and be hired legally. You're like the first guy that talks about that.
I think a lot of people say that. I mean, we all talk about there are a lot of good people that need help, and we can, but it has to be done legally.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
South Texas, south of
Well,
Corpus
that's not
Christi.
mine, but where are you from? Where in
9 miles east of a little town called Riviera, Texas. Riviera,
Rivera,
Texas.
I know Rivera.
Yes, sir.
I grew up in Benavides. So
Yes,
I know
sir.
Rivera. We call it Rivera. But
Yeah.
anyway, Rivera. Do you know anyone who's ever hired someone here who's here illegally?
Do I know anyone who's hired anybody illegally?
Who's here illegally?
Who's here? No, I don't know anybody that's here illegally right now.
Do you know, how old are you?
56.
Okay, so I'm asking in your adult life, have you known folks who have hired someone who's here illegally?
In the past, yes, before the penalties got higher, they did frequently hire illegal aliens.
Like you don't know anybody right now that,
I don't know anybody right now. And they know because of my job. If they did, they probably wouldn't tell me because of my job.
because you would report them.
It would put me in a bad situation where I've taken an oath and I think I would have to.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
And I can't.
But I think I'll ask some more witnesses how they feel about what's driving the smuggling.
Yes, sir. But a lot of it is, it's a money-making opportunity for the TCOs, transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah, but these are people that want to be smuggled.
I agree. A lot of times what they want to be smuggled for is not what they're used for. We do have incidents of, child sexual assault and everything else.
I get that, and you're absolutely right. It's terrible, man. I mean, what these smugglers are doing, it's absolutely the abuses and so forth. Let me tell you something. So I'll say on the record, I went to a little restaurant in Austin a month ago, right? Kind of a hamburger joint. Waitress, lady's waiting on me, young lady. I start talking to her in Spanish. And then I just asked, how long you been here? She said, 2 months. I said, where are you from? She said, Venezuela. It took her 2 months to get 3 months to get from Venezuela to here. And she had a 2-year-old little girl. And she talked to me about how bad things were from there to here. But she'd been here 2 months and she's working in a restaurant in Austin, Texas, waiting on a state rep. Now, maybe the owner didn't know that she'd only been here 2 months and she wasn't a U.S. citizen. Maybe.
Maybe.
But I doubt it.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some technical questions about the bill. District Attorney's Office might be able to help me understand it better. So it says that it's an offense to assist, guide, or direct 2 or more individuals to enter or remain on a cultural resource site or area, natural area, open space area, park. That's the new addition to the bill. Without the effective consent of the owner. So the statute, as I read the bill, the statute currently says you can't do those things on agricultural land without the consent of the owner. So that's clear to me, whoever owns the agricultural land. But the bill would add natural area, open space area, or park. But who is the owner in that equation?
Often in criminal law, like with theft and things like that, I would assume that we'd use the same standard. When you steal from Walmart, we don't have to have the CEO of Walmart come down and testify that they stole it. You can have a custodian or somebody who's legal representative to say, they don't have authorized access to be here. We would need somebody from the park to come and say, yes, but this isn't for the majority of the people that are trespassing in the park, because this isn't a trespassing, this is a smuggling statute for felonies. So we would need somebody from the park that was a representative to come and say, yes, they weren't supposed to be here.
Okay, so what open space area? I don't know what the legal definition of open space area is, but who would be the responsible authority and
There's a definite term. If you go to the Parks and Wildlife Code, I don't have that with me. I'd have to look it up. But it depends who the quote-unquote owner is. If it is the state, I would assume the manager or the assistant manager of that area, Big Bend National Park. Open spaces, cultural sites, I'm assuming is the battleground, like at near Brownsville. There's also cultural sites that are old adobes, I believe, near the border. And basically, I believe this bill was designed to be more inclusive of those areas.
Okay, so like a park superintendent or?
Yes, sir.
For a
Yes, sir.
historical site.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand that. But this is, and obviously the focus of this is, areas around the border where where you live, and you're talking about these, you've seen problems with human smuggling, which we all agree is a major problem. But the bill, as I understand the way it defines park, that also includes municipal parks. So this could apply to a park in Arlington, Texas, I assume. Is that?
I would assume so too, but again, I'd have to look at the definition under the Parks and Wildlife Code.
Okay.
Because it's very specific about those.
It is, and I think, I'm pretty sure in the Parks and Wildlife Code, right in front of me, that it also includes municipal parks. So in that context, okay, you see three people walking through a park. What does the law enforcement officer look for to determine if this is a human smuggling situation or three people walking through a park?
I would assume the same things you look for any type of criminal activity. Are they being furtive? Are they doing it at night after the park is closed? Are they carrying, in our area, if you have 10 people in a line with backpacks hiding, going from Brushmont to Brushmont, at the extent of sounding smart, Alec, they're probably not Boy Scouts. That's suspicious behavior. Can't arrest them for it, but you can go and ask them what they're doing. We have similar situations with closed parks all the time where people take underage kids to the park after the park is closed to take advantage of them. That's suspicious activity. And it allows you to go and talk to them. Doesn't allow you to go arrest them, doesn't allow you to take them into custody. It is just suspicious behavior that police are trained to notice.
Sure, and I can appreciate that in the scenario you describe. It just, the bill doesn't, unless I'm missing, it doesn't speak to suspicious behavior per se.
Right.
It talks
And
about
that would,
basically three people.
this is to convict them by a preponderance of evidence after all of the elements have been made. No bills or anything talk about suspicious behavior. Sexual assault doesn't talk about suspicious behavior, none of those.
I understand that, but you understand my point that if you have, on the face of it, three or more people walking through an open space, is that an invitation to question what those people are doing, to see if someone's being human smuggled in any part of the state? That's my concern.
By law, peace officers can go and talk to anybody. It's called a casual encounter. You can go and talk to somebody. Hi, how you doing? You having a good day at the park? That kind of thing. That's not necessarily against the law or even wrong. I mean, I like it when police officers come and check how I'm doing. But I may need water. I may be out there all day, that kind of thing. But as far as taking any action without suspicious behavior, there's a continuum of actions there's a continuum of circumstances that have to occur before officers can take action. But the first thing, they can go and talk to anybody anytime. The Supreme Court, the Court of Criminal Appeals, they've all upheld that. It's just a casual encounter.
Okay. But as a prosecutor, do you think this addition of the statute is necessary for you to be able to prosecute?
For felonies. I can't prosecute the smugglers for a felony without the statute if they're on parkland. I can, if they go across the road on ag land, I can do that. And the reason being is a lot of these areas, like the Bend area, things like that, a lot of these areas are very vast open areas, and they are dangerous. And by saying, hey, you can't go to the agricultural lands, then it kind of causes a squeeze effect. It shuttles people into their other areas. It's not for the immigrants' sake. It's for the smugglers' sake. The immigrants still have a less chance of being discovered on ag lands than they do on parkland. But they know that the price is higher if they get caught on ag land, so they go to parkland.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, show you are here for yourself against HB 3012. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm against 3012 for the same reason I was against 82s. I think it's part of this whole effort by Operation Lone Star to create an apparatus to go after immigrants. It's in the tradition of apartheid and Jim Crow, and this is actually this is a significant problem because the statute, like things like sex trafficking, sexual abuse, all those terrible things, those are already criminalized. What smuggling is defined as is literally just ordering somebody to go on, is leading somebody onto land without permission. And so I think what this really could do, and they may be trying to do, is to criminalize groups of migrants who are crossing lands. And so I think this is an effort to criminalize those. So for example, if there's a head of family and they take their family across these lands, they could be prosecuted under this bill, I imagine, because they're leading them into an open area without permission. And so I think this is very dangerous legislation. It's part of the effort by Governor Abbott to create patchwork of laws to persecute immigrants, and that's why I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Shows Sadie, Transgender Education Network of Texas, and self is who she registered against HB 3012, and we'll note she did not testify. It's the last witness registration, members, on this. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Chair Lozano to close.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Again, this bill is just about the offense of smuggling of persons. There are specific elements that are already in the code: concealment, fleeing from a person the actor knows is a peace officer, encourages or induces a person to enter or remain. All of that is still in the code. This just is very similar to the issue we had when it came to synthetic marijuana several sessions ago, where the criminal organizations were actually just changing one element in the chemical formula of that synthetic marijuana to evade prosecution, since it didn't match the exact chemical composition in the statute. So we as a legislature adapted to their adaptation to the law by requiring a backbone of law. So in this case, with respect to human smugglings, they have realized that there's a loophole in that law with Parkland, and so that's what we're trying to fix to give our DAs the ability to prosecute these felonies.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Chair Lozano. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 3012 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 3012 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 4337 and recognizes Chairman Canales explains his bill. The chair offers committee substitute to HB 4337.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair, members. At present, Texas peace officers throughout the state are encountering a rampant use of fraudulent Mexican commercial driver's licenses. These licenses are many times being used by individuals who are not qualified to safely operate commercial motor vehicles. This proposed bill will clearly define both Mexican and Canadian CDLs as government records and will assist Texas peace officers in filing the appropriate charge for tampering with a governmental record or falsified documents. This change will further assist the prosecution of such cases and will provide a deterrent to the continued criminal practice of the sale and possession of Mexican commercial driver's licenses. This bill comes from concerns brought to my office from the Texas Department of Public Safety, and I've worked closely with them and the Texas Trucking Association on this legislation. There is a resource witness here from DPS, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the chairman? Thank you, so we'll let you close. We have no witness affirmations or registrations, members. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on for or against the bill? Seeing none, chair to close.
In the Charlie Guerin School of Closing, I close.
Chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute HB 4337 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 4337 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 30 and recognizes Chairman Moody explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 30 today. The committee substitute in front of you is narrowly tailored to close what we call the dead suspects loophole. It's something that's been a problem for a long time, but the need for this bill came into crystal clear focus after Uvalde. So it's more urgent now than ever. The loophole goes like this. Back in the 90s, we added an exception to the Public Information Act that says law enforcement can withhold criminal case records when no conviction or deferred adjudication came from the case. The idea was to protect innocent people who got swept up in investigations but were cleared of any wrongdoing. Years later, though, people realized that the exception applied to cases where the suspect died, police shootings, in-custody deaths, and so forth. When the person is dead, you can't ever get a conviction, so those records can legally be kept for secret forever. And that's exactly how the loophole is being used in Texas today. That hasn't just violated the intent of the exception, it's become a tool for cover-ups, plain and simple. You're going to hear from people affected by that today, but the bottom line is that when a citizen interacts with the government and ends up dead, we need to know why. There's literally no situation where the public has a greater interest in knowing. The bill makes the no conviction or deferred exception inapplicable to records that describe or depict someone other than a peace officer who's deceased or incapacitated, meaning in a persistent vegetative state or something of that nature. That applies even to the records that could be tucked into the so-called G-file that civil service jurisdictions have for officers, so that we don't have anything hidden there after we eliminate this basic loophole. We carved out peace officers because we wanted to be respectful of the concern that videos of officers being killed in the line of duty would otherwise get out. That's not what the bill is intended for, and we want to protect the privacy of those officers and their families. Here, in this substitute, we're talking about non-officer deaths. The bill also provides the option for release in situations where everyone described or depicted agrees and allows law enforcement to share videos and other evidence directly with affected families without waiving exceptions they might have. That gives law enforcement more options in cases like the Walmart shooting we experienced in my hometown, where they can cite the ongoing investigation and prosecution exception, but may want to share records with families of the deceased for closure. Members, as I said, Uvalde underscored how crucial this bill is. The video you've all seen of that incident is only out there because Chairman Burrows took the courageous step of announcing that he intended to release the video in violation of the law to get the truth out. If he hadn't, it would still be secret today, even for the families whose children never came home that day. That shouldn't be hidden. And there shouldn't be a difference in our system between what's morally right and what is legally right. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? We'll give you the right to close.
Thank you, sir.
Kathy Dyer. Kathy, we show you're registered to provide testimony for yourself and for HB 30. Is that correct?
It is.
Go right ahead.
I'm here again. I was here in 2017 and addressed several of these members here today back in 2019, and I'm here again today because I want better policing. And I believe that more transparency will lead to better policing. Policing agencies in Texas, with the backing of the state of Texas, have been interpreting a section of the Public Information Act in a way that is absurd as it is cruel. I have a letter from the Attorney General's office to the city of Mesquite. It references records held by the city that document the interaction between law enforcement and my son, Graham Dyer, in August of 2013. Graham died in the custody of the city the following day, 6 days before his 19th birthday. In essence, this letter says the Public Information Act gives you, city, the authority to withhold records regarding Graham Dyer because this young man, who is being held in your custody, is now dead. So the city can choose to seal all its records relating to the interaction between Graham and the police, as well as records related to his brief time in jail, because Graham is dead. This twisted interpretation of the Public Information Act is absurd and it is cruel. And I hope that I'm not back here 2 years from now because nothing has changed. I know that public access to government records matters. It is precisely because the custodial death database was made public that I'm here addressing you today. Because a journalist searched that database and wondered why an 18-year-old boy died of a head injury just hours after his arrest.
Thank you, and we're going to note that you're for HB 30. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Marvin Riles. Marvin, we show you're with Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, CLEAT, against HB 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Marvin Riles. I'm a lieutenant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Department. Been a lieutenant now or been with the department for 45 years, and also the president of the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas. The reason I oppose HB 30 is because there are certain elements to the bill which open up the G file on an officer's past record with the department, whether it be sustained files or unsustained, it is still there. And in my opinion, the release of such information to the public leaves it open for interpretation for interest groups and other groups, and it also causes damage to that officer. I've been an officer, like I said, for 45 years. I've had this G file. I know it's probably my G file is pretty extensive because as a police officer, it's gonna get complaints just because I'm a police officer. And as a supervisor, I've used it on my subordinates or whatever to use those G files for complaints that were received or whatever to help train and educate the officers to help them to become better officers. But at the same time, if you release this information or whatever, like I said, I believe that the information that the public may receive will only hurt the officer, it will hurt the department, it will hurt the city, county, or wherever they work, because it pretty much will not rely on a police chief or a sheriff to conduct administrative actions on their officers as they should be doing. I believe that some of the stuff that Mr. Moody has stated or whatever, I honestly, I believe, and I believe there's law already permitting for these videos to be released, but the other parts which are not pertinent to the investigation or whatever should not be released.
And we'll note you're against. Any questions, members? Representative Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your testimony. When something like this happens, police reports about a person dying in their custody, don't you think the family want to have some idea what happened?
Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely. I don't disagree with that portion at all. It's the other issue that may come into an officer's past or whatever that may be weighed into the situation.
And I apologize for being so dumb on this, but what are you talking about?
The G file, which is the employee's file.
The what file?
The G file.
Okay.
Which a portion of the bill wishes to open it and give it to whomever they want to.
So if they want to know whether or not that person was tased by the officer, that should not be released?
Not if it's not pertaining to that case specifically.
What you're asking, though, if a person is the result of a police action or whatever, yes, I totally agree. The family should be allowed to see whatever video or whatnot may come into play.
What about if there was a video made during the course of the arrest, during the course of the interaction between the decedent or the victim and the officer? Is any of that information, should any of that information be released? And I know that's a big old broad question.
It should. I believe it should, yes.
Pardon me?
Yes, ma'am.
You believe it should be?
Yes.
Okay, then. All right, then. And, but about the officer's past, I mean, what's the big deal there, releasing that information?
Well, the G-file also contains allegations or reports filed from complainants that you may have arrested in the past, or it may even come as an officer's personal relationship. I've known officers that have had allegations of child abuse or whatever because of divorce that they're going through, and child custody, and sometimes these calls are received anonymously, but yet they have to be investigated. And the main thing is you don't want this case or whatever to reflect, the officer's past should not reflect on the incident that's occurring at the time.
Thank you so much.
Representative Dean.
Just following up with Chairman Thompson, but I think, in the layout of Chairman Moody, we're talking about transparency. And you talk about the G-file, for an officer. If there's information in there and this officer hadn't been convicted or anything, so I'm not sure I understand your thought process of why the G-file is, more important than trying to find out this poor lady here lost her 18-year-old son. Because you're worried about a G-file.
And I'm not arguing that point there. I'm saying that much like someone that's going to trial, you never bring out that person's past, regardless of whether he's got a criminal history.
Sir, I would debate with you that that's different.
Yes, sir. I
Police
understand
officer
that. I'm not trying to say it's the
a
same
tragedy
thing.
like this happens.
Yes, and I'm not trying to say it's the same thing, sir, but if the officer should be judged by what occurred at that incident and not what he may have had or has in the past.
But again, my point is, if that officer wasn't convicted of anything, okay.
I understand that, sir.
Again, it's about transparency.
Yes, sir. But the deal is, the release to the information to the public should, so like if an officer is accused of child abuse or whatever that was never happened or whatever, and it is released to others or whatever, they're not going to take the fact that it wasn't substantiated or whatever reason or whatnot. They're just going to go with the point that this guy has this in his file and he can't be trusted around children or whatever.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we got fake news all the time, right?
Unfortunately, we do.
But again, from a transparency standpoint.
Nowadays, because of the times that we live in, the complaints continue to escalate where, they're more often than not, and they're usually just complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand clearly your position on the bill. So you're testifying in opposition to the bill, but you do support the release of video in an event where a suspect has died in custody. You do support that provision?
If it does not intervene with the investigation at the time that it's occurring, whatever, no, sir, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm sorry, if it does not?
If it does not intervene with the investigation, ongoing investigation at the time, I don't see where it should be a problem to be released to the family.
So is your position that an investigation has to be concluded and complete before video would be releasable?
I think it should, to prevent any false allegations or whatever, as we see now with edited videos that are sent out. You don't see the full picture of what happened. And then as a result, when it does come out, then it causes,
Well, who would edit the
riots.
video?
Pardon?
Who would be editing the video if it's being released?
No, it's not edited, sir. The video is still there to be released.
I thought you said edited video. Did I misunderstand?
When you see some videos on television or whatever now, those are edited to the point where you only see what they want you to see.
Right, but the television station wouldn't be releasing the video. The law enforcement agency would be releasing the video, right?
Who then it trickles down and goes. It could be released to the family or whatever, who may in turn may release it to a station or whatever, and it can get out of control.
Okay, well, I know, law enforcement agencies in my area, in high-profile situations have, voluntarily released video. I'm not necessarily saying in this exact situation, but when they release it and provide context, they're able to help.
Oh, yes, sir.
Tell
The
a
video.
complete story of what the video says. So I think that the entity that has the video would be able to blunt the impact of someone else editing the video, wouldn't you think?
I would hope so, sir, and I agree with you. I mean, over time, I've seen where the body cams have been helpful, have cleared officers in wrongdoings and allegations, and at the same time, too, has helped in investigations to assure that justice is done.
And can also help a family of someone
Yes.
who died have some understanding of what happened or some closure?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. So you support the release of video if an investigation is completed, which we know can take a very long time in many cases. But then you kept mentioning the officer's file. Can you tell me the specific part of the bill that you're opposed to in that regard?
I can't quote to you the paragraph or the part or whatever, but it does call for release of all information regarding that officer's past work history or employment.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I understand your position on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Robert Dyer. Robert, we show you've registered for yourself in favor of HB 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to begin with, thank you very much for having us here, and especially Representative Moody. This is 2 or 3 times this bill has come up, and excuse me, I appreciate everybody's courage, dedication, tenacity on this. It's very important to us. As I guess y'all are aware, our son died in police custody, and it took us a long time to find out exactly what happened. Over 2 years, he was arrested and then suffered some brain damage. He was thrashing around in the police car and was taken to the hospital, and then we were called, drove down there, and he was still under arrest when he was in the critical care unit. And when he, I guess, finally passed away, we were allowed to go into the room with him. And, we just couldn't understand how somebody could be a, 18-year-old kid, 110 pounds, could get arrested and then wind up dying that night, and had so many questions. And when we tried to find out anything about it, like Kathy mentioned, the Attorney General sent out and affirmed to the city of Mesquite that no, since this did not go to adjudication because of death, that the city did not have to release records. And it took us a very long time. Okay.
We understand, but you're in favor.
I'm very much in favor of this to, this is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions, Representative Turner?
I want to ask a question.
Well, Representative Turner, then.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dyer, thank you.
Yes, sir.
For being here, and I'm so sorry for those loss. How did you ultimately obtain these records?
Well, we filed with the Department of Justice, and the FBI city released the records to the FBI. And the FBI, it wasn't anything they could really do much about. So that didn't go anywhere. And so then we filed a Freedom of Information Act. And since those videos were in the custody of the Department of Justice, through the Freedom of Information Act, we were able to get those.
I see. So you got the information you were seeking by filing a FOIA with the federal agency.
Yes, sir.
But you never received that information directly from the law enforcement agency here in Texas?
No.
All right. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Thank you.
You're all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Chris Jenkins. Chris, we have you registered for yourself against HB 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
And this information age, the right to privacy is paramount to me. On June 6, 2022, I found out that my family, friends, and I did not have that right anymore. In May of 2022, a public information request was made.
Chris, you're going to have to move that up so we can hear you.
Sorry. A public information request was made by my neighbor for my police personnel file. The information was released from my police HR file and city HR file. The information that was released included my mother's name, address, work address, home phone number, vehicle information, my wife's name, phone number, my phone number, T-code PID, place of birth, what type and how many guns I owned, the high school I attended, the names of my references, along with their addresses, phone numbers, and names of their children. The information released is considered accepted under Texas Government Code 552. The other information was determined not releasable by the Texas Attorney General's office. Someone still interpreted that the law states information is public record. When my neighbor found out I was a police officer, he told me that he was paranoid that I was watching him and I must know all the things he's done. In February 2023, he was taken into police custody, and I was notified that he made a credible threat and self-admitted having ties to the Aryan Brotherhood. Knowing he had information about my family, 3 police agencies deployed resources that are still in effect. An officer is posted at my mother's house, increased patrols at my house for the next year, a camera that is monitored 24/7 by my agency, and I also upgraded my camera system. Even with this extra security in place, I'm in a constant state of hypervigilance. I cannot relax in my own home. The difficulty and stress of this situation has led to a decision to sell our home and relocate my mother. The inherent risk of being a police officer and firefighter, we know we can lose our life protecting and serving the public. Knowing this, I still want to do this job. My drive to help people and make a difference was greater than my fear of death. When I put my badge on, I accept I may not come home. I cannot accept that my personal information is a public record.
And we'll note that you're against the bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any questions,
Yeah, I'd
ma'am?
like to ask a
Yeah, Representative Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you for the service that you render in your capacity.
Thank you, ma'am.
The personal information that was released, you all could get the law changed where that personal information doesn't have to be released, can you not?
It's already in there and highlighted, but the bill that was HB 30 that I read, it chips away.
But your agency could have, in the past, come to the legislature and had that pertinent information about your parents and your address and all that stuff. They could have had it eliminated out of that where it would have been released to the public. It's just something that for security purposes,
Right.
could have been done.
Right.
And you all didn't do it.
No, we did.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we show you registered for yourself for HB 30, is that correct?
Yes, and I
Go
think-
right ahead.
Thank you. I think it's good to have transparency in law enforcement. It really can only help to improve community police relations. I think that obviously can give justice in areas where there's been police misconduct. It can also clear the police in areas where there's false allegations. But I think ultimately, both the public and the police will benefit from greater transparency. And I think that it's important to increase the quality of policing so that there isn't unjustified use of force or discriminatory tactics. And I think ultimately that can make for better police community relations. And so that's why I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Jennifer, Szimanski. So Jennifer, we show you have registered for Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas against HB 30, correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here today I'm just going to kind of base it off of what's already been said, but we are not opposed to families being able to view the videos that were mentioned, and we actually helped pass a bill regarding that in 2019. But we are opposed to the idea in Section 2 that talks about alleged misconduct. That applies to cities that are under Chapter 143 currently. And again, it's already been stated, alleged misconduct is just that, it's alleged. It's not, hasn't been sustained yet. And by the nature of what we do for a living, those are rampant, alleged complaints. And until they're investigated and sustained, they should not be made public for obvious reasons. And the officer before me gave a good example of that. Also, this just brings up a good point as well, the bill in and of itself, that it's a piecemeal system that we have right now in terms of protections for law enforcement officers. So we have those covered by Chapter 143 who have what's in front of you, 089. We have 411 for DPS troopers. And then we have everybody else who's the majority of law enforcement who have no protections at all. So currently, any unsubstantiated complaint is open today. And we've seen a lot of problems with that. I'm sure the Attorney General's office could weigh in about how many lawsuits have been filed to try to withhold those records. And to your point, Representative Thompson, we have filed a bill to try to fix that, but we haven't had a hearing yet. And we've had bills in the past to try to fix that as well. So it's just a very unfair piecemealed system in terms of the personnel file, but we're not opposed to.
And you're against the bill?
Correct.
All right. Members, Representative Thompson.
On the allegations that are filed, how long do y'all let them stay out there before you kind of do something about them? Because that seems like it keeps a lot of unresolved situations hanging over you.
So it's, again, piecemeal situation, but under Chapter 143, the agency has 180 days to take action against an officer. So that kind of holds the head of agency accountable in terms of how long they have to hold on to such information. But again, I mean, we haven't seen situations where they weren't investigated at, the internal affairs of the Texas Rangers didn't investigate a complaint that came in. I mean, that would obviously be a concern if there was a complaint that never was looked into. But again, we feel like the officer should, that investigation should take place. And if it is substantiated and there's disciplinary action, then that information is released, which it is currently under almost every peace officer currently, that is the case. And this just opens that up to where that wouldn't be the case for Chapter 143 cities.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much. Donis Baggett. Donis, we show you're registered for the Texas Press Association and Self for HB 30. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
Go
Chairman.
right ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to testify on behalf of the 400 newspapers in the state of Texas in favor of this bill, but especially on behalf of the Uvalde Leader News, which is one of the best small papers in Texas and which has had the very difficult task of covering one of the most horrific tragedies in Texas history, the shootings at Robb Elementary last year. One of the most egregious abuses of transparency laws in Texas comes in the form of the so-called dead suspects loophole. You would think that in a free society, there's something that would be fundamentally wrong and outlawed by law enforcement and prosecutors withholding basic information in a case where the suspect was deceased. But it happens, and it's happening today in Uvalde, Texas, and in other places. I asked Craig Garnett, who's the publisher of the paper there, how that dead suspects loophole has affected the very difficult task that they have had in covering the fallout from all of this. By the way, one of his reporters lost a child in that tragedy. And he said that despite promises from state leaders that there'd be complete transparency, that has not happened. And that the only substantive information that they've been able to get from an official source was from the House committee investigating the Uvalde tragedy. And I want to quote to you right now from that interim report from that committee. Nowhere has unreliable information more impacted a community. We saw wounds continuously ripped open and agonizing disillusionment grow there among the people who most deserved swift, sure answers about the tragedy that shook their community. Uvalde itself has paid a terrible price as it waited for truth and waded through the shaky narrative given instead. Please fix this.
We'll show that you're for HB 30, correct?
Yes, sir.
Questions, members? Thank you, Donis.
Thank you.
Thomas Villarreal. Thomas, we show you are registered for the Austin Police Association and Self against HB 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Detective Thomas Villarreal. I'm here today to testify against HB 30. I'm the president of the Austin Police Association. The APA is the labor organization that represents the just under 1,500 working police officers who are left at the Austin Police Department. My major issue with HB 30 comes from Section 2 of the proposed language. HB 30, as written, would allow for unsubstantiated allegations of misconduct to be made public. This is an incredible issue for working cops, especially here in Austin. As it is, both under contract and when we are working without one, we oftentimes see blatantly false accusations lodged against our members. I have represented officers accused of everything from being rude to pointing guns at people just to go into internal affairs and see dash camera or body camera video that completely exonerates the accused officer. I recognize that the issue of false accusations against my members may never go away, especially when I work for a department that has never and probably will never file charges on someone for making a false report regarding potential police misconduct. That being said, I firmly stand against the release of information regarding an allegation prior to final disposition on the case. I've seen the activists in Austin speak at Austin City Council meetings where initial complaints were presented as a true representation of, quote, bad officers. This is the fear that we have with this bill. HB 30 would allow these activists to not only continue to purport initial allegations to be proof of a bad officer, but it would also allow for these activists to single out people by name. It would allow for someone to file an allegation, no matter the truth of the matter, and then go public with that allegation. We are kidding ourselves if we don't think that anti-police activists would weaponize allegations more if given the opportunity. We already deal with people who, instead of accepting the fact that possibly an officer didn't violate a policy, instead say that the police department refuses to hold someone accountable. HB 30 would create even more issues for the men and women.
And thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll note you're against HB 30.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Let's get a chair up. We don't want to lose Representative Smithy. No, we need you. Yvonne Diaz. Now, Yvonne, we show you're with Texas Rising and Self for HB 30. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
My name again is Yvonne Diaz with Texas Rising in El Paso, and I am for this bill, HB 30. We believe that there needs to be accountability and transparency in order to create the trust. We are hearing obviously from both sides, the activists and the cops or the law enforcement. So there has to be a middle ground, and we have to be able to work together. We are in a moment that there's a lot of division in our country. So this is the moment for us to come together, hold officials accountability, and us as community as well work together to have better relationships with activists and law enforcement. So I am for HB 30. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you so much, Yvonne. All right, members, that's the last witness that we have a registration. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? Thank you, Chairman Moody. If you'll come up and close.
Sure thing. I want to cover a couple things that were brought up in opposition to the bill. But before I do that, I know you heard from both the Dyers. I never expected to meet the Dyers in my work here. I met them late one night in 2017 when they came and testified on this bill. Did not know their story, did not know what had happened to their son. They brought me the newspaper article about it, and I still have it in my office to this day. What they didn't get to tell you, because of limitation on their testimony, is what that video showed. When they did finally get it through a federal law, because there is no exception in the federal law, their barrier was in the state. And what they saw was their son being tased mercilessly by Mesquite police and actually saying the words as they pointed the gun at Graham, "I'm going to kill you, mother effer." That's what they discovered. That's what they discovered when they finally got to the end of that. And they sued, they went to the DOJ to go through a lawsuit process. They weren't able to go through that process, but smartly, they made that request through the FOIA, thinking that maybe they could get the records that way. But that's what they got to see. And I wanted to make sure that was part of what you all understood. I'm going to go through a couple of the pieces of opposition. I want to be very clear that when we were talking about the G file and what we're getting at, you heard that say, well, if they had a past complaint of child abuse or any sort of unsubstantiated conduct, or they're being rude or anything like that, that's all going to come out under the way this bill is crafted. So let me be very clear. We are not opening the G file generally. That is narrowly tailored to say if there is information contained there that describes or depicts someone other than a peace officer who's deceased or incapacitated. So that is the very narrowing language. We're not getting after past allegations of anything if it doesn't have to do with a dead suspect or someone that is incapacitated, meaning persistent vegetative state or something of the like. That's the narrowing language. So to come up here and tell you that their G file would be inexplicably released to the public is inaccurate or is outright disingenuous. That is not what the bill does. And they know that. They've seen this language years ago. In fact, we worked with the Attorney General's office to address the very concern. We didn't want to open up the G file generally because the G file has its own exception to the Public Information Act, has its own exception. And so we didn't want to get after all that. And to address it, we went to the Attorney General and we asked, if we write it like this, will we get after information about this incident where someone has died or is incapacitated without opening up the rest of the file? And the reason we asked the Attorney General that is because guess who makes the determinations on what is subject to the Public Information Act? The Attorney General. And the Attorney General's office sat in our office in 2019. They said, yes, the way you've written this doesn't open up the G file directly. It gets after this specific conduct, because that's the direction we wanted, and that's the opinion we got. We worked diligently to be narrow here. I'm going to close with a portion of the preamble of the Texas Public Information Act. And it says, government is the servant and not the master of the people. The people do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed. And that's what this bill is about. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Chair Moody.
Thank you very much.
And the chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 30 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 30 is left pending. Which one? 1585. Chair lays out HB 1585 and recognizes Speaker Guerin to explain his bill. Chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1585.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's a pleasure to be here again. In recent sessions, the legislature has passed several well-intentioned bills relating to campaign finance reporting that have the unintended effect of creating redundancies and burdens for filers without actually delivering the desired outcome. Further, actions by political actors in recent election cycles have highlighted the need for additional reforms to ensure the public has timely access to information on who is spending money to influence political outcomes, from elections to legislation. Committee substitute to House Bill 1585 updates several statutes administered and enforced by the Ethics Commission to clarify filing requirements in Title 15 of the Election Code governing campaign finance and Chapter 305 of the Government Code. The objective of the legislation is to better facilitate efficient disclosure and meaningful transparency by those who spend money in an effort to influence elections or legislative outcomes. Section 1 clarifies the definition of political advertising to include legislative advertising that portrays the author or the bill's proponents or opponents favorably or unfavorably, lets a political candidate test the water by raising and spending up to $500 before being required to file a treasurer's appointment, repeals onerous filing requirements regarding electronic contributions and expenditures by credit card that do not provide meaningful transparency, and requires parties that make direct expenditures to oppose a candidate to disclose the targeted candidate when reporting the expenditure. In other words, if you spend money against Guerin, you got to say it's against Guerin when you report. Clarifies that the legislation in Chapter 305 includes the vote by members to select a speaker. In other words, the vote for speaker is a legislative matter. Directs the TEC to adjust reporting thresholds every 10 years rather than every year. And I believe there's a resource witness from the Ethics Commission here if we need them, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, members? Representative Smithy.
Charlie, I'm just trying to figure out could you give us kind of an example of what kind of conduct you're targeting in the bill?
I sure can, John. There's occasions where outside sources advertise on social media and other platforms to attack members' legislation without saying who they're going after. This says that if you're going to spend the money to attack me or attack you or whomever, you just have to say, these ads were to attack Guerin or support Guerin.
Now, are you saying disclosed in the ad itself or disclosed to the...
In the reporting requirements.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions, members? Do you want the resource witness, members? Okay. Thank you. Speaker Guerin.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll let you close. Anybody else that wants to testify on, for, or against? Seeing none, you may close.
I close, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Guerin. The chair moves to withdraw the committee's substitute to HB 1585. Leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1585 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 3782 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 3782.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 3782 would establish a Border Security Advisory Council, a permanent special advisory committee to advise the legislature and the governor on border security activities and initiatives. The council will be composed of the Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor, 4 senators appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, 4 members of the House appointed by the Speaker, and the heads of the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Military Department, the Texas Division of Emergency Management, Parks and Wildlife Department, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and the Office of Court Administration. The council will conduct an in-depth examination of border safety initiatives and programs to include an assessment of the cost effectiveness of the use of state and local funds in ensuring border safety, an identification of critical border safety problems, and a determination of the state's long-range border safety needs. The council would also advise the legislature and governor on coordinating goals and responsibilities, developing procedures for streamlining decision-making, improving transparency of border security operations, and advise the legislature and the governor in developing plans, programs, and legislation to improve the effectiveness of border safety initiatives. I can help answer any questions if you all have, and we do have a couple of folks here to testify.
Any questions, members? Or Representative Raymond?
So I wanted to ask you, the way it's written, this is obviously would be a very important council, I think. So the way it's written, the Speaker would appoint 4 reps and the Lieutenant Governor would appoint 4 senators, is that right?
Right.
And so the Speaker could appoint 4 Democratic state reps if he wanted to, and the Lieutenant Governor could appoint 4 Democratic state senators if he wanted to, is that right?
Absolutely.
I don't know if that would be fair. 4 Democratic reps, 4 Democratic senators. I feel like this should be like at least 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, you know, so I'll talk to you offline about that, you know, but in all seriousness, and I'm a Democrat, but having said that, I really wouldn't want 4 Democratic reps and 4 Democratic senators. I think that it would be better to have members for us to think about that. Yeah, well, just because this is a big deal. This is important. It's an important bill, and so I would like for the author and members on the committee to consider that a little bit. And so it's not really a question. It's just well, I asked you the question already.
All right. The one other thing to point out here is that the agency representatives on the council would not be voting members of the council. That's something that we put in there. So,
well, even more then.
Yeah.
Because but it's important you mention that because the appointees from the agencies are appointed by the governor.
Right.
Right? I mean, I think all 4 of them are appointed by the governor. Well, arguably A and D are not, but in the end, they really are. So I think it'd be even more important. So I'd like for us to consider that as a committee. I think it's an important thing to think about. Chairman, thank you. Thank you.
other questions of Chairman Representative Anchi?
Oh, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you. To my good friend and colleague, Representative Guillen, following up on some of the feedback that you were getting from Representative Raymond, oftentimes we get members of the legislature who don't know much about the border. They come down for their obligatory, gunboat selfie, and then they don't come back for, 2 years. So it might be helpful if we added a qualification that people actually from the border, so, reps are actually invested, at least in some level, there, because, I'm frequently amused with folks who say that they've been to the border, and they're working on this stuff, and it's just a photo op. But so people who are invested and live there, I think would make sense to add.
I think I could be on that. I'm invested. I'm a Texan. I'm invested in the border.
Absolutely. I'll work with you guys on.
Thank you.
On language.
Yeah. Chair Gann, you've got Chair Thompson and Chair Anchia for you to be conferring with. Now you have another question, so everybody knows, from Chairman Guillen's desk mate, Representative Raymond.
Well, I think you some good points are made, and in all seriousness, maybe that a couple of the members would be from the border, not all four, but maybe a couple of them would be from the border. For example, this would be good. Republican, Democrat, border, right? I mean, no, and I get that, but in all seriousness, I think if this was a big Dallas issue, if it was a big Houston issue, a big East Texas issue, I'd be saying the same thing. We ought to have some folks, maybe not all of them, right? But we ought to have some folks from those areas.
But it's a Texas issue.
Absolutely. I'll work with you on it. We'll come up with some language.
I hear you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Chair Gann, and we will let you close.
Thank you.
Maybe. All right, Michael Belsick. Michael, we have you testifying on behalf of yourself, neutral on HB 3782, correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
As I read the bill, I was kind of confused by it. There were things that I was wondering, is this really needed? And there just weren't enough details in it to really answer all the questions I had. And it was just as simple as that. So I'm not for or against, just neutral. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Kelly Perry. Kelly, we have you registered for SREC, TFRW, Moms for America National Board, and SELF for HB 3782, correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
This is a little redundant for some of you, but I'm so glad all of y'all are here now. 2 years ago, we needed this committee. I realized we were just getting started with all the problems at the border. But as we went into the first 6 months, when we were diving into the unknown, the councils that were put together here at the state level, we were always looking at them. You need to know I live on the border. I live in Kinney County. We do see invasion, and we do see things that none of y'all can possibly imagine, even some of you that live on the border. What they left out of those committees were people that were living there and dealing with. In politics, I've learned that many of our leaders rely on the people around them to keep them informed of really what's going on. But guess what? They don't live on the border either. When I heard who was on the governor's committee, and I couldn't find somebody, a sheriff or a prosecutor or somebody that lived in one of these border towns that were giving advice and didn't even live it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Seriously. I was appalled Over the last weeks, as I've been going through the hearings, I am hearing questions from the committees that show me that in many ways, and this is not to be rude, but y'all are 6 months to a year behind really what's going on down there. There are so much facts that are put out on social media that are not real. They're not real facts. They're put out by our leaders. And if you don't check them, you're making your decisions. Thank you.
We'll show that you're for HB 3782, correct?
Yes.
Questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we show you've registered for yourself against HB 3782. Is that correct?
Yes, and
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I don't oppose the idea of studying issues on the border. I think that's important, especially if I'm against Operation Lone Star, but if it's going to be carried out, it should be studied. I just think that this legislation only comes from the border security, law enforcement perspective, when you really should also have immigrant rights groups at the table too. So I think unless there's, a diversity of viewpoints, I think the legislation should be opposed to avoid creating an echo chamber, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Celine Rodriguez. Celine, we show you registered for the Texas Public Policy Foundation for HB 3782. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Hunter, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Celine Rodriguez, and I represent the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I am testifying in support of House Bill 3782. Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature have done a great job of working together to ensure that Texas can work toward maintaining operational control of the Texas-Mexico border. The state has provided historic funding to various state agencies to support Operation Lone Star and border security programs. We've begun laying the groundwork in Texas to curb continued migrant surges, human smuggling, and drug trafficking, and House Bill 3782 will continue to lay that groundwork. The bulk of the mission has been taken on by Texas DPS and the Texas Military Department, and there are other state agencies that currently receive border security funding and are required to report that to the legislature, but not all agencies' original intent is to secure the border. With many agencies and programs having a stake in the mission, House Bill 3782 can provide specialized expertise and strategic guidance, as well as providing clarity and purpose in this mission. The state has made a great stride toward consolidating leadership council between these state agencies by adding the role of Texas Border Czar Mike Banks, which showed the need for a more organized and structured border security leadership apparatus. Appointing Mr. Banks to this role is a great first step towards a more effective, organized, and economical mission of securing the Texas-Mexico border. Establishing this council can also provide more clarity to Texas taxpayers that fund this important mission and Americans across the country who are closely paying attention to what Texas is doing. I want to thank Representative Guillen for also adding in that these meetings that would be held by this council should be open to the public to ensure that transparency. We commend the Texas legislature for considering this bill and continued efforts for transparency and mission clarity. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, it's 10 till 4, as I see on the clock, and the registrations, if you haven't registered, please go outside and register because they close at 4. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale shows that he has registered on behalf of himself against HB 3782, and will show he did not testify. Roberto Lopez. Roberto Lopez. Roberto Lopez. We will show that Roberto registered on behalf of Texas Civil Rights Project and self against HB 3782, but did not testify.
He is here. There's another courtroom. Lopez? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think there is an overflow room that people are coming from.
All right, you're Roberto Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Just a second.
Just gonna catch my breath.
Roberto, we show that you have registered for the Texas Civil Rights Project and self, and you're against HB 3782, correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee, for having this testimony. I think I share some of the sentiment with what I've heard already, which is that law enforcement is overwhelmingly, I think, present as a part of this advisory council. I think, let me take a breath. Sorry, I ran. I think studying the border and looking at the situation that we have, which in my opinion is a humanitarian emergency, is right. I think we do need to do our best and put our best foot forward to understand how we can best support border communities. I think, unfortunately, the folks who we're looking to and we're inviting in this conversation are overwhelmingly a part of the state itself. If we're so concerned about smuggling, if we're so concerned about sex trafficking and the individuals who are impacted, why aren't they part of the conversation? Why aren't the organizations that try to help women, non-binary individuals part of the conversation? Why aren't immigration organizations part of the conversation? I think that several bills, this legislature, that propose a border advisory council or something of its type continue to keep it within either upper leadership or agency heads, and it does little to really consult with the border communities who are most affected. Last thing I'll say is that with respect to human smuggling and human trafficking, I have just a question about why there are tens of thousands of brown men who look like me incarcerated. And, you know, they're sort of equated or conflated with human smuggling. Hundreds of thousands of immigrants are coming over, seeking safety, seeking opportunity, and not all of them are sex trafficking or are smuggling. And it seems to be conflated. Thank you.
And we'll show that you're against HB 3782, correct?
Correct.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Sadie Hernandez. Okay, Sadie, we show you're registered for Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 3782. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sadie. I use she, her pronouns. I was born and raised in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. And so I've also been working in immigrant rights for the past 4 years. And I would want to say no to this bill because no law enforcement or border enforcement agency can be trusted. No more policing and no more extra surveillance because that's not the answer. Regardless of the intention of this bill, the fact of the matter is enforcement hurts immigrants, especially trans immigrants. With countless stories of violence leading up to even death for trans communities who are undocumented, who are in the detention system and the federal enforcement system, adding another layer of violence is not going to do anything for trans immigrants or immigrants, period. We are against this bill and especially for the trans lives lost in detention and on their journey to the United States. And so I do want to honor Roxana Hernandez, who is a trans immigrant whose life was lost in detention. And adding another agency, another layer of enforcement, regardless of the intention, is reinforcing violence against trans folks. And so because of this, we are against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Members, that's the last witness we have registered. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm hearing that border representation and other stakeholder representation could bring value to this council, so we'll certainly work with all parties to find some agreeable language and get back to you all as soon as possible.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Chairman. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 3782 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 3782 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 1610 and recognizes Chairman Leach to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and members. I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1610 before you this afternoon. Members, when a law is enacted by the legislature, we, all of us, whether you vote for the bill or not, whether you support the bill or not, we fully intend that those laws are applied and enforced. When a statute is challenged on constitutional grounds, the ultimate decision maker on whether that statute is indeed constitutional is a court of competent jurisdiction. House Bill 1610, the bill in front of you now, addresses the issue of what happens when the constitutionality of a state statute is challenged. Specifically, this bill would prohibit a Texas Attorney General from settling a claim against the state or a state agency if doing so, if settling that claim, would effectively hold a state statute unconstitutional. If the Attorney General chooses not to represent the state of Texas in such an action, the Attorney General may do so. Attorney General has that power under state law and frequently exercises that power. However, to ensure that the state's interests remain represented, any reasonable expenses incurred by the agency in its defense would be either paid from or reimbursed through the Office of the Attorney General. This bill is, at its core, members, really about the separation of powers. The question is who has the prerogative to say when a state statute is unconstitutional is a very important question for us to discuss and deliberate on and to make very clear. This goes to the very heart of the rule of law itself. The state and the legislature are entitled to their day in court, and it's ultimately the judiciary, a court of competent jurisdiction at either the state or federal level, that should decide the constitutionality of our state laws. This bill will prevent the practice of what's known as sue and settle. This has been seen at both the state and federal levels. It's another way of attempting to legislate through the judicial branch. This is when someone may file a lawsuit against the state or a state agency, and rather than fight the lawsuit, ultimately through a verdict, through a court of competent jurisdiction, the Attorney General just chooses to settle it. These settlements frequently come with consent decrees or binding agreements that obligate the agency or the state to take action when it may not have otherwise. And so by preventing these kinds of tactics, we can ensure that our state laws will be defended in court and that the plaintiffs, when they sue the state or a state agency, carry their burden of proof. May we occasionally lose some of these suits? Yes, we occasionally will, just as we always have. But when we're discussing the constitutionality, the very constitutionality of the laws that we pass here in the legislature, doing what our constituents have elected us to do and what they've sent us here to the Capitol to do, it's of the utmost importance, I believe, that we follow the democratic process, that we respect the three branches of government, that everyone stays in their lanes, and that we're allowed to do our jobs and the courts as well. Members, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think this is a real important issue for us to discuss and deliberate on, and hopefully ultimately to pass this bill. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and Mr. Chairman, I would request my right to close.
Speaker Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leach, are you saying that on occasion the Attorney General's office may determine the constitutionality, or currently may determine in their mind the constitutionality of a bill, and therefore try to settle something because they, in their infinite wisdom, have decided that the law we pass is unconstitutional?
think that can happen. Of course, there are situations in which the Attorney General, on behalf of the state, chooses to settle lawsuits that don't deal with the actual constitutionality of a statute. It's what otherwise be known in the private practice of law as a business decision. We have to make a decision as whether to go forward with the risk and uncertainty of litigation or to settle. But when it comes, Chairman Guerin, to the question of constitutionality of state statutes, I do believe that there have been, this isn't about the current Attorney General, this is about the office of the Attorney General and their role. I do believe there have been instances in which when questions of constitutionality have been at the core of a dispute, that the Attorney General, in settling those questions, has ultimately opined on the very constitutionality of the law.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Chairman, I just want to make sure that, did you want us to ask you to give us specific examples of something that's happened in the past, or did you not want us to ask you that? So, what do you want?
I'm not.
I mean, what prompted?
You can ask me whatever question you
No,
want. Whether I'm going to answer it or not is a different question. I get the question, and it is well founded. I do believe that we have a witness here from the Attorney General's office, and so that might be better left to the AG's office. This isn't about pointing fingers. This is about everyone staying in their lane.
Okay.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Leach, maybe I'm asking the same question a different way, but I'm really curious. Did this bill arise out of a specific fact pattern or event, or is there a specific reason to file the bill?
There wasn't any specific instance or anecdote that led me to file the bill. This is something that I've been concerned about as not only a legislator, but as a practicing lawyer for quite some time. Is we give the AG's office, the legislature has delegated to the AG's office, Representative Turner, a lot of power to settle suits. They are the state's chief legal officer. We want them to have that power, but when it comes to the constitutionality of state statutes, this is something I've been concerned about for a while. And when you settle something, you're not just settling it to make it go away. You are stating, in many instances, you're putting a stake in the ground as this is the position of the state on this issue. We're either going to fight this or we're not. And I believe when it comes to the constitutionality of issues, the Attorney General's office should fight it.
Okay. So if a party sues this, under this bill, if a party sues the state on constitutional grounds and the Attorney General makes the decision that it's in the best interest of the state to settle for whatever reason, but most likely think the state's going to lose in court and therefore will save time and money by settling the suit, would the Attorney General be able to do that if they don't admit that the state violated the Constitution? And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if it's even possible, but would they be able to settle under any circumstances, or would this effectively prohibit a settlement if the state's being sued on a constitutional claim?
I think you're going to have a hard time getting a straight answer from anyone in the AG's office as to whether, and I understand this, I'm not casting aspersions, them saying, look, we believe this is unconstitutional, so we're not going to fight it. I think the question is, and under the statute, is what would the effect of the settlement be? If the effect of the settlement would essentially be holding that a state statute is indeed unconstitutional, then that's where we would want them to not settle. And again, they can elect not to fight those lawsuits. They just have to go hire outside counsel to fight them on behalf of the state. It's not a question of whether the AG's office has to fight something. It's a question of whether in settling something, they're essentially opining on the constitutionality of a state statute.
Okay. And then last question, about the constitutionality of a statute. Are you referring to the Texas Constitution, the federal Constitution, or both?
Both.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Smithy.
Yes.
A couple of questions, Jeff. The first one is, there may be some instances where the determination of whether the lawsuit challenges constitutionality could be a gray area and not necessarily a bright line. And so I guess my question is, is it for the Attorney General to make that determination? And if the Attorney General makes the wrong determination, what remedy and who has standing to assert that remedy?
I think Chairman Smithy, Representative Smithy, I've thought a lot about that as well. If there is a provision, and we might need to amend the bill in either a committee substitute or a floor amendment to, if the Attorney General is required to, in a settlement agreement with a party who has sued the state, put forth a provision or agree to a provision that this settlement does not in fact affect the constitutionality of a state statute.
Yeah.
That's something that I think that we could consider doing. That's ultimately the intent of the bill. At this point, I haven't seen that's being done.
And I'm not being critical of the bill. I like the bill, but I just was curious how that would work. The other question I had is in the second section of the bill, it talks about if the Attorney General's office declines to represent a state agency, then the AG's office would have to pay for the defense. Is that your understanding?
Correct. The agency, so let's say it's HHSC who's been sued. If the AG's office says we're not going to sue, we're not going to represent them in that instance, then the HHSC can go hire, and often does go hire, outside counsel. And then the AG's office reimburses that outside counsel.
Does the AG's office, I mean, you may not know, I mean, I don't know. Does the AG's office have authority under the appropriations bill typically to pay, to reimburse those legal costs to another agency?
Yes. If you look at the, I don't have the exact numbers from the current appropriations bill, but the AG's office, and again, for good reason, the legislature has appropriated a lot of taxpayer money in allowing the AG's office to go hire outside counsel to pursue lawsuits that, frankly, the AG's office is not equipped to, like the Google lawsuit, for instance, worldwide lawsuit involving billions of dollars, and there are others as well, where we have given them the authority and the appropriations to go out and hire counsel and pay them, and they do.
Okay. I mean, but the other question that's raised is if the outside counsel, I mean, if they just send a bill to the AG's office and say, here, pay it, I would think we need some requirement that it would have to be approved by a court maybe or something.
There is a very strict process by way of who can and who cannot, who's qualified, who's not to be outside counsel for the state. I think all of those are pre-approved by the AG's office.
Maybe covered by another section.
Yes. Yeah, and I don't really think this bill, I understand your question, it's a good one, but I don't think this bill specifically addresses qualifications for outside counsel.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, really quickly, I'm trying to wrap my head around this bill, and maybe it's because I'm not a litigator, but we pass stuff that we know is unconstitutional all the time. It's obviously unconstitutional.
Well, speak for yourself. Right?
No. I mean, this legislature, including you, we've all voted for stuff that we know is absolutely unconstitutional all the time, but sometimes will be a test case, right? I mean, that's been something the legislature's been doing recently. Walk me through how that, how this bill would affect a situation like that. Like clearly the federal law is completely opposite to what we do. What happens then?
Well, I don't, look, speaking for myself, I don't believe that I've ever, your point is well taken, voted for a bill. Just to clear the record, I voted for a bill knowingly, knowing it's unconstitutional, but I get your point. We have the Attorney General to represent the state when we've been sued. That's one of the major roles of the Office of the Attorney General, is our chief legal officer. And that's whether the actual individual himself agrees or not with the actual state statute. It is his job to enforce and defend the laws that we pass. What I believe, what this legislation, Representative Anchia, is aimed at doing is this is aimed at the determination on the part of the AG's office to settle, knowing that it will have the effect of determining the constitutionality of a state statute. And that would not be true in every case. It might not even be true in most cases, but in some cases it could be true.
So if the AG, just again, Jeff, if the AG says, hey, this is bad, guys, I don't think this is constitutional. I think the best thing would be to do is, I think the best course of action is to settle. This bill says, no, you got to go hire outside counsel.
Correct.
Okay.
If the effect of that
AG's
settlement,
elected by the people.
well,
right?
again, if the effect of the settlement would be, the Attorney General is not. It is not the role of the Attorney General to decide on the constitutionality of state. That is the role of the courts, and that's what this ultimately is aimed at doing. Is look, we may lose some of these, but we're going to go fight them out when it comes to state constitutionality of a statute. We're going to go fight it out and let the court decide, not the AG by way of deciding whether to settle a case or not. So if a state agency's been sued and a plaintiff is arguing that the statute is unconstitutional and the AG says, you know what, you're right, we're going to settle this out of court, the AG has essentially on behalf of the state opined on and put taxpayer money behind the constitutionality of the state statute. That's what this bill would keep from happening.
I think I understand.
Go fight it out in court. I don't know how I could be more clear. Don't settle those cases. Go. Let the courts decide.
Any other questions, members?
Why don't we call up the resource?
Thank you. Chair will give you the right to close. And members, what I'm going to do is call up the resource witness. Chris Hilton. Now, Chris, we have you listed as Office of the Texas Attorney General, neutral and HB 1610. Is that correct?
That's right, Chairman. Chris Hilton. I'm the chief of the General Litigation Division for the Attorney General's Office. I'll do my best to give you straight answers to any of your questions and explain how the cost and the impact on the agency.
Good. Let's see if you got questions. Members, do you have any questions for the resource? Chair, Speaker Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And my former client, Chairman. So.
Yes. The fiscal note in this bill states it will create an indeterminate cost to the state due to the number of legal cases subject to the bill's provision being unknown. How many cases on the constitutionality of state statute has your office been involved in the past 5 years? Say?
How many cases dealing with a constitutional question?
With whether it's constitutional or not, yes, sir.
Hundreds within the past 5 years. And to provide some context for how often this might likely come up, we start with a strong presumption to defend the constitutionality of state law. Those of us who work in that area, we take great pride in doing that and defending the state to the utmost. What we're talking about for these cases is situations where either due to changes in Supreme Court precedent, a law not being updated, or any other reason, maybe, I'm not sure if Representative Vanchi is correct or not, but maybe if there is a law that's unconstitutional, it's passed, there could be a situation where that comes to pass. And so we begin with the presumption of defending state law, but we also have to take into account not only litigation costs, and I'm happy to explain ways that we could potentially estimate those here, and there absolutely would be costs here in our view. But we also have to take into account our ethical obligations. We have a duty of candor to the court, and if there are constitutional issues, we have to notify the court of those issues. We have to be concerned that the state bar will come after any attorney who advances a constitutional argument that's not meritorious. We've seen the state bar do that already for arguments that we think were meritorious. And here we're talking about cases where there is not a meritorious constitutional argument in the view of the constitutional litigators who work on this. So your question was how many constitutional cases overall are we talking about? We handle those on a day in and day out basis. We have several divisions who do that, and there are hundreds of cases at any given time dealing with constitutional issues.
Thank you. And about how many has your office settled regarding constitutionality?
I look back at the past 2 years of cases where we either would have declined representation or where this would have come up. It happens very rarely. There is one example in the past 2 years where a state statute was challenged. It had not been updated since the 80s or 90s, I believe. There had been changes in U.S. Supreme Court precedent in the intervening period. And by the time the state was sued, it was clear that under Supreme Court precedent, the decades-old state law was unconstitutional. And so the choice at that point was advance arguments that we didn't think would win, wouldn't be meritorious, risk creating bad precedent for the state, risk potential ethical consequences, risk our reputations with courts, all of those kinds of things, or minimize the cost of litigation, minimize the cost to the taxpayer and control the outcome of the litigation to the best advantage of the state, given the situation that we had.
So how much does it cost if we don't settle and we take these things out?
Constitutional litigation is extremely complex and expensive, and it can be among the most complex and expensive types of litigation. In the fiscal note, you see that the Ethics Commission noted that they've spent approximately $110,000 a year of a $300,000 appropriation for the past 5 years for cases that would fall into the category of this bill. But that is, in my view, a low-end estimate of what we would expect to see from a case like this. Another example that y'all could look to from this session is on the Miscellaneous Claims Act that's currently before this body. There is a payment of nearly $7 million in attorney's fees for the voter ID litigation from many years ago. And that's about what it costs to litigate a constitutional claim of any significant magnitude or scale from the very beginning all the way to the bitter end. And that is what this statute requires. And that is the cost only to the plaintiffs and their success in the lawsuit. The way that this bill is drafted, we would not only have to account for that cost, the cost for the successful plaintiffs in the lawsuit, but Representative, you'd also need to account for the costs of defense, either in additional manpower for the Attorney General's office, because complex constitutional cases that are litigated to the bitter end require a significant amount of manpower, or we'd be talking about putting the fate of a state statute in the hands of outside counsel. Outside counsel would cost about what it costs to prosecute a lawsuit. So instead of a $7 million case for the voter ID case, you'd be talking about a $14 million case because you've got to pay those fees on both sides. In addition, we're talking about cases here that by definition under the statute are cases that do not have a meritorious constitutional defense. And I understand that reasonable opinions reasonable minds may differ in any particular case, but that's what we look at when we see this bill, is a case that is a loser, because if there was a chance at winning, we would defend it. That's where we start with every such case. So in those cases, if a private law firm is considering taking on this matter, they are going to, have serious risk concerns as a law firm in taking on a matter where they're going to have to advance arguments that are, not meritorious, potentially frivolous. They have to risk ethical consequences from the state bar or sanctions from the judge in front of them if there is a clear-cut constitutional answer to a question. So I think that the fiscal note is fair to say that the costs are difficult to determine. We don't know how many of these instances are going to come up over any given, multi-year period. But what we do know is that they do come up, and that constitutional litigation is extremely complex and expensive. And this would not only, provide for, take away the opportunity to cheaply settle litigation, which is, as I think Representative Leach mentioned, usually a business decision on behalf of the state and safeguarding taxpayer dollars. But it would further compound those costs by requiring lengthy litigation at an extremely high cost.
How do we pay for this? Is it a general appropriation? Is there an account set aside for these? How do we pay for these suits?
There's not currently any authority within the OAG's, within the GAA for OAG to simply reimburse legal expenses out of our current budget. And of course, that's money that we need for the other agency operations. Representative Leach is correct that on certain cases, there are specific appropriations made for outside counsel where extremely technical or specialized knowledge is required. But when we're talking about cases where outside counsel is engaged, at any given time, we have something like 38,000 cases, not including child support matters, not including criminal matters, but 38,000 other civil cases. Within the past 2 years, I was able to find 100 instances in which we declined to provide representation, and the reasons for those declines, which would fall under C2 of the bill, are essentially fall into 4 categories. By far the most common is by agreement, where a client comes to us and says, we want counsel, but we don't want it to be you. We want it to be this law firm that's specialized in IP litigation or what have you. So it's by agreement with the client. That's affirmatively what they want. They want outside counsel. We see that a lot with university clients who will pay for those representations out of local funds, or perhaps there'll be plaintiff side matters where it's a contingency matter. And so for those types of situations where outside counsel is engaged, there's no impact to general revenue or minimal one. It's really coming from local funds for the universities. The two next most common categories of reasons why we wouldn't take on a representation, and it would be outside counsel or somebody else, would be either the matter is not in litigation yet, and we are litigation counsel for the state, or because we simply don't have authority to represent the person who is asking for it. Be it a DA where we don't have direct authority to represent them, or some other local official. For whatever reason, we just don't have the authority. The fourth category is vanishingly small. There are very few cases where, either because of a conflict with another legal position or, as envisioned by this bill, a situation where there isn't a meritorious constitutional defense to put on, where there would be a decline. So in terms of numbers of cases that we're talking about, again, it's difficult to estimate. It certainly does come up, but it's difficult to know.
Does OAG ever go to a client and say, we're not going to represent you on this because we don't believe it's constitutional? If you want to go forward, you're going to have to hire outside counsel?
That has happened, yes, sir.
And at that point, who pays for it?
The one instance the one recent instance that comes to mind, it was a university client, and that money came out of local funds.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder, everybody, the registrations have closed at 4. Also remember the announcement at the beginning about the time limits. But I do want to remind anybody who wants to submit into the portal, what I said is today's hearing is also being live streamed on the House website, www.house.texas.gov/video-audio. Members of the public wishing to submit comments on today's hearing may do so through the public portal until the hearing is adjourned. Next. Sean Hall, Lecuna. Now, Sean, we show you've registered for the Voice of Justice and of Consanguinity, neutral on HB 1610. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
The Voice of Justice and of Consanguinity, praising Father. Standing on HB 1610, lawyers are ill-equipped to administer law as the Constitution is being reconstituted. Chair Hunter, Representative Leach, and the House State Affairs Committee of the 88th Texas Legislature, the Supreme, with a capital S, Judge of the world for the rectitude of intentions, sent this miracle to Texas. Lord gave peace, order, having established covenant. This is a new time in which having a working knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant is independently mandatory. The bar took your choice, Publius' health at risk. With God as wisdom and might, he has counsel and understanding. Covenant comprehended, the bar got busy, choosing because, after all, D.C. is not Austin, Sacramento, or Virginia Beach. Why? God led the 4-year-old child, an emancipated parent, and in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God. In 2015, how was Texas able to legitimately support Talmudim in D.C. and Washington State? Sailboats are enjoyable, but not worthy of idolatry or selling eternity. I'm running out of Texas brothers-in-law, and he hasn't overcome the grave, but he did sign as a witness to the miracle in Yosemite National Park. I have 17 seconds left. I had more to share to give you further understanding and depth of knowledge as to what is happening, but it is a great and mighty miracle, and the answer to one of your questions is They want to come to the U.S. to be a part of the miracle. May I finish the statement?
No, ma'am. You have given us your statement.
Thank you.
And we do enforce, and we will note you're neutral at HB 1610.
Thank
Any
you.
questions, members? Thank you. Sheena Rodriguez. Now, Sheena, we show you're registered for Alliance for a Safe Texas and Self, and you're 4HB 1610, correct?
I apologize, Representative Leach, I apologize, but I had actually did not mean to register to testify for this bill. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay, so we have your permission
Yes, please.
to withdraw. Do you want to register anything about Jeff Leach's bill?
You know what, I'll go ahead and say, I do appreciate.
Okay, hold on,
okay.
hold on. Do you want to just leave it that you're 4HB 16?
Yes, that's fine. Let's do that.
10 is Sheena Rodriguez, Alliance for a Safe Texas and Self, so we can leave it as is.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That'll probably be easier.
Any questions, anybody? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So I do.
Now, so you are going to talk?
Yes, yes, that's.
All right, hold on.
Wait, what did I, is that not what you said?
Hold on.
I need more coffee.
So, for the record, you're Sheena Rodriguez, Alliance for a Safe Texas, and yourself, and you're testifying for HB 1610.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I do appreciate the intention of the bill that Representative Leach did put forth, as I do see it as an attempt to reaffirm the proper roles of the separation of government. And I think that in the scenario where one of the Representative Anchia had mentioned where possibly some legislation has been put forth that may or may not have been intentionally unconstitutional, I think that there may be scenarios where that is done for a reason, to possibly clarify or push the envelope on some scenarios. So I do appreciate the bill.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Zachary Kolodny. Okay, now Zachary, we show you've registered for yourself against HB 1610, is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. And I'm opposed to it because I think that what it would do is we give the incentive to the legislature to pass legislation which would potentially target vulnerable groups, and they would know the Attorney General would have to defend it until the end. And I just think this is sort of an attempt to try to make it easier to take advantage of the current composition of the courts in order to push the law in a certain direction that I feel will harm vulnerable groups. I also don't think it's necessary because ultimately lawyers settle things all the time. You know, I don't think a defense attorney, assuming they're doing their job competently, is sending their client to jail simply because they advise them on the plea. It's the prosecutor that's sending them to jail. And so I think that, you know, it's normal for a lawyer to make rational decisions with settlement. So I oppose the legislation. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Members, that's the last registration we have. And when I say this now for everybody, is there anyone else who wants to testify for, against, or on? That's relating to if the registrations were made by the deadline at 4 o'clock. Is there anybody else that we didn't call that made the registration deadline? Seeing none, Chair Leach to close.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, and members. I'll be happy to take questions. If there are none, I'll close, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Thank you, Chair. And the chair moves to leave HB 1610 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1610 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 1600 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1600. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you all for hearing our bill today. As y'all are certainly aware, there's an ongoing crisis at our southern border. Thousands of migrants are crossing into our state every month, many of them whose identities and backgrounds are unknown. Fentanyl and other dangerous drugs, which have caused overdoses and lead to hundreds of Texans to tragically lose their lives every year, cross our border as well. The current presidential administration has abdicated their duty to protect our sovereign border and enforce the laws of this nation that we already have on the books. While our governor and state leadership have done an admirable job attempting to handle this crisis to the best of their ability, we have been somewhat limited in what we can do at the state level. The committee's substitute for House Bill 1600 would create the offense of illegal entry in the Texas Penal Code. Illegal entry is defined as a non-citizen or person who is not a legal permanent resident entering this state by crossing its border with Mexico at any location other than a port of entry. The punishment for this criminal offense would be a third-degree felony on the first offense and a second-degree felony if they are previously convicted of the offense. With a sharp increase in illegal border crossings in recent years, and with thousands of illegal immigrants being charged with drug and violent crimes, our bill is a necessary part of a broader solution to secure our border and make Texas a safer place to live, to work, and to raise a family. The committee substitute, there's really no substantive changes from the original bill. It was simply to convert the draft to a Ledge Council draft. When the federal government refuses to do their job, Texas must step up with innovative solutions like House Bill 1600 that will help to secure our border and protect our citizens. I'd be happy to answer any questions, reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members?
Yes, sir.
Speaker Guerin.
Mr. Hefner, are you aware of, do you know, because I don't, what are the penalties, the federal penalties for crossing illegally? Do you know? Because I really
Yes.
don't.
I have that in my notes. Currently, it's a Class B misdemeanor,
Class C,
Class B
B?
for the first offense, and a state jail felony for repeat offenses. So our penalty would be a stronger penalty.
So, but the feds can't do state jail felony, can they?
Well, it's the equivalent to a state jail.
Thank you very much. And
Yes, sir.
I honestly, that was a question. I had no clue what the
Yes, sir.
answer was.
Any other questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hefner, so the offense in this bill, trespassing becomes a third-degree felony. Is that the gist of it?
Illegal entry.
Yeah, punch it.
Excuse me.
Might have touched it.
Illegal.
Yeah, illegal entry. So it's a new crime, a new state crime that does not currently exist.
Thank you. So crossing the border anywhere other than at a port of entry, is that?
Illegal port of entry, yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. So what are some current offenses that are third-degree felonies in Texas?
Well, I don't have those in front of me. I'm not a lawyer. We just wanted to send a strong and clear message, a strong deterrent to folks that are coming in illegally that we don't know who they are, where they come from, many of them, or what their intentions are. So we want them to come the right way.
Okay. So I have a partial list here. So stalking, kidnapping, intoxication with assault, those are current third-degree felonies in Texas. Do you think that an asylum seeker crossing the border, their crime is on the same level as those crimes?
Well, I don't know that of the millions that have crossed over in the previous years, I don't know that all of them are necessarily asylum seekers. I think that
most are, though, right?
I don't know that we know that. I mean, we know the ones that we come in contact with. We know what they say. We know what they say. We don't know about the ones that that get by that we do not come in contact with.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Well, I'll give you the right to close. Michael Belsick. Now, Michael, we have you listed for yourself registering 4 HB 1600. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
All of us are either immigrants or descendants of immigrants. My grandmother from Poland moved to New York City with the promise of a seamstress job. My grandfather from Poland signed on with a Polish coal mining company where he took the job. Once his debt was paid off, he took a better job that paid more money so he and his wife could raise 8 kids. My grandmother and grandfather from Germany came here with a little bit of money, which enabled them to purchase land and become farmers in Minnesota. None of my grandparents came here with any expectations or desires that the government did anything for them. All they wanted was an opportunity to work hard, do the American dream, and raise a family. That's all they asked. And I mention this just to say that no one is really against immigration. Everyone here got here because of immigration. What we object to and want is a legal and organized fashion of doing it. As you see countless video, everything but legal and organized is what you see. People crossing the river, skirting and avoiding immigration facilities. All I know is when I go to another country, I present my documentation and they let me in. So that's all I'm asking, is that that's what we want, and it's not really anything about anti-immigration. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samantha Serna Uribe. Samantha, we show that you're a register for MALDEF, Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, and against HB 1600. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, my name is Samantha Serna Uribe. I'm a staff attorney with MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Founded in 1968, MALDEF is the nation's leading organization that litigates civil rights on behalf of Latinos in the United States. Today, I testify in opposition to House Bill 1600. House Bill 1600 creates a new state felony offense for illegal entry from Mexico. A person who is not a citizen of the United States or a legal permanent resident commits an offense if the person enters or attempts to enter the state of Texas by crossing its border with Mexico at any location other than a port of entry. The creation of this offense encroaches on a field of law that is regulated already by federal law. As explained by the U.S. Supreme Court in Arizona v. U.S., where Congress occupies an entire field, even complementary state regulation is impermissible. Field preemption reflects a congressional decision to foreclose any state regulation, even if it is parallel to federal standards. House Bill 1600 is also preempted because it conflicts with federal law. The bill classifies the offense as a third-degree felony with a possible enhancement where a person was previously or had been convicted of the offense. This enhancement mechanism is not found in federal law regulating unlawful entry. And the Supreme Court, as it held when it struck down a section of Arizona's law, said that this created inconsistent penalties for the same conduct. And this conflict is, quote, an intrusion upon the federal scheme. MALDEF urges the committee to not enact state immigration laws that violate the U.S. Constitution. Enacting such laws will mire the state in costly, unsuccessful litigation and wreak havoc on the communities that are subjected to these unconstitutional programs. Please reject House Bill 1600. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we'll show again, that's for the record, you're against HB 1600 and any papers you give to our assistant.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Brent Smith. Brent, we show you're here on behalf of Kenny County Attorney and self for HB 1600. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'll make it short. My only comment was that, classifying something like this as a felony would create a pretty large caseload for the DAs. And so whenever you have deterrences or create something in the penal code, you always have to look at the logistics on does the DA have enough staff to take these cases on? Do they have the judicial resources? Do they have the clerks? In Kenny County, we've prosecuted over 5,000 misdemeanor criminal trespass, and we started off with very few resources, but we learned as we went, and we're over 5,000 now. If the DA had to take on those 5,000 by herself, that would probably create a huge issue. So I think we have to look at the logistics side of this. I do support the bill, but logistically, we have to make sure everything's shorn up. That's all I have.
Any questions, members? Well, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask Representative Hafner, but I think I'll go with you just because you're kind of a resource, I think, in your role. Tell me again your position.
I'm the county attorney in Kenny County. I'm the prosecutor for all misdemeanors in Kenny County.
Okay. And so you've had firsthand sort of experience with illegal immigration and a lot of it, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm looking at this, I know that when we're passing or contemplating laws that enhance criminal penalties, typically I think we hope it's a deterrent, right?
Correct.
I mean, in the end, we want it to be a deterrent. We want you to stop and think, you do this, this could happen. It's not going to be a slap on the hand, on the wrist anymore. You're going to go to jail, right? In this case, so my guess is, well, or let me ask you, based on your experience, if this had been if this had already been the law 2 years ago, right, already in place, would you have had a bunch of cases?
I don't believe I would have as many. I believe it would have served as a deterrent.
No, I'm asking, do you think you would have violations? You would have had violations in the last year of this law?
Of illegal,
yeah, if this was already law, if this had been law already a year and a half.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You would have had violations.
Absolutely.
Based on what you've seen in the last year and a half, what do you think it had? 50, 10, 100, 10,000?
Well, this bill is about the illegal entry between the port of entries, correct? We have, it's kind of hard to determine that actually because.
Well, you think it would have been 50 or?
No, it would have been in the thousands.
To 500.
It would have been over 1,000 easily.
So easily over 1,000.
Correct.
Right? Do you think, and you may not have an opinion, if you don't, that's okay, but knowing and being familiar with the people that you've seen, that you experienced, coming over here, do you think some of them would welcome having free shelter for 2 to 10 years? Shelter, food?
To some degree, possibly, but from my experiences, they do not want to stay in jail. They want to get out of jail. They do not want to stay there.
Right.
And that's another issue on the logistics side is jail space. The counties, in Kenny County alone, our jail is so old. I think we have 2 holding cells that meet TDCJ standards. So we contract out with 5 other, we have 5 other jail cells in Kerr County that we rent out.
Right.
But for Operation Lone Star providing jail space, we wouldn't be able to do this.
And so how would this work in terms of the additional cost, I guess, to you guys, if a law like this, if a bill like this became law? I'm thinking, because what I'm thinking is, when I got here, and almost ever since I've been here, periodically something will come up called, unfunded mandates. And I tried so hard through the years, because it was a big mantra when I got here 30 years ago, right? I mean, it was really big. So, I'd look at a bill, I can't vote for this. It's an unfunded mandate. We're putting in Ms. T and I would vote against it, and Chairman Hunter would vote because it was an unfunded mandate. But then it would pass, and it would be an unfunded mandate. And so I've always been, sensitive to that because I do understand local government. I mean, you're being strained, man. I mean, just trying to keep up with. I represented 7 rural counties, so I'm familiar with how hard that is in terms of what.
Yeah, I went through my office budget just buying folders in the first month of Operation Lone Star. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So what I'm going to ask the author is, but let me ask you to opine on this. whether we should maybe add some language that says, if we're going to pass this, we're going to give you some money. We're going to help you out, because otherwise it becomes a conundrum for you guys. We're thinking about legislation. I think it passed the Senate already, that if a district attorney or prosecutors, make a decision not to prosecute cases, right? Certain cases or class of cases, I think is the way they styled it, that, they can remove from office, right? So that's going to put some pressure, right? And so something like this, how could you not, if this became law, how could you not prosecute these things? As high profile as this issue is, right? And yet the cost, it's going to be substantial.
Correct. I think, and I was planning on testifying on HB 7, that's something in there that provides a framework. It's the logistics part, even if you want to, the prosecutor or the judge or the law enforcement officers, if they want to do something, they still have to have the resources and logistics to do it.
So do you think we should, in your opinion, add some language that says that we're going to pass this, we've got to give you some money to help deal with it?
Correct.
If we want you to prosecute them.
Correct. That is my position. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we've got you registered on behalf of yourself against HB 1600. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Go right ahead.
So I think that this legislation out of all the patchwork of legislation being proposed today to help bolster Operation Lone Star might be one of the most egregious. It criminalizes entering Texas from Mexico. It does not criminalize somebody who's undocumented from another country. So on that basis alone, it's discriminating by race. This legislation could be enforced by immigration courts created by HB 7, which, given that they're specifically created to go after immigrants, likely also discriminate against immigrants. And they could also, this could lead to racial profiling by the Border Patrol unit that wants to be created by HB 20. This legislation is extremely cruel. People are coming over to this country because they want a better life. And I think that earlier people were saying we want to talk about security and not immigration. But here we are with a bill that's going to punish immigrants, not smugglers, just people coming over. And so I think instead of these cruel punishments, there should be addressing the underlying causes of migrant flows. And that's something the federal government will have to do too. But the answer is not more cruelty. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Sheena Rodriguez. Sheena, we have you registered for Alliance for a Safe Texas and SELF and registered for HB 1600. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Whether Americans realize it or not, the Mexican cartel and FTOs are an existential threat to the lives, families, and futures to every citizen. HB 1600 would directly discourage illegal crossings outside of ports of entry, thereby directly impeding the money the cartel organizations acquire by smuggling and trafficking individuals. I too do share some concerns about the logistics of it. I know that there was another bill in the Senate that I had testified on that the verbiage of it specifically is geared towards those who are evading law enforcement. I think that might be a little bit more easier to obtain, although we would still need to expand our resources in our jail capacities. But I do want to point something out. When we're talking about migrants that are seeking asylum, reading straight from the DHS website, an asylee is a person who meets the definition of a refugee and is already present in the United States or seeking admission through a port of entry. So this bill is geared toward those who are not seeking asylum the legal and lawful way. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Robert, and I don't know if it's Mueller or Miller, M-U-E-L-L-E-R. So Robert, we show you registered on behalf of yourself against HB 1600. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Hi. My name is Robert Mueller. I'm the pastor of Divine Redeemer Presbyterian Church, where I've served in a largely immigrant community in Westside San Antonio for over 35 years. I work with immigrants on a regular basis. I know many, many immigrant families, some of whom are documented and some of whom are not. I have documented and undocumented members of my congregation and leaders in my congregation. This bill, I ask you to stand against HB 1600 because it is patently unconstitutional, number one, as the representative from MALDEF already articulated. There's already an offense on the federal books for this, and there are no qualified Texas officials capable of doing the enforcement that is being asked for here. But most importantly, I repudiate the inhumane and offensive language that characterizes people who are fleeing for security and safety as invaders, as people who are invading. They are not responsible for the fentanyl issues that we have. The fentanyl issues are coming through the ports of entry in large trucks. There are not fentanyl issues related to these individuals. This is a humanitarian issue of people who are fleeing conditions like those that many of our biblical patriarchs and matriarchs experienced, trying to find a safe place to be. It is inappropriate for us to use our resources, both legal and financial, to try and criminalize the people who are seeking and pursuing safety and security. As has already been articulated, the burden financially for state courts, local DAs, and detention facilities is inordinate, and it is the cartels, not their victims, including those that they are trafficking, who need to be the focus of any efforts that we make. Expanding legitimate pathways is a far better use of our money and our energy as a state so that we can enable people who want to come here, who want to work here, who have the desire to establish a way of life that is legal and that is valuable to their communities. So please reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale Story. We show that Dale registered for himself against HB 1600, and we'll show that he didn't testify. Maria Ortega. Maria Ortega. Maria Ortega. We will show that she registered for Breakthrough Central Texas and self against HB 1600, but did not testify. Joshua Trevino. Joshua, we show you have registered for the Texas Public Policy Foundation for HB 1600. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1600, which would create a felony for those who illegally enter Texas via an international border. The bottom line on HB 1600 is this. It is a good bill, a constitutional bill, and a necessary bill for the defense of Texas against a state cartel nexus that increasingly controls Mexico. Texas does possess the constitutional power to pass and enact this bill. Despite the Supreme Court of the United States' erroneous decision in Arizona versus U.S. in 2012, there is in fact nothing preventing the states from asserting what the late Justice Antonin Scalia described in his partial concurrence as, quote, what most would consider the defining characteristic of sovereignty, the power to exclude from the sovereign's territory people who have no right to be there. Neither the Constitution itself nor even any law passed by Congress supports that decision, end quote. We concur. We therefore endorse the intent and purpose of HB 1600 in full. A polity that fails to defend itself and its citizenry is one that lacks both legitimacy and meaning. Texans have learned the bitter lesson that we can expect little from our federal government, but we rightly expect more from our state. And on that front, HB 1600 delivers. HB 1600 is an emphatic corrective to over a decade in which a wrong-headed federal judiciary has excluded the states from their legitimate plenary powers under the 10th Amendment. The bill achieves three major ends. It defends Texas communities, it asserts Texas' legitimate constitutional powers, and it signals that the old era is over. We therefore urge its passage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Chairman.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know your rank, or I'd call you by that.
I have no rank.
Well, you used to, I get it.
Oh, back in the day, yes, sir. It's quite a while ago.
Okay. And you're from South Texas originally? Your family for the last 300 years?
My family is. In fact, the family house is at 2909 Juarez in Laredo. Yes, sir.
Great.
So, good to see you.
So I wanted to ask you, you probably heard me a little while ago asking another witness, and I think I'll ask the author of the bill about the unfunded mandate part of it. That before you guys were around, we were talking about that, and
yes, sir.
I imagine that comes up in some of your analysis and some of your recommendations and so
yes,
forth.
Sir.
Can you give us some thoughts on if you all have given that thought and whether you would be supportive of maybe some language that speaks to that and helping local, counties?
Yes, sir. As a general principle, and I did witness that exchange, so I know what you're referring to. As a general principle, obviously if it's legislation that we support the ability to fully enact and enforce it. So that is something that we would be supportive of.
I wanted to make sure that I'm looking at the author of the bill and I heard that, and that maybe we can work on some language.
Yes, sir. We'd be happy to work with you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bethany Carson. Bethany, we show you've registered on behalf of Grassroots Leadership and Self against HB 1600. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bethany Carson with Grassroots Leadership, and I'm testifying against the bill. This bill would encourage racial profiling and allow state and local law enforcement to arrest people solely based off of immigration status. It would also allow migrants who cross without documentation to be arrested and sentenced under Operation Lone Star anywhere in the state, even if they're arrested on public property or in their own private residences. It's criminalizing the very existence of a whole group of people, not only at the border, but across the state as we live in mixed status communities. It's unconstitutional as it directly conflicts with federal immigration policy, particularly since it does not appear to exempt from enforcement those who are in the legal process of applying for asylum or other immigration status. But fundamentally, these prosecutions don't work. Entry and reentry charges have been prosecuted aggressively for over a decade at the federal level and have not proven to deter migration. Judge Felix Recio, a retired magistrate judge in Brownsville, said, "These prosecutions have no deterrent effect whatsoever. We share culture, religion, food, families, music. How are we going to stop that? How many tough policies have been implemented over the last 100 years? People are still coming every single day." That is a judge who's prosecuted these charges. Terry Goddard, a two-term Attorney General of Arizona, goes even further. He said, all the border enforcement has accomplished is to increase the price of transportation and strengthen the stranglehold that cartels have on their markets. Arizona Assistant Attorney General Paul Charlton has also emphasized, in the same vein as the Kinney County Attorney just told us, that the strain on the courts that all of these low-level offenses create prohibit emphasizing more serious offenses. Please learn from the failure of the decades we've been doing these prosecutions at the national level. HB 1600 delivers nothing but wasteful spending and human suffering. Please reject this.
You oppose HB 1600?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Franz Schimmel. Franz, we show you've registered for Texas Impact and Self against HB 1600. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
I'm Franz Schimmel. I'm a pastor in Weatherford, Texas, also the current chair of the board of Texas Impact, an interfaith and ecumenical organization of more than 50 years. We're actually celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. Included our the larger faith traditions, Christian faith traditions in Texas, but also representatives from the Muslim and Jewish community and Buddhist and others. The letter appeals to you as our legislators to, as you legislate on behalf of the people of Texas out of a sense of love, that you also enlarge that sense of love as our faith traditions all command us to all humanity, and which would include then the migrants who are coming to Texas. And I'm speaking against this bill today on behalf of that, and the letter references also HB 7, HB 20, and other bills that are based not on love so much as on fear. And we're concerned that the rhetoric of fear has sort of inflamed our minds and made us lose sight of the humanity of the migrants that are coming to our state. It's a concern to us that these bills, though they're well-intended maybe to protect Texans from legitimate threats, instead might function to do harm already suffering innocents. It's concerned that these bills would result in widespread discrimination and harassment against legal residents and citizens of Texas. It's concerned that these bills would destroy trust in our communities. This is a particularly important one by establishing unregulated militias with police powers. That's not HB 1600, maybe more like 20. So we urge you to lead and legislate with love for all whose feet find Texas soil. And we urge you to protect and serve the people of our state without causing harm to others. And we urge you to show compassion to those who must leave the land of their birth out of desperation for their survival.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Again,
God
we
bless
show
you.
you against HB 1600.
Against HB.
And we appreciate your message.
Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you so much. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Shows that Sadie registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 1600, but did not testify. Members, that's the last registration that we have. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill that registered within the timeline? Seeing none, we call upon Representative Hefner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know that there are some, regarding Representative Raymond's remarks about unfunded mandates, there are some other bills that are moving through our process that would provide for some grants for local prosecutors and law enforcement in these areas, but I would still be open to working some language in that might clarify that.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so I'm aware of some bills that are moving through the process that have been filed that relate to creating some grant funds for local prosecutors' offices and law enforcement agencies in these areas. But I'd still be open to working with you on some language.
Can we make it a little stronger than just some grants? I mean, I think it's important, and I wish we would do it more, by the way, that, you know, that we say, look, we want you to do this. We know you already got a lot going on. We're going to give you the money. You know, we're going to give you the money. That's
sure.
Right?
Sure, I'd be glad to be happy to work with you on that.
I ask
yes.
you to just, you know, see if we could work on that because, I mean, you know, how many counties do you represent?
6.
Yeah, so that's what I had before, 6. I had 25 little towns. And it's tough, man.
Sure.
And a lot of this, you know, Laredo is a port of entry, right? But a lot of these places are going to be little counties, little towns, and they're going to need the help. If you're going to push this through, this is going to go. And I just would ask you to please keep that in mind. And
right.
Thank you.
You bet. We'll work with you on that.
Oh, and by the way, I want to be fair to the author of the bill, Chairman. One of the witnesses probably wasn't doing it to be mean, but said that your bill was aimed at just people from Mexico. That's not the way it's written. It says
correct.
We border Mexico, so it says, you know, a crossing over from an area that obviously is Mexico.
Right. We have people crossing our border from
your bill doesn't
China,
say
all over the world.
Yeah, your bill doesn't get specific about, you know,
correct.
the nationality of that person. I just want to be fair to you.
Correct, and I appreciate that. And we have many legal ways of entering our country, and that's what we want. We want to know who's coming, why they're coming, and we're for people coming here. We just want them to come the right way, and we want to, you know, any from Oklahoma. We probably maybe ought to build a wall up there in Oklahoma, right? Yeah. But anyway, it does not discriminate. It just uses that as a reference point of where the crime would be committed, not to pick on any particular race. And so, but I appreciate y'all's time today, and I close.
I was born in Oklahoma.
Uh-oh.
I know what you said.
Did my bill?
Thank you, Representative Hefner.
That's the beginning of the song.
That's right. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 1600 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1600 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 800 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain his bill.
Thank you. Can we get these passed out? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, HB 800 escalates punishment for human smugglers, not immigrants, who take advantage of individuals crossing the Texas-Mexico border. This bill holds these smugglers accountable for their actions and for other crimes they commit in the process of smuggling. HB 800 escalates the offense of human smuggling to at least a third-degree felony with a 10-year minimum term of imprisonment. It also escalates the offense of running a stash house to at least a third-degree felony with a 5-year minimum term of imprisonment. Furthermore, the bill escalates other offenses committed while smuggling, such as assault, burglary, and evading arrest, to a third-degree felony. HB 800 holds the smugglers who take advantage of these individuals accountable, and the language in this bill was one of Governor Abbott's emergency items. I can help answer any questions if you all have any.
Any questions for Chairman Guillen? Okay, thank you. We'll let you close.
Thank you.
Nelson Barnes. Nelson, we show you registered for the 452nd District Attorney's Office neutral on HB 800. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Chairman, my name's Nelson Barnes, and I'm an assistant district attorney in the 452nd Judicial District, which is Mason, McCullough, Menard, Kimball, and Edwards County. But I'm presently assigned as the project director for Operation Lone Star for the Border Prosecution Unit. The BPU works in a number of counties in all of the counties along our border as a cooperative working arrangement for between local district attorneys. We are a trusted program under the governor's office, have existed since 2009, and I am here as a resource for any questions on the bill.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Brent Smith. Brent, we show you've registered on behalf of Kenny County Attorney and self for HB 800. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My comments are going to be about the same as the last bill. Even though it's a good deterrent and it might work well, the logistics, the personnel, the infrastructure is a necessary component of any of these deterrents or for new penal code bills.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we've shown you registered for self against HB 800. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
So one reason why I oppose this legislation is the way it potentially appears to me to work with HB 65. And HB 65 appears to make it, from the way I read it, it makes it easier to prosecute people who are migrating in groups for smuggling, because it creates a presumption of intent if one does not go through the proper border checkpoint, which makes me concerned about these enhanced penalties are really a way to target migrants And I think in general, if you're looking at deterrence, usually it's by the amount of enforcement anyways, not really by the severity of the crime, according to research I'm familiar with, the severity of the punishment, according to research I'm familiar with. So I think it would be needless incarceration anyways, and would increase our mass incarceration problem, and so therefore I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Guillen.
Can we clarify, are you testifying on HB 65 or HB 800?
Well, they kind of interact together, so that's why I was talking about both.
So you are testifying on 800?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're against 8?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The reason I bring it up is because most of what you said was referencing 65, I think, not 800.
Yes. 800 increases the penalties for the smuggling, and then I feel like 65 expands like the definition of smuggling, so I felt like the two kind of went together.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mayra Vedros, Vedros. Mayra, Meira, Vedros, Vedros. Mayra, Meira, Vedros, Vedros. We'll show that Mayra Vedros registered for self against HB 800, but not here to testify. Roy Boyd. Roy, we show you've registered on behalf of Goliad County Sheriff and self for HB 800. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. I am in favor of this legislation. I only ask for one caveat, and that is with any law that's going to set a minimum sentencing, I would ask that there be some sort of out for the prosecutor. Kind of like the situation I explained to you earlier today. Sometimes we flip some of the lesser smugglers in order to go after the cartel operatives who have hired them. So I believe that if we do not have some sort of tool by which to provide some sort of leniency for those who cooperate, then it will reduce our likelihood of actually getting the cartel operatives that we're trying to prosecute. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bethany Carson. Bethany, we have you registered on behalf of Grassroots Leadership and Self against HB 800. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. We oppose this bill because it would allow migrants who are sentenced under Operation Lone Star to be imprisoned for long periods of time and prevent many from accessing asylum or other legal immigration status. And that's really the opposite that we ought to be doing. Everyone wants to come in through a legal pathway. The reality is that that does not exist. There is no way for people who are seeking safety and cannot access it in their countries to present themselves at the border and be processed. And currently, I also want to speak to the way that smuggling is currently being processed. Currently, what is happening is that any adults in the car with minors are being prosecuted for smuggling, even if they are related to those children. So what we're doing through OLS currently is we are rounding up people who are migrants who are seeking safety and a better life and outright criminalizing them. And that is not something that is making us any safer. This bill also has a provision that would criminalize unhoused people and youth throughout Texas by creating felony offenses for evading arrest for even things like minor property damage. So we could be in situations where children, youth who are doing graffiti and then evade arrest are being given felony offenses that are going to follow them for the rest of their lives, impact their ability to access housing and employment. So I implore you to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Rhonda Marquardt. Rhonda, we show you have registered on behalf of yourself for HB 800. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I wish I was talking in DC, and I wish I was talking to the federal government, but they don't listen to us. And just so you know, I did try that first for the first few months. 2 years ago, I emailed them every day, every one of my reps, from the president and down to our local House and senators, and got very few responses. Because I agree with some of the comments that were made here. This is their problem. This is the problem they have created for us. But at this point, we are to you guys, because we don't know where else to go. And so this bill, there are things about it that I love. Number one, in our county, we're between two border checkpoints. Anybody who's coming through our county is evading arrest, they're being smuggled, and they are also criminal conduct. In the beginning, I was sending footages from our game cams of the illegals that were coming through being led by the drug cartel or someone else. We have pictures of children. We have pictures of every woman that came with 20 men were abused. They had been raped on their way here. It didn't matter. The federal government wasn't listening. So this is where we are with you. But in our county, what we see is the evading of arrest, going by our schools, going by our courthouse, going down Highway 90. We see the smuggling of persons. We see the smuggling of guns. We see the smuggling of drugs. Just this last 2 weeks, we have arrested a teacher from Houston who was transporting. We have arrested a murderer from Baton Rouge this week in our vicinity, and the list goes on and on. Thank you for considering this bill.
And we'll note you're for HB 800.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. We'll note that Sadie registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and Self against HB 800, but is not here to testify. Members, that's the last of the witness affirmations. Again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill that made the deadline?
I did register, but I did
not. Have to go right over here.
You want me to ask her?
You have to talk to her. Shana Rodriguez. Bring her up. Okay. Sheena Rodriguez, we have you registered on behalf of Alliance for a Safe Texas and Self for HB 800.
Yes, sir.
And go right ahead.
Thank you. It was stated earlier that those who were being caught with their children were being trafficked or were being charged with smuggling. That is factually incorrect. So I wanted to make sure that that point was made. And also my question for all of these bills and for all of those who are against all of these bills attempting to solve a problem, an issue that we never should have been forced to try to do this. How many is enough? How many people is enough to enter illegally into our country before people start standing up and saying enough is enough and something must be done? What's that number? Because currently there's at least 1 billion across this world that would love to be able to come to the United States. How many is enough? Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you. Now, Sadie, are you here? Okay. Sadie Hernandez, we show you are registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 800, correct?
Yes,
Go right
correct. So hi, Sadie Hernandez, she, her. I was born and raised in the border town of Brownsville, Texas, and I have been working in immigrant rights for the last 4 years, and I am here to register in opposition because bills like these don't actually understand the full scope of the immigration system we're in. More enforcement, more punishment, and all of this just increases people's proximity to violence, as well as other things being scammed. And without understanding white supremacy and the way that the United States has affected the entire global immigration system, as well as things out of everyone's hands like climate change, the state of Texas is not equipped to try to handle or deal with issues like this, even at what seems to be a small scale. And again, I would just like to reinforce the way that trans folks are affected by heightened criminalization, heightened violence, and things like that when it comes to the immigration system. People are pushed into situations like those described in this bill because of larger things that are outside of the scope of the state of Texas. And I am in opposition of this bill because the increase of violence, criminalization, and just a mess is all I can say. Thank you.
So we're noting you're against HB 800, correct? Yes. Any questions, member? Thank you so much. Okay, again, members, that's the last registration. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill that made the deadline? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Gann to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, again, this escalates punishments for human smugglers and for stash house operators. If there's no further questions, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions, members? Thank you. The chair moves to leave HB 800 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 800 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 65 and recognizes Representative Spiller to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 65.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, members, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 65. House Bill 65 is a border security bill that increases the penalties for criminal trespass and other similar charges for individuals who individually intentionally avoid a federal or state enforcement checkpoint. To date, Texas and Operation Lone Star are using every tool at their disposal to secure our border, but we need more authority to pursue legal action for criminal trespass and other similar charges. Currently, the only legal tool Texas is really able to utilize for individuals who come across illegally is to charge them with criminal trespass and other such charges that are misdemeanors. That's problematic in a couple of ways. One is that under 17.151 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, because it is a Class B misdemeanor, prosecutors have to be ready for trial within 15 days. As you can imagine, with the number of people crossing and the process that has to be in place, that's very difficult. And if they're not ready for trial within that 15 days, then those folks have to be just released. So House Bill 65 addresses this issue by increasing the penalties for criminal trespass and other such similar charges from a Class B misdemeanor to a third-degree felony when individuals unlawfully bypass any federal or state law enforcement checkpoint. So by increasing that level of punishment to a third-degree felony under that same provision, 17.151 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, prosecutors therefore have 90 days to be ready for trial, which gives them the additional time that they need to be able to process these types of cases. Additionally, and really most importantly, by raising the level of punishment, increased penalty for these crimes, it makes the crime automatically deportable under 8 U.S.C. 1227. So even under our current federal law, under the Biden administration, even presently, the federal government's obligated to deport someone that's either not only finally what we consider a final conviction for that type of charge, but also for even if they're charged with it without necessarily being convicted, because the deportation process that's triggered through that is done administratively. So currently, and probably most importantly, currently as drafted, House Bill 65 does not conflict with the Arizona versus U.S. case. We've heard a lot about that today. And I support the bills that have been discussed so far, but those bills deal with cases that where there's a new criminal offense for either being here or getting here. That's what Arizona was about. My bill provides for enhanced punishment for existing offenses. There is no new offense created. So that's very important, and that's why really this bill is a safety net, version that we need to have passed and need to administer. So with that, Mr. Chairman, subject to any questions you may have of me, I thank you for your time. Respectfully reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? Good, thank you. We'll give you the right to close. Nelson Barnes. Nelson, we show you've registered on behalf of the 452nd District Attorney's Office, neutral on HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'm here again as a resource on the bill. I have met with Representative Spiller about this. I would like to, while having this opportunity for the committee, which I do appreciate, to echo Representative Raymond's calls about that this does draw resources on prosecutors' offices. As of the present time, I'm assuming probably Mr. Smith from Kinney County will probably speak to this. I work with Brent quite regularly through the Operation Lone Star. They have prosecuted 5,000 plus of these cases that have been ongoing since the Lone Star initiative started would have become felonies. There are presently about 7,000 to 9,000 smuggling cases pending in the Valverde Kinney courts. So it just will need resources to support that. From a prosecution standpoint, the prosecutor's office to handle those 7,000 to 9,000 felonies right now has 5 assistants to handle those felony cases that are already in the system. So just know that these numbers are going to require. I spoke on a similar measure in the other chamber last week or 2 weeks ago, and said the request says we're going to need a lot bigger funnel with the criminal justice funnel. So. But as a prosecutor, we do what y'all give us to do, and we prosecute what y'all ask us to prosecute, and that's what we will do. But we will need those resources to make this work.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir. Michael Belsick. Michael, we show you've registered as yourself for HB 65. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
As you recall from last testimony, I am for legal and organized immigration. And I haven't researched this question, but as far as I know, any of us that want to go into another country, just deciding I want to go, you can't do that. I grew up in San Diego, California. Our sister city on the other side of the border was Tijuana, and it was freely, you can come and go as often as you please for shopping, whatever, from them to us or us to them. You can go as far south as Ensenada, which was not that much farther than Tijuana. But if you were caught by federales south of Ensenada, without any documentation approved by the Mexican government, you were in jail. That is the way it was. And as far as I know, most any other country, you can't just go in because, oh, I want to go in. You have to have a passport. You have to tell them how long you're going to be there and when you're going to leave. You just cannot immigrate. So I'm wondering why we are thinking that we can allow people coming here and doing what no other country allows to do. Yes, we have a big heart. We take care and want to help people, but there is limits to what things can be. There are costs associated with that unlimited heart. So just wanting you to think about that. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Adona Griffith. Idona Griffith. Idona Griffith. Will show that she registered for self against HB 65, but not here to testify. Zachary Kolodny. Zachary, we show you registered for yourself against HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
So smuggling is defined as basically knowingly transporting somebody with a motor vehicle or something like that, and one of the ways with intent to conceal them from a police officer or special investigator. And so what HB 65 does is it imputes that intent to somebody if they go past an officer checkpoint, which I think it was designed because it wanted to get people accuse someone of smuggling if they're transporting anyone through the border. And so I think, just as I've said several times before, I think this is part of a larger effort to criminalize immigration. Therefore, I oppose it. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Brent Smith. Brent, we show you registered for Kenny County Attorney and self for HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I would just like to thank Nelson Barnes for the comments, and the BPU has been an instrumental help to all the counties doing Operation Lone Star. Without them, it'd be impossible to do what we do. I do support the bill, and again, infrastructure and logistics, and I know our county right now is looking into providing another courtroom to run. That way we can have 2 courtrooms running every day of the week. Right now, we don't have 2 courtrooms that can run every day of the week. But that's just an example of things that, small counties run into trying to do this. The landowners that I represent, I've talked to hundreds along the border. They want solutions like this. They want all the solutions, not 1 or 2. They want everything on the table. Everything the state of Texas can do needs to be done. One of the parts of the bill that I'm really in favor of is the interference with railroad property. That's a part of the law right now that is being walked around by the cartels and everyone coming in. A lot of people are dying on the railroads. They know it's a way they can get through that's difficult to prosecute. So interference with railroad property would be a great asset in this bill as well. Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. So you said something key. Everything should be done, right? Do you know anyone, have you known anyone who's hired, any U.S. citizen who's hired someone who's here illegally?
I personally do not.
You've never met anyone or known anyone that has hired someone?
Not recently, not within the recent years. Maybe
but you have?
When I was younger, yes.
Okay, well, then the answer is yes.
Yes.
I have known people, U.S. citizens who
Yes, sir.
hired, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it your opinion that that's happening now?
More than likely, it is. And that is, I think, one of the problems
Okay.
with...
I'll respect you saying more than likely, but I promise you, it's happening.
Yes. I don't have personal knowledge of it, but yes.
Okay. Do you know, and I'm sorry that I don't, somebody else here knows, what are the current penalties if you're a U.S. citizen and you hire someone who's here legally to work for you?
I believe that's a federal statute. I'm not aware of the state.
Well, maybe
I could be wrong on that.
Should we do you think that, since you said we should do everything we can?
Sure.
Are you of the opinion that maybe we should be drafting some bills or maybe making some amendments here that gets into that so we can go after the whole thing?
I do. Penalizing people that are unlawfully here working, that are unlawfully employed.
The people who hire them.
Yes, absolutely.
Should we put them in jail?
We should definitely prosecute them. Now, what the
Prosecute
punishment
them
could
means
be,
prosecute them, but prosecute them in a way that they can end up in jail.
I would think, I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that, but, it could be a possibility if it needs to be a deterrent, absolutely.
Well, do you think it would be a deterrent if somebody in your county who has a business hired somebody who's here legally and they got busted for doing it, and then they came to you because there's something on the books, and that person could go to jail for 2 years for hiring someone here who's here illegally? Do you think that that might get them to stop hiring them illegally?
I would say so.
So then, do you think that maybe we should go down that road too? Because you said this, you got my attention when you said,
Right.
we should do everything we can.
We should have some type of punishment for those people that are hiring people illegally, that are not able to work. What that punishment is, that's the legislature's job.
I understand,
I'm glad
but
to give my
but
opinion, though.
but you've given us your opinion that we should pass laws that say if you cross the border illegally, all right, if you trespass because you're from another country and you're here illegally, you ought to go to prison. You said that, right? You
Well,
support
not necessarily go to prison, but they need to be
well, jail.
prosecuted. Yes, yes.
Be incarcerated.
Right, right.
You believe that, right?
Yes.
You support that.
Yes.
So equally, I'm asking you, because you want to stop this
Correct.
illegal immigration, should we do that for employers, people that are U.S. citizens?
I
Okay.
believe there needs to be a punishment,
Should they go to jail?
perhaps on their second offense. I'm just, throwing that out there.
Second offense?
I don't know. I mean,
Well, no, that's what you think, okay, you can have your opinion, and I'm asking you. So you think that they should get away with it the first time, but the second time is when they should go to jail?
Well, I don't know. There needs to be a punishment that deters that behavior. What that punishment is, I think it needs to be looked into more. Entering on the fly, I would have to think about it. I'd have to look at certain things.
Well, we need you to think about it, because if you've been thinking about
I can get back
this
to you if
illegal
you'd like to.
immigration issue for a while. It's a big deal, obviously, where you're at in Kinney County. So, yeah, we need people like you to think about it. And again, you just got me to thinking when you said we got to do everything we can.
And we do.
So I'm wondering if we've got to take that step. If we've got to take that step that says, whoever owns that restaurant, I don't know if you heard me earlier today, whoever owns that restaurant that I went to a month ago, they hired someone who's here illegally. Should that person, that owner, go to jail? You say yes on the second offense. You might change it later. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think members, I just think I remember, I think, Mr. Anchia, Chairman, didn't you do something a few years ago? You did some amendment on that? And
I did.
But went crazy. And I don't really want to, I wish we didn't have to. All right?
I agree.
I wish that we would just expand the worker visa program and say, hey, guys, we need those workers in this country. That's why most of them come, because U.S. citizens hire them.
Right.
But if we're not going to do that, if we're not going to expand the visa work, President Trump didn't do it, President Bush didn't do it, President Obama didn't do it, not in a significant way, right? And I guess President Biden's not doing it either. If we're not going to do that, then if we want to stop this, it's kind of like you got to stop both ends of it, man.
Right. I mean, a good
Promise you,
example.
if I owned a business and I knew I was going to go to jail, if I hired somebody who was here illegally, I can assure you I wouldn't do it because I don't want to go to jail.
Right. A good example, there's several ranchers in Kinney County that have worker visa workers on the ranch working for them, and they have to patrol the fence and repair it from the people who are illegally here. So they're working to fix the problem of those who came here legally, even though they're here legally. So it's a perfect example of the system that we have. There's people here legally and fixing the fence damages from those who were here illegally. And I think that sums it up.
And not to be cynical, but some of you witnesses have got me to thinking about why Washington under Republican or Democratic administrations really haven't fixed this issue. You got me to wondering, okay, are there folks lobbying up there say, hey, whoa, don't take away our workers. We need those workers. Don't pass any meaningful reforms because we need those workers, right? Gets you to wondering.
Right.
Because it's clearly both parties. It's not like it's just one.
Right.
Okay? So thank you for telling us that we need to start arresting people who are U.S. citizens and have a business and they hire someone who's here illegally.
They need to be punished. They need to be deterred from doing that.
Now, you still think on the second offense, or are you going to the first one now?
I'll
I mean,
get
if you
back
want
to
to let them
you.
get away with it the first time, say that. I think they
Well,
should.
they don't get away with it. They need to be at least fined.
Okay, fine. How big a fine?
How? I don't
Big one.
I have no idea.
Gotta hurt, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got to hurt.
Well, you've made some history here, and Chairman, this is very instructive. We'll see where it goes.
I appreciate your questions, though.
Well, I mean it.
No, I do.
I mean, it's like we do it that way, or this stuff that we're doing now, I mean.
No.
Any other questions?
I do.
Oh, Representative Anchia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Remind me of your role in Kenny County?
Kenny County Attorney, the prosecutor, and I do a lot of contracts for the Commissioner's Court, things of that nature.
So in your back and forth with Chairman Raymond, it got me to thinking, what are the big industries in your county?
Ranching and hunting.
Ranching and hunting. Have you ever prosecuted anybody for hiring ranch hands that were undocumented?
No, but I've only been county attorney for 2 years.
Has anybody in the history of your residence in Kenny County ever prosecuted anybody for having ranch hands?
I think it's a federal issue. I know there's some ranchers when I was younger that were prosecuted federally.
Federally, but anybody at the county attorney's office?
I'm not prepared to answer that, but I would doubt it.
Okay.
I would.
Does the county attorney's office have investigatory ability?
To some degree, we usually rely on the police reports that we get from the sheriff's office and DPS and law enforcement.
Could you ask the big ranchers for whether or not they use E-Verify, or whether or not, they've audited the W-8s or the I-9s of their employees? Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Okay, thanks. Because you said earlier, we need to do everything.
Yeah, we do.
Look forward to hearing the news.
Any other questions, ma'am? Thank you, sir. Bethany Carson. Bethany, we have you registered for grassroots leadership and self against HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So I have similar issues with this bill as HB 800, but this bill in particular would encode discrimination based on national origin into law by creating harsher sentencing tiers for migrants in particular. The language in the committee substitute that changed from intent to cross into the U.S. to evade a checkpoint does not resolve this issue, nor the constitutional issue involved. To clarify on the smuggling issue that I mentioned earlier, our organization has brought multiple groups of people to the border to witness Operation Lone Star magistrations. I've personally sat in magistration at the Val Verde Processing Center and watched a man realize that he's being accused of smuggling his own child. There have also already been instances where people who have picked up a hitchhiker have been prosecuted for smuggling when they got pulled over, and the person happens to be undocumented. Also, these statutes are not only relevant at the border, they apply to the entire state. This could happen to anyone in your district who drives the school carpool, gives their workers a ride home, or drives their mother to the doctor, because we live in mixed status communities. This bill also does include a felony enhancement for trespassing, which is the primary offense that migrants are being prosecuted for under Operation Lone Star. These are people who are merely seeking safety and a better life, and really are the victims of smuggling that we're discussing. This is something that is really just a veneer for illegal entry, the kind of offenses that are being talked about under HB 1600, because as Kenny County resident Gage Brown says, good luck taking 2 steps in rural Texas without committing the
And
same
you're
crime.
against HB 65?
Yes, thank you.
Any questions, member? Thank you. Roy Boyd. Roy, we have you registered on behalf of Goliad County Sheriff and self for HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Go right
correct.
ahead.
I'm just here in favor of this bill, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Susanna Carranza. Susanna Carranza. Susanna Carranza will show she registered for herself against HB 65, but not here to testify. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez. Sadie Hernandez will show that she registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 65, but did not testify. Dale Story. Dale Story. Dale Story. So he registered for self against HB 65, but did not testify. Calvin Tillman. Calvin, we show you registered for yourself and for HB 65. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman Hunter. Thank you. My name is Calvin Tillman. I'm from Valley View, Texas. I represent myself, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 65. I think through a lot of the testimony that we've seen here today, we see that there's kind of a mess down on our southern border. And so I think anybody who takes an objective look at that can see that it's a mess. So we have to do something. And so continuing to do nothing, I don't think that's an option that anybody wants. So, and unfortunately, it doesn't appear that there's enough negative consequences for those who ignore our laws. So, as we've heard before, people's property is being impacted, property rights are being impacted. A lot of these properties down there are ranches that have had destruction. And so what about them? So House Bill 65 puts some penalties in place to serve as a deterrent for those who break the law. This type of legislation is long overdue, it's needed. So if not this, what? And if not now, when? So I thank Representative Spiller for carrying this legislation. So I'm going to ask you to report House Bill 65 favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you. Okay, Sadie, we have you registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and self against HB 65. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Sadie, she, her pronouns, born and raised in Brownsville, Texas, and I come from a mixed status family, a mixed status community, and the beautiful, amazing border town of Brownsville, Texas. And I am against this bill because the persistent over-surveillance, over-criminalization of undocumented and immigrant folks in Texas is, again, violent and horrifying. I would like to ask everybody to think about an undocumented person in their life or an immigrant person in their life and all of the obstacles that they've had to go through and things that they have to think about on the daily that U.S. citizens do not. And having more bills that criminalize these folks who are doing things for their own life in their own freedoms is not the business of the state of Texas. And once again, going back to the most vulnerable population, trans undocumented folks and trans immigrants, just by being trans, likely a person of color, they are already over-policed and over-surveilled for trying to live their lives authentically. And not only is it their gender identity that should be that they should be able to live openly and proudly about, but they should also be able to live openly and proudly wherever they choose. And if that happens to be the state of Texas, past a checkpoint, then that I fully believe is something that they are entitled to. Thinking about all of these heinous, ridiculous, right-wing conspiracy theories about what goes on and what undocumented people do when they cross over is honestly just ridiculous and fucking stupid. But I'm sorry, this like fantasy world that people are living in.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay.
We have to keep the
Sorry.
dialogue. We don't want either side. It's kind of like the Reverend said, let's keep this to the point and let's not make it personal. So we show that you're against HB 65.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else that would like to speak on for or against the bill that registered by the timeline? All right, Representative Spiller to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, let me just say, I just want to take the opportunity to thank a lot of folks. This has been a long time in the works here, putting this bill together. I want to thank Nelson Barnes, who testified, and his input from the Board of Prosecution Unit and other representatives of Operation Lone Star, District and County Attorneys Association, the Attorney General's Office, the Texas Facilities Commission, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and then also Brent Smith and his sheriff, who couldn't be here today, there in Kenny County. A lot of folks have contributed, and I appreciate the input and appreciate the education they've given me. Thank you, and members, I'll just request favorable consideration, and I close.
Any questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 65 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 65 is left pending. Now, members, as I indicated earlier today and to the public, it's the chair's intention to allow for 4 hours of public testimony on HB 7. The plan is to alternate witnesses who have registered for and against the bill in question. For those unable to testify in the allotted time frame, your registered position will be reflected in the official record. Also, there's the portal I've referenced a couple of times that will be open till the end of this hearing. The chair lays out HB 7 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the communities and public institutions in the border region of Texas face significant strain due to immigration and criminal activity along the Rio Grande. Texans who own property in the border region deal with damages to their property rooted in the same cause. And the economies of our communities also suffer from the fallout of the current situation along our border. The judicial system, law enforcement, and other public services, maintained in large part by local taxpayer dollars, are stretched thin as they shoulder the brunt of the impact, adversely affecting the public services provided to these families and these communities. Landowners frequently suffer damages to their property due to trespassers and smugglers. Commerce and trade in the border region suffer as well due to challenges in transportation and logistics, diminished industrial investment and job creation, or decline in tourism. On top of that, professional border enforcement personnel are hard to come by, as the demand for well-trained professionals needed to improve the situation on the border outstrips their availability. The committee substitute to House Bill 7 helps address these issues through a variety of programs to assist the judicial system, law enforcement, public services in health and safety, property owners, educational institutions, businesses, and communities in the border region who find themselves bearing the brunt of the current situation. Members, our fellow Texans need our help, and CSHB 7 helps deliver it where it's needed the most. The committee sub, in addition to being a Ledge Council draft, expands on the categories and scope of the programs in the original bill based upon constituent feedback and input from our fellow members, including my desk mate. I can help answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Chair Guillen? All right, thanks. We'll let you have the right to close. So we're going to start public testimony. What is the clerk's official time?
5.
5:56 PM. Nelson Barnes. Nelson, we have you registered for the 452nd District Attorney's Office, neutral on HB 7. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'm here as a resource to answer any questions that might have come up in regards to the bill, as well as to just to sound redundant, that the court systems are overwhelmed with what we've got now, even if we didn't change any laws on the books. And those the need for extra court dates and judges and that thing in the border region is huge right now.
Representative Anchia.
Yeah, so I want to drill down on that a little bit. Earlier, you gave some statistics. Would you mind repeating those on the existing backlog that exists?
Yes, sir. We're working with the district attorney in Valverde, Kinney, and Terrell counties, and she has estimated that she has 4,000 to 7,000 cases in her chain right now, with an estimate of 2023. That does not include her 2023 numbers. And based on those coming through, she's guesstimating 9,000 to 12,000 felonies over by the end of 2023.
And earlier, you said that this data was since the inception of Operation Lone Star?
Yes, sir.
Would have been 2016?
2021. Would have been when the initiative started, yes.
I see, because we've been funding
yes, sir, other
border initiatives for a long time. And in order to clear this backlog, how many additional courts do you need? Scope of magnitude.
She's got one district court. I know they have a plan in place right now to start having 25 trials set for juries in Kinney County every Monday and Wednesday till the future runs out.
So what would alleviate the backlog?
3 or 4 courts.
3 to 4 courts?
3 or 4 courts, and then she's going to need some prosecution resources.
How many prosecutors?
Probably, she has 5. She probably needs 15 to 20.
15 to 20. Okay.
And
that
that's
is
with a
for
pretty
the
hefty
3-county
caseload.
region?
That's for her 3-county region, yes, sir. This is also the same kind of problem they've got in Maverick County. The Dimmitt, Maverick, Zavala, what I lovingly refer to as the DMZ.
Yep.
They have the same kind of problem. Their numbers may not be quite as big as Kinney's were.
So what do you think, scope of magnitude, 20% less?
I'm going to guess 30% less that I'm aware of. Yes, sir.
All right.
I had a meeting recently with their district judge where he said, I've just got to have another court coordinator because I just can't even keep the balance going.
And this is without any increase in penalties
This is just
or
doing what we're doing.
Not causes of action. What would you call it? Charges?
Charges, yes.
Charges,
Just doing what we're doing.
Just doing
Right.
what we're doing right now. Got it. And do we have a financial forecast on what this would take?
I haven't put numbers to paper on
Can
that.
you follow up with me on that? And-
Yes, sir. Happy
just,
to.
Just give me, it doesn't, you don't need to give me an Excel pro forma. Your best guesstimate would be helpful.
We can happily get back with you on that.
And what are the effects of this backlog other than people not receiving any sort of, receiving a processing of their case?
It's obviously the delays in all cases, not to mention just these cases, but every other case in that county.
Are people showing up for their cases?
I can anecdotally use probably the best example is a county in our jurisdiction. Edwards County, which is Rock Springs, Texas, has a population of 1,422 people at the last census. We had 803 smugglers arrested last year in Edwards County. So we're very close to a one-on-one basis.
Right.
About 90% of our smugglers show up for court.
90%.
But probably 95% of our smugglers are U.S. citizens.
Right.
And they have a bail bondsman who gets them to court.
Gets them to court. So 95% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens.
Yes, sir. I would say that is probably a fair number.
Gotcha. Because we've heard these terms of, these cartel invasions and everything like that. It sounds like U.S. citizens are doing just fine, making money off of this as well.
And most of our smugglers are folks who are being recruited off of social media.
Sure. Sure.
And that's,
And they take the deal.
They take the deal.
They take
And it's
the
not a
deal.
good deal, but they take it.
Okay. And what penalties do you usually do these smugglers get, on average?
On those who have no criminal record and who pull over, they don't flee from the stop, most of them receive some type of probation, mainly deferred adjudication probation, where they can wipe it off their record.
Can the judges sentence them more severely?
Yes, the punishment is up to 10 years.
Up to 10 years.
It's 2 to 10 years is the potential punishment
Up to
for
10
smuggling.
years, but most of them just get probation.
The ones who haven't fled.
There's
Now,
95% of U.S. citizens who are the smugglers only get probation.
right.
Got it.
But, I take that back, Representative. If they have fled, that changes.
Okay,
Yeah,
give me that data.
Yeah. I would hate to put a percentage number that I could say how many evade, but we have a fair percentage that does try to flee.
Also U.S. citizens?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They somehow think they can drive away.
That they can move faster than a radio.
Exactly.
A radio wave.
And
Yeah.
then we have had some which are still pending with us where we have had a death involved in that pursuit. Many of those, the smuggler is killed along with everyone else in the car.
Right.
But we also, I know we have one right now that's pending where the smuggler was not killed. And we have used all our resources in order to prosecute that, including keeping the smugglees in the U.S. via the U visa process to become our witnesses in the case.
You give them a T visa or U visa, and
Yes, sir.
they're able to testify again.
And they were able to testify as to identify who was driving the car.
I passed that bill many, many years ago, the T and U visa bill.
Yeah, that has become a real tool for prosecutors around the state on cases where it's needed. We may not need that on your regular third-degree smuggling where they've pulled over and no one's been hurt. And many of those will confess to their misdeed as well.
And if they flee, what is the maximum penalty that they can?
2 to 20 years.
2 to 20. And
It
what is
becomes a
what is the
second-degree
what is the
felony.
average? If again, difficult to say. Give me your
It's
percent.
very difficult to say. Most of those, our plea offer is somewhere in the 8 to 12-year range if it involves a really serious fleeing. I mean, there's a fleeing that goes a mile and then they pull over, and there's a fleeing that goes 10 to 12 miles and they roll off the road and those type of things. But we use those ranges to give prosecutors tools to relate facts to cases.
Plea 2 to 10, roughly.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Any other questions? And when you share the information, make sure the author of the bill gets it as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Jennifer Canales, and it's P-E-L-A-E-Z. Jennifer, we have you registered for Immigrant Legal Resource Center and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is Jennifer Canales Pelaez, and I am a Texas policy attorney and strategist with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. But most importantly, I am a Texan residing in Houston. Today, I'm here testifying against HB 7. HB 7 establishes special border protection courts that will continue to perpetrate human rights violations. Dozens of complaints have been filed, including one April 2022 complaint where 16 plaintiffs alleged that they were arrested and incarcerated under Operation Lone Star based upon their race, immigration status, and national origin. There are substantiated accounts of law enforcement officers directing migrants to enter private property to subsequently arrest them for trespassing. Because these charges lacked probable cause required under the law, many of the trespassing cases against migrants have been dismissed, and a Texas district court judge has ruled Operation Lone Star as unconstitutional. Proposing the expansion of courts where constitutional violations occur openly is just proposing continued failure at taxpayers' expense. By voting for HB 7, you will continue the streak of making Texas one of the states with the most hateful laws in the nation. This is not the Texas that residents want or deserve. Vote no on HB 7 and stand with the people of Texas and on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brent Smith. Brent, we show you've registered for Kenny County Attorney and Self for HB7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'll just have a short comment. I support the bill. One of the things that I noticed that might need some revision is on section 421A004, use of funds. It specifically it doesn't include the drivers of the smuggling vehicles that go through ranches. Damages caused by people entering the country illegally, but a lot of the damages are also done by the drivers, some of which are U.S. citizens. So a lot of times they drive through the fences, kill cattle, livestock, and things of that nature. So I would request that be included in the use of the funds. But other than that, that's all.
Representative Anchia, then I'll.
I think Chairman Guillen
Chairman
is senior to
Guillen,
me.
go ahead.
Yeah, we fixed it in the sub.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you'd get with the chairman's office to review the substitute and then confer with him, would you do that?
Yes, sir, I will.
Representative Anchia.
So we heard testimony earlier that 95% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens, roughly. Let's say it's 85. Overwhelming number of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. If they damage the property of a landowner, isn't there a cause of action in tort as well?
Possibly. That's not my area of law, but,
I mean, Law School 101.
Right. Damages, correct.
Yep. So there would be a cause of action, and maybe rather than the state creating a fund to reimburse people, there would just be a cause of action in tort like any other property damage might occur.
Also require the landowners to hire lawyers and pay litigation costs.
Well, that's what I would have to do if somebody damages my property, regardless of who they are.
I think there's a misconception, though, when people say damaged property. It's not like, I guess a good example of people living in the city is you having your car, backed into or something. You go to the body shop and get that fixed, happen once a year. The ranchers on the border having that every month, every week. There's ranchers that have fixed their fence over 50 times. That's unsustainable financially, and it's nothing to do with their fault.
Okay. So if somebody trespassed on my property in Dallas and ruined my fence repeatedly, I would still have a cause of action in tort against them, right?
Sure.
As a U.S. citizen. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. Anna Katharina Deckert. And it's is Hannah here? Anna Katharina Dechert.
Somebody else.
No.
I apologize. I registered against.
Here, come up. Are you Anna?
I am.
Just come up and we can get it fixed. So Anna Katharina Deckert is registered for TAHRI RIH Justice Center in Self, and you registered against HB7, but you're telling us you're going to be testifying against the other bill, 20? Yes. So you have the right to just register and show you're against HB7.
Correct, that was my intention.
That's it. So let's just get it clarified. So Anna, we have your affirmation for the TAHRI RIH Justice Center and Self against HB7, and that's your position.
Correct. Thank you.
And we can do that, correct?
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Michael Belsick. Michael, we have you registered for yourself for HB7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right ahead.
Most of you probably know the name of Cesar Chavez. In California, where I'm from, there's probably not a city in California that doesn't have a major thoroughfare named after him. If you don't know him, he was well renowned for his continuous fight for migrant farm workers in the Southern California farm area. That's why he gets all the accolades. What is not very well known, which I read in a biography, so hearsay type thing, but he went down to the border with fellow farm workers to, shall I say, encourage migrant workers coming north from Mexico to, you don't really want to come here. And he did that because he knew the simple law of economics, supply and demand. If there were twice as many farm workers in the area, then some farmer would not necessarily have to pay the same amount of money to hire farmhands. They would pay them less. So it was Cesar Chavez was protecting the people that were there working now. That was his goal. And I just thought it was an interesting thing that I did not really know about it until I actually read this. And as a final comment, there's a cost to everything that we do. There's a cost to doing nothing, and there's a cost to doing something. And it's up to all of you to try and weigh the balance of which way you want to take it. It's a difficult choice, and I appreciate what you're doing, but it's going to be a hard one to figure out between all the testimony what to do. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Priscilla Olivares. Priscilla, we have you registered on behalf of Immigrant Legal Resource Center and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
My name is Priscilla Olivares, and I'm a policy attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I'm also a Texan, born and raised in this great state. I'm here today to respectfully ask this committee to vote no on HB 7. I've been a practicing attorney for nearly 13 years, and I have dedicated that time to defending the due process rights of my clients, many who were asylum seekers. Operation Lone Star is an affront to advocates like myself who take seriously the duty to protect the rights of all individuals. Operation Lone Star's sole purpose is to unlawfully target migrants and prevent them from seeking safety in the United States. Under Operation Lone Star, migrants are routinely apprehended and stripped of their dignity, respect, and constitutional rights. The charges filed against migrants have failed to pass legal muster, as there is mounting evidence that many of the trespassing charges filed were fabricated. Judges tasked with presiding over Operation Lone Star cases have made anti-immigrant statements and openly welcomed anti-immigrant groups to come to Texas. HB 7 would codify these harms and create a border protection court that would further violate the due process rights of migrants who are attempting to seek asylum. I want to respectfully remind the court that seeking asylum is a right under our nation's laws. I want to respectfully ask the committee to be true to what we have said on paper as a country. We as a nation have committed to protecting the rights of all, including asylum seekers and including people of color. The drafters of HB 7 aim to violate that commitment and the commitment we have to treat all individuals with dignity and respect. It is your duty, committee, to stop the drafters from violating these rights. Texas deserves impartial courts that protect the due process rights of all individuals, regardless of their race or national origin. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll show you're opposed to HB 7.
Strongly opposed, Chairman, yes.
Any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Glass. Now, Tom, we show you've registered for Texas Constitutional Enforcement and Self for HB 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
I'd like to thank Chairman Ginn and the Speaker Chairman Ginn for leading on this, and the Speaker for designated as a low number and giving it priority. We've heard from a number of witnesses today that we don't have the resources needed to address the problems we've got. And this bill, in my opinion, is designed to do that very thing, to meet the logistical needs of the operation to secure the safety of Texans. The context of all of this is that we are in a situation where the way the process is working today is we tell people don't go to the ports of entry and get processed in an orderly fashion for asylum or for immigration and that sort of thing. We say go pay a bunch of money to the cartels and put the people you love in the tender mercies of the cartels to bring them across, and then we'll process. Our tax dollars, I'm deeply offended that our tax dollars are being used to create a magnet to draw immigrants who want a better life in this country and draw them into the maw and the hell that is being processed through the cartels. I want a system that makes very clear to the world that if you want to come to Texas, come to the ports of entry and get processed properly. Don't even try to go through the cartels because it's not good for you and it's not good for Texas. And this bill does that. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Do you want to do the interpreter now? Okay. Aaron Hernandez. Aaron, we have you registered for Texas Rising and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My name is Aaron Hernandez. I'm originally from the Gulf Coast, but I've been living the past 3 years in El Paso, learning about the importance of migration and asylum seekers. It's because of that I strongly oppose HB 7. The mere funding proposal of the legislation lends itself to massive funds from private industries, in short, lobbyists. On top of that, not only does it beg for private industries, but it begs for the legislator themselves to figure out a means of how to pay for this legislation. That's something that no one has been able to answer today. Unless the state legislator is prepared to go against their values of small government and anti-government spending, well, then they need to go against this legislation today. Furthermore, I'm disgusted by the proposal to fund early development in high schools rather than fund for our sciences, maths, histories, and arts. We can see that we're one of the lowest states in the country, but we would rather supply fresh high school students as Border Patrol. The main logistical issue comes down to finance legislators, but we know we can work on fixing our grid, working on bringing high-paying jobs to Texans, as well as working on public transport and providing support for these migrants.
Hold on. Anybody having questions? Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate it. Are we going to be ready? All right, members, we're going to call 3 witnesses with an interpreter, and it's Korean interpreter. And so what I'm going to do is rather than 2 minutes, I'm going to give them 3. And so who is the interpreter? Would you come up to the microphone? Now, has she filled out a form? All right, so for the record and the member, for our members, I'm going to be spelling a lot.
Okay.
Okay? So you are M-Y-U-N-G Kim. Is that not right?
My name is Hee-Suk Tyner. I'm an interpreter.
Hold on one second. So the procedure is You're going to stand by the witness. And you're the interpreter, but the witness will be testifying. And so I'm going to let you all kind of do it. Watch the light, but we're adding a minute for your testimony. So our witness, before I start the clock, you're MYUNG Kim.
Yes.
And you have registered for WOORI Juntos and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're going to start 3 minutes, and I'll let you two work out how to exchange. Go right ahead.
오케이. 저는 우리 훈토스 멤버 김명진입니다. 저는 HB 법안을 반대합니다. 국경 지역의 모든 카운티가 특별 국경 보호단을 설립 후 HB7에 의해 운영되는 새로운 법정 시스템에게는 특별한 권한이 주어져 많은 이민자들의 권한이 침해당하고 범죄인 취급을 하며 무차별적이고 가혹한 처벌들이 난무할까 두렵습니다. 선량한 국경 지역 주민들이나 미국 시민들에게도 비합리적이고 억울한 법정 투쟁이 발생할 수도 있을 것으로 생각합니다. 이 국경보호단에 따른 새로운 법정 시스템과 그에 관련된 여러 시설들을 교육기관들이 텍사스 주민들의 세금과 기금으로 운영될 것으로 알고 있는데 이러한 비용들이 차라리 텍사스 주민들의 건강과 자연보호에 상용되어야 한다고 생각합니다. 예를 들어 말하면 경제적 어려움에 보험비가 없어서 병원을 못 가는 많은 가난한 사람들을 위한 공공시설을 확충하는 것입니다. 따라서 저는 HB7을 강력히 반대합니다. 끝까지 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
My name is Kim Myung-jin.
Go right up to the mic.
My name is Kim Myung-jin. I'm a senior civic engagement fellow at URI Juntos of Houston, Texas. I oppose HB7. I'm afraid that through the provision of HB7, more people will abuse their powers, violating human rights of many immigrants, treat them as criminals, and discriminate against them. And there will be even more rampant punishments. I believe this is irrational and unjust to increase the profiling of border residents and American citizens. The new core system under Border Protection Unit and related facilities and educational institutions will be funded by our taxpayer dollars. But those expenses should be used for Texans' health and nature protection. We would prioritize expanding public health facility for many lower-income households who cannot go to hospital because of economic hardship and high insurance costs. Therefore, I strongly oppose HB7. Thank you for the time to listen to me. I oppose HB7.
Thank you very much. You get an A for following the time very well. And so members, any questions? Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
And if the interpreter would stay, we're going to call the next witness.
오케이. 들어가시면 되고요. 아니요, 가져가시면 돼요. 저는.
Yun Wali, YUNHWA Lee. And we have you registered for WOORI, WOORI, Juntos and Self against HB7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then go right ahead.
제 이름은 이연아입니다. HB20이 위험한 법안이면 HB7 또한 무시무시한 법안입니다. HB20에 의해 창설된 국경보호단에 관련하여 HB7에 따라 새롭게 조직된 기관들로 하여금 주 정부의 예산과 민간이 기부한 금액으로 건설되는 국경 장벽을 감시 감독토록 할 것입니다. 이러한 법안은 주의 사법을 표적으로 삼고 무기화함으로써 이러한 제도들이 그들의 재정적 안정과 미래가 이민자들을 감금하는 데 의존해야만 하는 국경 지역 사회를 만들도록 할 것입니다. 이런 조직에 쓰여질 예산과 비용을 텍사스 주민들에게 잦은 기후 재난으로 발생하는 위험과 건강 침해가 우려되는 국경 지역 전반에 걸친 기반 시설의 확증에 사용함으로써 근본적이고 실질적인 문제를 해결할 수 있을 것입니다. 살기 좋은 텍사스를 세상 사람들이 기피하는 텍사스로 이어질까 심히 염려가 됩니다. 텍사스 주민으로서 HB7 법안이 통과되는 것을 완강히 반대합니다. 끝까지 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
My name is Yun Hwa Lee, and I am a senior civic engagement fellow at URI Wantos of Houston, Texas. HB 20 is a dangerous bill, the fearsome bill. With the Border Protection Force to be created under HB 20, it will be our state and taxpayer funds that will fuel this unjust supervision and barrier being built. This is targeting and weaponizing the state's judiciary. This anti-immigration bill will allow those institutions to create border committee whose financial security and future must depend on incarcerating immigrants. Funding money that would be spent on those organizations could be used to address fundamental and a real problem by investing in infrastructure across the border, where Texans are at risk and health posed by frequent climate catastrophes. I am deeply concerned that Texas,
I
which
need to interrupt. Are you talking about HB 7 or 20?
HB 7.
All right, go right ahead.
Interpreter apologize for misspoke.
Don't worry, you sound great.
I'm deeply concerned that Texas, which is a good place to live now, will be unsafe to live. As a resident of Texas, I strongly oppose the passing of a HB 7. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Any questions? Thank you so much. We have one more.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say something real quick? I just want to clarify that we're on HB 7.
Correct.
And not HB 20. I think a lot of the testimony so far has obviously been about HB 20, and HB 20 and HB 7 are two very different bills. And I also want to point out a lot of the testimony has talked about the creation of new courts, which was something in the original bill. The substitute doesn't create new courts. It creates a border protection court program to help existing courts handle increased caseloads to be managed by the Office of Court Administration, who will ensure that resources are placed where needed. This would potentially include visiting judges, court clerks, court reporters, et cetera, just to clarify.
Just so everybody knows, the author of the bill is just clarifying for the committee and for the public the specifics of his bill versus the bill that we're not on yet. Thank you. Next, I call MYOUNG Soon RYOO with again Worry Juntos and self against HB 7. Is that correct?
맞죠? Yes.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
네, 읽으시면 됩니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 우리 훈토스의 유명순입니다. 제가 알기로는 텍사스 정부에서 HB20를 통해 40억 불의 예산을 들여 새로운 국경 보호단을 만들려고 하고 있다 합니다. 여기에 HB7을 통해 텍사스 국경 지역의 모든 카운티가 특별 국경 보호 법원을 설립하도록 허용하면 인종차별과 인권 침해를 초래할 가능성이 높아집니다. HB7 법안이 통과되면 국경 지역 사회는 커다란 재정 압박을 느끼고 폭력과 테러 등의 범죄들이 많이 발생할 것입니다. 텍사스에서 정말로 필요한 것은 막대한 세금을 이 법안에 쓰기보다는 국경 지역 텍사스인들이 국경 군사 단지에 의존하지 않고 지속 가능하고 전문적인 경력을 쌓을 수 있는 경로를 찾을 수 있도록 하고 또한 지역사회를 서로 대립시키기보다는 파괴가 아닌 존엄성에 기반한 법안을 작성함으로써 두 집단 모두에 기여할 수 있도록 해야 할 것입니다. 위원님, 다시 한번 강력하게 반대함을 말씀드립니다. 제 말을 끝까지 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Hello, my name is Myung-Sun Ryu from Uri Wantos. From what I read, the Texas government is trying to create a new border guard with a budget of $4 billion through HB 20. On top of that, allowing all
Again,
counties.
HB 7.
여기 20.
She said 7, but we just want to remember we're talking about HB 7.
Yes.
On top of that, allowing all counties along the Texas border to establish special border protection course through HB 7 increases the likelihood of inviting racism, human rights violation. If the HB 7 bill is passed, border committees will face great financial pressure, and there will be many crimes, such as violence and terrorism. What Texas really needs is, rather than spending huge tax dollars on this bill, it needs a law based on dignity, not restriction, rather than turning communities against each other, so that border Texans can find sustainable professional career path without resorting to border militarization. We need to make sure we serve both groups by writing legislation based on dignity, not destruction. Dear representatives, once again, I strongly object. Thank you for listening to me all the way.
Thank you very much, and we'll note it's opposition to HB 7. Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you. That will be it for right now for you. Roy Boyd. Roy, we have you registered for Goliad County Sheriff and self for HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am here in support of HB 7. I only have two items that I would like to discuss with regards to it, and I apologize in advance if those items have been altered as a result of being reviewed by TexLeg. The first one is section where it says section 421.902 with regards to border facilities. I would hope that that would include jail space as something that can be funded, because there's obviously a shortage of space with regards to the number of smuggling cases that are taking place, not only in the border region, but even across South Texas where we're at. The other is section 421A, where it discusses border damage or damage compensation to private property. That private property damage compensation, according to the bill, when I read it, was only for the border region. Now, I am not in the border region as far as the legislature goes, and so our landowners in Goliad County and the counties around me would not qualify. But we are having damage as a result of having to chase cartel operatives and smugglers that are coming through our jurisdictions and causing damage. Not only that, but we have also had them set up and create stash sites on remote ranches and cause considerable amount of damage. And that is all that I ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Manuel Guzman. Manuel, we show you registered for Texas Rising against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, committee. I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, which this bill will directly affect us if it passes. So us from El Paso and different border regions around the communities that are in the border will have firsthand experience how immigration affects the border. Texas is in need of funding in various other fields, such as education, where, according to the U.S. News and World Report, we rank 35th across the whole country. and then we have an electric grid that's failed us over and over again. So I feel like it is highly responsible for funds to go to this proposed Border Protection Corps program when we already have the Department of Homeland Security, which receives billions of funding already. And thus there is no need to fund this other program when we already have one. And empowering counties in the border will really tip the scales in terms of law and order, where we have seen that separate court systems are unequal, and previous court systems established by Operation Lone Star has never worked that favorably, even though they receive $9 billion in funding. And so for the reasons previously stated, I am highly against HB 7, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Corinne Martinez. We show you're registered for the Texas Public Policy Foundation, neutral on HB 7. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Corinne Martinez. I'm campaign director for Secure and Sovereign Texas at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. And I'm here today to testify on the bill, and let me explain the reason why. You have heard the border is not secure. There are many problems at the border, starting with the Mexican cartel smuggling the migrants. Even if we have issues in the U.S., they're bringing them to us. They're also using, unfortunately, the migrants to overwhelm Border Patrol while they can use the territory between ports of entry to do drug trafficking and smuggle drugs. And then we have the border communities who are being victims of what's going on with an increase in crime, with landowners having damages. We've heard about that to their properties. We've heard of ranchers telling us that they have to teach their very young kids to handle handguns so that they would feel their kids are safe on their land. This is happening in Texas. And so we think this bill is going in the right direction because it would create programs that will help rein in the lawlessness that is currently happening at the border, in the border region. The United States is a nation of laws, so we should enforce our laws. The only issues we have, and that's why we remain neutral, is we have concern with the last section, subchapter Q, that would create a border protection economic development initiative. We think this is probably problematic right now, but we're happy and eager to work with Representative Gillen's office on that. We still think this is going in the right direction, and this is needed, and Texas should act. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Representative Anchia.
Yeah, Karine, welcome. What's your definition of a secure border? Or the Public Policy Foundation?
I would say a border where we know who is entering.
Have we ever had a secure border?
I don't know that I can answer.
So you know how many migrants were encountered at the U.S.-Mexico border, I don't know, under Ronald Reagan in 1980, 83, 84?
I do not have that number.
1,615,844. In 2020, you know what that number was?
Please remind.
1,659,206. In 2021. It's about the same. In the Bush years, it was 1,643,679. Was the border secure in any of these eras?
I think we still should secure the border today.
No, but my question is, would you define them as secure under any of these eras?
Well, there probably might have been issues also, but again, the subject is what are we doing now?
But my question is not that. My question is, first was, what is your definition?
Yep.
I gave you data. What is your conclusion on whether the border was secured under any of those eras?
With only the numbers you gave me, it sounds like it wasn't. I don't have the full scope of the information.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Ramey. Sarah, we show you have registered on behalf of Migrant Center for Human Rights and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
I was not planning on testifying on HB 7. I'm here mostly for HB 20.
Well, but you need to focus on 7.
But I am happy to share a couple of comments on why I'm opposed to HB 7.
Very good. Go right ahead on 7.
So first off, the oversight mechanism that's envisioned in HB 7 does not allow for a bipartisan makeup. The HB 7 proposal as written has 4 people appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and 4 people appointed by the Speaker of the House. There's no language in the bill at present to indicate that those individuals will need to come from across party lines or in any other way have a diversity of perspectives or background that would allow that Oversight Commission to thoroughly consider any proposals or recommendations or carry out impartial and full investigations. So we are recommending that that be changed to ensure that that oversight body is more diverse and more bipartisan. And I will be back for HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Yeah, Chairman Guillen has a question.
Just the Oversight Committee in HB 7 is taken out in the sub. So there's no more committee in there. I instead have it in that other bill I laid out earlier. Thank you.
What you might do is check with Chairman Guillen's office and get a copy of the substitute.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charles Maley. Charles, we show you registered for South Texans Property Rights Association and Self for HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Hunter and members. My name is Charles Maley, and I'm Advocacy Director for South Texans Property Rights Association, testifying in favor of House Bill 7. With a membership base dispersed across geographic South Texas, STPRA dedicates a significant portion of our time and efforts striving to build better and stronger relationships between property owners, state, local, and federal law enforcement, and our state, local, and federal decision makers. In that role, we have a unique opportunity to gain insight into the many different facets of border security or the lack thereof. The state of Texas has taken a strong stance against illegal immigration, drug smuggling, and human trafficking that begin along our southern border, but adversely affect each and every one of our Texas 254 counties. Even though it can be shown that cartel business negatively impacts all of our counties, there is still more than one local jurisdiction along the border that chooses to take different approaches to public policy than the state. But for those choosing to participate in state-led efforts, there are still substantial operational difficulties. While our organization is neither expert in law enforcement nor prosecution, we are highly supportive of any and all efforts to secure our southern border from cartel-driven criminal activities, and we welcome the assistance that this bill would provide to property owners that are bearing the brunt of those activities and local jurisdictions that are struggling to keep up with the increased need of personnel and capital to meet their ongoing local responsibilities while also managing the increased workload of enforcement and prosecution of cartel-related criminal activities. Specifically, Representative Guillen, thank you for the provision of direct financial assistance to property owners, many of whom suffer damages and financial loss on a daily basis. One of our members, in fact, from Cotulla just earlier in the day sent me pictures of damage to 3 different gates on his property yesterday morning from a pursuit involving a Ford Raptor at 5:30 in the morning. His brother, just a few miles north, had 10 incursions in 6 days last week. I mean, so it's on.
Thank you, and
committee. Appreciate it.
We've got you for HB 7. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Alexa Caranco. Alexa, we have you registered for Texas Rising against HB 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, representatives. My name is Alexa Carranco, and I'm from the borderland of El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez. I'm here today as a student leader of Texas Rising at the University of Texas at El Paso. Today, I'll be testifying against House Bill 7. I'm sure many of you have heard of the migrant surge that El Paso had a few months ago. You all heard of the narrative around migrants being invaders and aliens. The governor sent state troopers to the border to quote unquote protect our community. But what you didn't know is that you got it all wrong. More troops does not equate to effective reform. It is not only a waste of resources, it is also a waste of money and manpower that can be used for public education, healthcare, and community funding. This racist and hurtful narrative around migrants being criminals is harmful to the borderland and our greater migrant community. By creating funding through the Border Protection Corps program, you hand the power to the states and the local counties that should not manage immigration enforcement. Communities like El Paso and our government will be the ones to face the consequences of this bill. Time and time again, our community is left to clean up the mess and the legislation that this bill creates. Please listen to the communities like mine when voting for this bill. Please vote no for this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Alexa. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Sandra Witten. Sandra, we have you registered for yourself, neutral on HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I need to make an amendment. If I can change it to for.
Okay, well, we'll do it here.
Yes, sir.
So your name's Sandra Witten.
Yes, sir.
You're representing yourself.
Correct.
You have a registration that says neutral on HB 7, but you're asking us to change it to for HB 7.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much. This bill is actually pretty amazing. It's giving the loopholes that we've been lacking from the law enforcement and the judges and the prosecution side to be able to fill the holes that are necessary to actually take care of border security. We're not talking about immigration. We're not talking about anything else. We're simply talking about filling a void. All of the problems that are being presented today have everything to do with a void that is here. Representative Guillen is trying to fill that void with making sure the legislation is in place to make sure that these problems that many of the people that are against this bill have brought up before us today. So I think it's very important that we support this. There was some original language that was a little bit tacky. That's why I put that I was neutral on it. But after speaking with several sheriffs and other lawmakers and judges, we came back and said, no, this is something that we're absolutely for. So I appreciate your time.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Sophia Avant-Mir. Sophia, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Rising against HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Avant-Mir, and I also live in the border town of El Paso, Texas. I'm also here on behalf of Texas Rising. I strongly oppose HB 7. Taxpayer dollars do not need to be used to further over-police and militarize the border. Border communities need improved access to healthcare, stronger infrastructure, and education and careers outside of the militarization industrial complex before we need more destructive legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Alondra Andrade. Now, Alondra, we have you registered, and I'm just going to spell it TAHIRIH, Justice Center and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Hello, members of the House of Committee of State Affairs. My name is Alondra Andrade, and I'm here in opposition of HB 7. I work for Tahirih Justice Center, a nonprofit legal advocacy organization that since 1997 has been serving survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and other abuses. Tahirih has been working with survivors in Southeast Texas since 2009. Collaborating closely with our community to ensure that immigrant survivors of gender-based violence can live safely and with dignity. We're deeply concerned about the impact that HB 7 will have on the ability of survivors to access protections available under U.S. law. HB 7's border court proposal could codify the role of Texas law in immigration enforcement, cutting off access to the protective U.S. legal system for many immigrant survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence. Investing in alternative pathways for integrating asylum seekers into communities, as well as trauma-informed approaches to violence by law enforcement, public health, and community-based supports would be far more effective in addressing gender-based violence across Texas. The Tahirih Justice Center and myself asked the committee to oppose HB 7 and to stand with survivors of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Luke Squires. Luke, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Luke Squires from El Paso, Texas, and a student at UTEP, and I'm here today to object House Bill 7. House Bill 7 and House Bill 20 go hand in hand when it comes to the detriment of the border. The first problem is the special border protection courts. If we learn anything from Operation Lone Star, these courts completely circumvent due process, and this vague jurisdictional power that's proposed is a dangerous legal precedent that can set dangerous implications for immigrants. Secondly, is the new border militarization education grant program. Border communities are in great need for better education, an education that doesn't lead them into a militarized force that detriments the very community that they live in. This bill enables House Bill 20 to a greater reach over the lives of the border. And I will be back for House Bill 20. I yield my time.
You'll be back for House Bill 20.
Yes.
What's that? So we got to, because you made comments to both bills, you're testifying on HB 7 and you're against HB 7, correct?
I'm against House Bill 7 and...
We're not at the, that's why I've got to keep you clean. So you're Luke Squires on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying right now against HB 7, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Wu. Stephen, we have you listed for the Wuri, Juntos, and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
All right. Chairman Hunter and members, my name is Stephen Wu. I am the organizing and policy manager of Wuri Juntos. We're an immigrant rights organization advancing the safety of Asian and all immigrants across Texas. And I'm here to testify against HB 7. I'm going to disagree a little bit with Chairman Guillen. I think HB 7 works pretty complementary to many of the other criminalizing bills that we're hearing today, HB 20, HB 1600. And similar to those other bills aiming
I need you to really just focus on 7.
Sure.
Because when we mention the other bills, then I have to bring you back to it because you're going on either past or future. So you're on 7, right?
I'm on 7.
Go right ahead.
Long story short, I think that HB 7 aims to institutionalize Operation Lone Star in Texas. We've already seen hundreds of cases where migrants arrested under OLS were denied due process, having to spend weeks to months incarcerated with no legal representation, with extremely high bonds, and held in terrible jail conditions. This enhanced border protection court system that was amended with the committee substitute, I believe still adjudicates for a new proposed harsh felony offense under Chapter 51, which is created under a separate bill. if we're crossing or attempting to cross into Texas from Mexico through a non-port of entry. And this is going to continue denying migrants their due process and constitutional protections. And then there's the Border Institution Grant Program, which financially incentivizes colleges, universities to hire and retain faculty and staff to teach or research on fields related to border safety. This is not only indoctrination, it's taxpayer dollars and unchecked private money used to build a border workforce that sees migrants as the enemy. With limited opportunities already within the region, we should be investing in areas that actually improve residents' public health and mental health, like water.
We're going to have to end, but we'll note you're against HB 7.
Can I have some time back?
No. Yeah, I've given everybody the time, and we're going to keep it. So you're against HB 7. Any questions, members? Thank you, and I think you've given us a sheet, haven't you?
I have, yes.
So we'll make sure everybody has a copy. Thank you. Kyle, Jacquez. Now, Kyle, we have you registered for Texas Rising against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Kyle Jaquez. I live in El Paso, Texas, and I'm also a student with Texas Rising at the University of Texas at El Paso. I'm here to fundamentally oppose HB 7 on the basis that this legislation that intends to enhance national security only amounts to wasted resources. We spent a lot of taxpayer money in the past on border policy that targets migrants at the border, whether it's National Guard stationed at our borderland or busing migrants to Washington, D.C. It can be framed however it wants, but it's always going to be about immigration. Ultimately, we run the risk of increasing injustice at the border, as previously seen under Operation Lone Star. This means courts could operate unfairly, operate in an untimely manner, or perpetuate the demonization on the border itself. Instead of letting the overhead talking points and hateful rhetoric guide us towards such divisive legislation, I encourage you to put all your ears to the voices of the borderland and divert our resources and funding to things that need it, as mentioned before, like public transportation, education, health, for example. El Paso is a resilient community that knows immigration all too well. Please, let's end the cycle of exhausting resources on fear-mongering solutions. I strongly encourage this committee to vote no on HB 7, if not for its waste, for its dignity and respect of migrants alike in the midst of their most vulnerable moments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Alexis Bay. Alexis, we show you've registered for the Texas Civil Rights Project and SELF, and you're against HB 7, correct?
This is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alexis Bay. I am the legislative coordinator for the Beyond Borders program at the Texas Civil Rights Project. I am also a proud border Texan from the Rio Grande Valley. We are very much against HB 7, even with its substitution, because if there's one thing as a border Texan that I am tired of, it is the overspending on border security and the underspending on the actual needs of the borderlands. We have community members back in the valley who, if there's even a little bit of flooding, could lose their home in the colonias. Colonias do not have street lighting, do not have proper drainage. We have some of the worst rates of people lacking health care and health insurance, and we have extremely high rates of diabetes in the valley. While we have these major issues in the borderlands, we see no funding from this legislature to try to address the actual concerns of community. And instead, we have seen a steady rise in overspending on border security, and HB 7 is contributing to this. The reality is we've already seen this in OLS. Operation Lone Star has had in the past 2 years, millions of dollars funneled into the program, and now we're looking at $4.6 billion for Lone Star. But the truth is that more than likely in the next legislative session, you're going to have more bills like HB 7 asking for more money in grants for these programs that do nothing to help border communities. Instead, it will create more militarization, and it will create more of a narrative that is not true about who immigrants are, why they come to the country, why they enter the country as they do, and also is not reflective of who is the border community. The grants within HB 7 go solely to law enforcement and to border militarization. In many instances, trying to show themselves as a way to maybe create jobs within the community. But we've already seen that in many instances, this doesn't act, these jobs don't,
Thank you, and we'll show that you're against HB 7. Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Representative.
Hey, Alexis, thanks for being here. So you were talking about the grant program and your concerns about that portion of the bill. Are there any other parts of the bill that you want to highlight for me that are problematic?
absolutely. I mean, any funding.
Now, Representative, I said a deal early on that if they don't finish, I don't want to do the old supplement. So if you could be more specific, but if she didn't finish her testimony, I don't want to give her an unfair advantage over everybody else where they get to supplement. So if you could be specific, because I asked it the first time of State Affairs and others, and I don't want people going over because they didn't get in their 2 minutes. Just if you guide her specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the courtesy. How about Chapter 421A, the compensation fund? Any issue there?
Is that the land compensation?
It's the Border Property Damage Compensation Fund.
Right. I mean, you know, our feelings towards that is that, again, like I said, at the end of the day, while we acknowledge that there's definitely property damage that is caused. Again, that is more the symptom of bad state and federal policy. If immigrants were given a humane way to enter the country through the ports of entry, you would definitely see a major decrease in that. And so that would be the answer to that, not just compensating, because it's putting a Band-Aid on a problem as opposed to getting to the root of the issue.
Do you have a specific problem with the Border Institution grant program, or is that okay?
No, that is definitely not okay. We, especially in the Valley, so many of the best jobs are tied to border enforcement, and it creates a lot of, I think, conflict within families and even just for individuals of the best jobs you can get are with Border Patrol or in border enforcement. And we definitely, in the Rio Grande Valley, and I think this is true for the whole border region, we would like new opportunities and better opportunities for careers and just more opportunities in people's professionals' life beyond border enforcement.
Okay, and are you okay with the Border Protection Infrastructure Fund?
No. If anything, the infrastructure we need help with is drainage, especially in the Valley. And again, we have all sorts of institutions in the border, and especially in the Rio Grande Valley, that are all about border security. But again, we still have major problems with flooding, and it always goes unaddressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Lisette Castillo. Lisette, we have you registered for Detention Watch Network and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That's right.
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Liz Castillo. I live in the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm the organizing manager with Detention Watch Network, a national organization made up of over 100 organizations across the country. I'm here as a border resident and on the behalf of DWN to testify against HB 7 and also HB 20. The bills that this committee is considering are not just anti-immigrant, they are dangerous and extreme. HB 7 will create a separate court system for people criminalized through Operation Lone Star, and also HB 20.
You're right now on 7.
I'm talking about how HB 7
Very good. Go right
criminalizes
ahead.
people. Over the last 2 years, policies like Operation Lone Star have wreaked havoc in communities across Texas, from a dramatic increase in racially motivated traffic stops and fatal Wild West high-speed pursuits To the gross ballooning of the criminalization and detention of migrants, the damage of OLS has been harrowing. Our leadership should be figuring out how to meet Texans' real needs, including the ones that Alexis just raised, and immigrant community members' actual wants and desires, not strategizing on how to compound harm through bills like HB 7. Years from now, future generations will look back to this moment in history, perhaps in the textbooks, and they will wonder, as I hope we have all done at some point when learning about certain dark moments in our history, how it is even possible that such blatantly targeted discriminatory efforts even made it this far. I call on the members of this committee to do the right thing and to vote against HB 7 and HB 20. If you refuse, you will each individually
You're
not
on
just have
HB
this,
7, right?
Yes, you will not each have the shameful distinction of standing on the wrong side of history. You will also bear direct responsibility for the almost certain additional violence and deaths that can only inevitably follow bills designed by nature to promote vigilantism and to increase the capacity of the courts to rubber stamp the targeted hypercriminalization and detention of immigrant Black and brown bodies. What follows is on you all. If you're worried about harms, we should be listening to people with real experience. And as a border resident myself, let me be clear on who this is, the people who are criminalized by Operation Lone Star.
And we want to make sure you're against HB 7, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Catherine Torres. Catherine, we show you're registered for the Frontera Fund and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Kathy Torres. I live in Edinburgh, Texas, and I'm a community organizer in the Rio Grande Valley. I oppose HB 7. From healthcare to education and everything in between, border communities like the Rio Grande Valley are extremely disenfranchised, and it's due to lack of investment from the state. Funding systems that contribute to the over-policing and hyper-militarization of border communities does nothing to address the very systemic issues that are preventing us from sustaining ourselves and raising our families with dignity and safety. The Valley and border communities across Texas deserve more than this. We are more than pawns in a political power play or some talking point during election cycles. We are humans whose voices deserve to be heard without being subjected to a school-to-border military complex pipeline. Invest in equitable healthcare programs that include reproductive health care, or systems that address the climate crisis heavily impacting our state's infrastructure, especially in places like the Valley. I urge you to vote against HB 7. Thank you.
Catherine, thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you. Yvonne Diaz. Yvonne, we show you've registered on behalf of Texas Rising and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
My name is Yvonne Diaz with Texas Rising in El Paso, Texas. I am against Bill HB 7. I have traveled along with many of my colleagues to talk about the dangers of this bill and many other anti-immigrant bills. We're not going to mention them yet. I hope you all are aware that the horror stories and the fear these bills have created in our communities. But today, I'm not going to talk about that. Like, you probably are aware of all the horror stories that happen at the border. But I want to talk about the money, because that seems to be given more regard than human lives, unfortunately. Operation Lone Star, I believe, has received, more than $9 billion, not millions, $1 billion. It claims to be protecting our borders, but the amount of so-called protection is disproportionate to the amount of money it has received. Last December, Mayor Eliezer in El Paso declared a state of emergency in the hopes to receive some relief, but the city did not receive any help from the state. DPS was sent for a little bit, and there was only an increase on traffic tickets. If passed, this bill will give money to the county for a special border protection court for border issues. Does this mean that the traffic tickets will increase? Our city of El Paso has proven that more militarization and policing in our communities does not work. This bill, besides being dangerous, is extremely vague. It does not protect or provide money to our community's real needs. Taxpayers right now are talking. We need access to healthcare, transportation, education, clean air, electrical grid. Vote no on HB 7 today. Thank you.
Yvonne, thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Franz Schimmel. Franz Schimmel. Franz Schimmel. Shows that Franz registered on behalf of Texas Impact and Self against HB 7. So we'll note the registration and that he didn't testify. Samantha Singleton. Samantha, we show you've registered for the Border Network for Human Rights and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, the committee members. My name is Samantha Singleton. I'm the Policy Director at the Border Network for Human Rights located in El Paso, Texas, and I am against House Bill 7. I just want to say that I stand in solidarity with all of my fellow El Pasoans that have come up here and stated the reasons. Just to keep stating them over and over and be redundant, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. You've already heard why we are against House Bill 7, and the answer is not going to change with me standing up here and providing you with the same information. Thank you.
But I want, for the record, and you're against HB 7.
I am against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you so much. Nicole Ma. And Nicole, we show that you registered for WOORI, W-O-O-R-I, Juntos and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My name is Nicole Ma. I'm the Organizing and Policy Associate of WOORI Juntos, and I'm strongly against HB 7. In border protection under this bill, it's a false illusion. It will not be protecting the border nor its people. I want to speak a little bit on that. It is an anti-immigrant bill. It impacts any immigrants that live here who are asylum seekers, and given the unclean track record of our border enforcement, how do you differentiate that? I want to ask that. HB 7 is the key that makes all other anti-immigrant bills work. It provides punishing legal infrastructure in multiple avenues and funding anti-immigrant culture building, and yet this will not deter migrants to our southern border. HB 7 creates a gateway to investing into an empire of violence and terrorism built upon an unjust justice system. This is an equation for destruction for border communities and communities facing significant socioeconomic factors. No one should be criminalized for wanting to seek a better life. How are we to properly protect our communities if no one else is there due to lack of health resources, proper water infrastructure to prevent flooding, and no opportunities to invest in the most dire needs of these communities through a well-rounded education that is not tunnel vision towards militarization? By awarding funds to border communities rather than investing into developing and improving quality of life for their constituents and addressing their concerns, it incentivizes counties to focus more on infrastructures targeting immigrants. Additionally, it sets up a foundation in these jurisdictions to rely on border militarization as a vision and career dependency for its future generations. It incentivizes people to take on careers that will ultimately not help the border communities and prevent lasting infrastructure in the long run. These communities will continue to suffer as long as these root concerns are not met by you, our state leaders. You should not be creating a dangerous barrier of entry for those who are seeking refuge from violence or poverty.
Right.
I'm against
and
HB 7.
you're against HB 7.
That is correct.
We do have your sheet that we've passed out to the members.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Bob, is it L-I-B-A-L? Bob, I don't know if it's Libel or LaBelle, but I'll let you tell us. Bob, it shows that you've registered for Human Rights Watch against HB 7. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And yes, it's Bob Libel, and I work with the U.S. Program of Human Rights Watch, and I'm based here in Austin, Texas.
And you're against HB 7?
I am against HB 7 and also HB 20, but we'll get to that at about 1 a.m., I think.
But we're right now HB 7, right?
HB 7, we're talking.
There you go, don't Brunson the other.
All right. Human Rights Watch is a nonprofit, independent organization that investigates allegations of human rights violations in more than 90 countries around the world, including the United States, and we are opposed to HB 7. Human Rights Watch has previously documented the impact of Texas's $4.4 billion border law enforcement program called Operation Lone Star, and we have found that the program has notably failed in its mission to deny Mexican cartels and other smugglers the ability to move drugs and people into Texas, but has led to injuries and deaths, has consistently violated the rights of U.S. citizens and migrants, and has suppressed freedoms of association and expression. HB 7 would codify much of the separate Border Protection Court program that would institutionalize much of the separate and unequal system of arresting, jailing, and prosecuting people along the border, piloted under Operation Lone Star. In 2 separate complaints, Texas civil rights organizations analyzed 484 arrests under Operation Lone Star and found severe racial disparities and clear indications of profiling based on race and national origin, and the program is currently under investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice. Operation Lone Star has aggressively used selective enforcement of the offense of criminal trespass and the newly created segregated criminal legal system with separate dockets, separate public defenders assignments, separate jails, and separate booking facilities. Simply put, people perceived as migrants do not face the same criminal penalties for the same actions. HB 7 would codify much of this system by establishing these new special border protection court programs, and so therefore we oppose HB 7.
Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And again, we'll note against HB 7.
Against HB 7.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha Serna Uribe. Samantha, we show you registered for MALDEF, Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes,
Go right ahead.
thank you. My name is Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. My name is Samantha Serna Uribe, and I'm a staff attorney with MALDEF. I testify against today a House Bill 7 in its entirety, and my testimony will focus on a specific area of concern in the bill. House Bill 7 creates a new, quote, border-related offense, which includes an offense associated with or involving a person unlawfully entering or attempting to enter the state by crossing the Texas-Mexico border at any place other than a port of entry. House Bill 7 encroaches on the federal field of immigration by creating this border-related offense by creating border-related offenses that are already regulated by federal law. As explained by the U.S. Supreme Court in Arizona v. U.S., states are precluded from regulating conduct in a field that Congress, acting within its own proper authority, has determined must be regulated by its exclusive governance. In particular, federal immigration law already governs unlawful presence in the United States. The Texas Senate Committee on Border Security's interim report to the 88th legislature stated, quote, in the context of immigration, any state law that attempts to regulate immigration will be preempted since immigration authority is exclusively the responsibility of the federal government. MALDEF urges the committee to reject House Bill 7. Thank you for your time.
Samantha, thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you. Abel Vega. Abel, we show you've registered for the Rio, Texas Conference, UMC and SELF against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
And then also, I do come testifying on behalf of Texas Impact as a board member.
You're not registered that way.
Okay.
We have you registered as Rio, Texas Conference, UMC and SELF against HB 7. Is
Yes.
that correct? Is that what we should use?
That's fine, sir.
Thank you. We'll just note that for the record. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yes, thank you. My name is Abel Vega, and I serve as the director of Mission, Service, and Justice Ministries for the Rio, Texas Conference of the United Methodist Church. The Rio, Texas Conference boundaries are defined by 74 counties of South Texas and 450 miles of border from Brownsville to Del Rio. Historically, the United Methodist Church has been about ministry on both sides of the border and globally. We understand that the Church Universal is not beholden to borders. Ministry has and continues today to respond to the migrant, the sojourner, by offering respite, hospitality, legal support, advocacy, and accompaniment. Today, the bishops of Texas of the United Methodist Conferences, including our Bishop Robert Schnase, have signed on to a letter in solidarity with the Coalition of Texas Impact, speaking against the harm HB 7 and others will bring to the sojourner, the migrant, the immigrant, and the communities of color the church serves and is in communion with. The conviction of the church and response to God's mandate is to welcome the stranger. Throughout Scripture, the people of God are called to love sojourners in our midst, treating them as if they were one of your citizens and loving them as we do ourselves. Over the past 3.5 years, through the Border Collaboration Network, we are witnessing the emergence of networks nationwide and on both sides of the U.S. southern and northern borders and networks within the U.S. interior. These networks reflect people of various faiths and convictions committed to honoring the Imago Dei, the image of God as seen in the faces and the stories of the sojourner.
Thank you, sir, and we'll note you're against each of these.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Fernando Garcia. Fernando, we show that you've registered for the Border Network for Human Rights and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Indeed, against.
Go right ahead.
Against HB 7. Listen, I share all of the comments done by my peers, but I want to focus on one or two specific things. They go to the foundation of the legislation, of this legislation and others that we would not mention right now. And I do believe that this legislation, HB 7, the foundation of it is based on a distortion. It's the distortion of what is happening at the border. What is being painted at the border. Some people had come up here saying that they are from El Paso, from other parts of the border, and they are painting the border with violence and mayhem. I'm in El Paso. I live in El Paso for more than 30 years already. And what they've been telling you, and what they've been telling you through the news and in the media, and some people is using it over and over, is that we have an invasion, we had violence and mayhem. That is a lie. That is not true. El Paso, Brownsville, Del Rio, McAllen, those cities are safer than Austin. And they deserve to be treated with respect and not with this vitriol and ideology. So it is important to recognize that this legislation, it is racist, anti-immigrant, and white supremacist. There is no other way to qualify this legislation. Finally, if this legislation passes, you will be responsible of criminalizing refugees, asylum seekers, children, and women. That's what you will be doing. So vote no on HB 7. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Aaron Thorne. Aaron, we have you listed representing Texas Civil Rights Project and Self against HB 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Erin Thorne. I'm an attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I'm also a border Texan. I'm based in the city of Hidalgo. I want to address something Representative Guillen says that his substitute does not create separate court systems for border-related offenses, but I want to point out something. A lot of folks have come up here and talked about how the Operation Lone Star program is very instructive on how a lot of these programs are actually going to play out in real time, particularly on the court operations side. This creates an incentive for courts to prioritize heavy dockets of these border-related offenses and to make sure that those cases stay on their dockets no matter what happens. So in the Operation Lone Star context, what we've seen, for example, is appellate attorneys who are handling the appeals case for Operation Lone Star cases will go up to appellate courts and say, well, Your Honor, we understand, a significant portion of people under Operation Lone Star, before their case is even concluded, are deported from this country. Once they bond out, they are not able to go to their families. They go back to their home country. The criminal case remains pending. So what happens is that these folks are trying to fight this case from outside, and the county, knowing that these people are outside of this country, have been deported, instead of seeing that justice may be done, are hanging on to these cases because that's where the money is. And counties have gone in front of appellate courts and said basically that on the record. We understand, Your Honor, that justice isn't being done. We understand, Your Honor, that this person is not in this country anymore, but we need the money. And so although the new substitution does not create a separate court system, it creates that same perverse incentive. How many of these cases can you keep on your docket so you can get the money?
Thank you. And again, noted against HB 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You raised an interesting point about the perverse incentive here. For some of these monies, this could be a big revenue generator. And I've seen this in other contexts. When I was in law school in Louisiana, we used to go to Marksville Prison, and they would have detainees who had already served their sentences, but there was an incentive from the federal government paying the state government to keep them in Marksville Prison, even long past the sentence that had been given. They weren't going to be deported. In fact, these were Cuban detainees. They weren't going to be deported back to Cuba, but they also weren't going to be released. They just stayed in jail because it was a moneymaker for the parish. So do you think it would make sense if there are monies given to these local communities to expedite dockets, that there also be performance measures so that we don't have these perverse incentives, like clearing their dockets?
If there are those requirements on them, you will see those cases still blown out. Whatever the incentive is, the incentive in HB 7 is to take these border-related offenses and we'll give you money for them, shoot them in there. So whatever is incentivized, that's what's going to happen. In that case, that was what was incentivized. This bill incentivizes making as much a huge percentage of your docket as you can, make them these border-related offenses, because that's where the money is.
Thank you. Representative, any other questions? Thank you again. Sarah Syed. Sarah, we show you're with the Wuri Juntos and Self, and you're against HB 7. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and members of the State Affairs Committee. My name is Sarah Sayed. I am the daughter of immigrants, granddaughter of refugees. I serve as the senior community organizer for Wuri Juntos. As my colleagues have put it, we are an immigrant rights group committed to supporting people of Asian descent and all immigrants in Texas. We are a part of a vast network of constituents made up of social workers, organizers, lawyers, doctors, retired veterans, pastors, students, and more. Many of which travel to share their personal testimonies with you, even given limited English proficiency and indigenous languages. I, along with many of my siblings here today, are here to oppose House Bill 7 and are against it passing. I'm certain today that the stories of our communities, provided in their native languages, will give you perspective you need to prevent overspending and criminalization under Operation Lone Star. We do not want to have Operation Lone Star as a permanent fixture in Texas public policy. We do not want to dedicate substantial funding streams to further militarize and over-police our borders. At some point, you have to ask yourself, the math is not mathing, and why? Why are we spending upwards of $4 billion or more, and yet we still have unaccompanied minors that aren't receiving legal services or health resources in the way that they need to? We do not want to further pressure border communities to participate in the criminalization of the most vulnerable people in our society, people seeking refuge from violence, terror, poverty. We do not want Texas leadership to be complicit in investment in policies that exacerbate humanitarian emergencies at our borders. How many times are we going to lean on the Red Cross? How many times are we not going to put resources where they need them into specialists, into healthcare professionals, into mental health care providers? I urge the legislature to create incentive structures that improve border Texans' access to healthcare resources, address fundamental problems with infrastructure throughout the border, including colonias, where frequent flooding creates dangers and increased health risks.
And thank you, and we're going to note you're against
Thank you.
HB 7. Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Ashley Vasquez. Ashley, we show you've registered for Arise and Self, and you're against HB 7. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
I have small comments right on, I am against it in the case that it can open injustices within the immigrant community. And I thank you for allowing me to share this.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Esther Reyes. Esther Reyes. Esther Reyes. We show that Esther registered on behalf of Children's Defense Fund of Texas against HB 7, but did not testify.